are here as a team to play for a spot in the ULCS.
Everyone is predicting that Gambit will trio us, but I definitely don't think that's the case. I think we will win.
You're going to be pretty disappointed if you lose.
It's all or nothing for me.
Relegation for me is a disappointment.
Team Coast gonna make their way to the North American Spring Promotion Tournament.
We're really excited, but we're just a little nervous.
It's about our life, it's our future.
This opportunity means everything. If we win, then we get back into LCS, and that's pretty cool.
We want to show the world that we shouldn't be even in relegations.
Welcome to Day 2 of the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. We're coming to you live from our Los Angeles studio home with 2 more matchups that will shape the face of the European and North American LCS. Hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson, and hanging up their mouse to join us on the analyst desk today are Diggs jungler Crumbs and Curse's jungler I Will Dominate. Guys, it's great to have you with me on the desk today.
Glad to be here, Dash.
All right, we're going to have a good time. Already this week, we've seen Copenhagen Wolves and CLG successfully retain their spots in their respective league championship series. Guys, what were your impressions of that slugfest between CLG and Curse Academy yesterday?
Well, once the 2-0 happened in the favor of Curse Academy, I thought that perhaps Curse Academy would be able to take it. But looking at the first 2 games and the way they progressed, it felt like CLG was definitely underperforming in those first 2 series. It wasn't that Curse Academy was just a better team. It felt like CLG was really struggling to find their right foothold in the game and how to draft and how to basically carry out their team comp. And as the game progressed, they managed to do that and making the comeback.
Dominate, thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely think that Curse Academy was going to win the series after Game 2, especially after that Baron throw. If you looked at the CLG face cams, they looked completely devastated. Like their hands were up in the air, like their heads were in their hands. Like it was really ugly. But Game 3 they came out. I think after Doublelift got that quadra kill, they were kind of revitalized, and they ended up taking it home after that.
Definitely an emotional roller coaster for that team, but they pulled it out. That series also provided a bundle of key moments that you deemed worthy of our hashtag LCS Big Plays. Now, first up, we have some fancy ball work. At CraigBrown22 tweets, Keen the God, 3-man shockwave to clean up and secure Baron. Let's take a look at your number 3.
He's going to go down. That's going to be a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane. But Curse Academy, the 3-man shockwave, immediately deleting CLG. That was incredible.
That culling out of Impactful just got it all started, and then the shockwave. That is just beautiful, melting 3 people.
I mean, that was a classic old-school dig Baron throw, and Keen managed to just punish it beautifully, and from then on, that game was over.
Yeah, it was a pretty fabulous shockwave. And then from Game 2 of the series, Double orders up the quad. At KNK Gaming writes, Doublelift's positioning did everything in that fight. He couldn't be focused down and got a quadra. Let's roll that double.
Bunnyfoof actually managing to land, but the 2-man shockwave coming out of Link, that's what they need. Doublelift gets first blood. There's the ultimate from Keen, but that's a double kill. Doublelift is jumping all around this fight. Is he going to be able to pick up more? The flash, the triple kill. Is Chris going to go down? No, yet the quadra kill.
Yeah, and I think that that's the play that changed the series. Up until that point, Curse Academy had been winning every single dragon fight, and Doublelift came in there, and he was able to jump to the side and position himself where he was able to output damage and also clean up kills without getting killed. And I really like the way that he positioned himself with his jumps, jumping sideways, and being able to finish off everyone, getting the quad. I think that changed the series.
It happened early in the game, too, so you definitely, that's a huge surge of momentum, as you said, when it happens that early in the game. And then, of course, from game number 1, Bunny Fufu showing why his Thresh is feared. At I'm a Zombie says, Bunny Fufu, the Thresh God. Lantern for vision, Flay to interrupt, Hook ahead of the flash. Take a bow, Bunny. Here's your number 1.
2,000 gold is almost released. Doublelift now in a lot of trouble.
What a play was incredible. Manages to catch him out of the flash as well. Bunny Fufu is a god. That was utterly stunning.
He lanterns the brush for vision. That's the first great bit. The play, and then the predicted flash that comes out of the death sentence. Oh my god.
Goodness.
I mean, he executed every aspect of his kit perfectly in that play right there. Now, as somebody who's played against him, somebody who's played with him, is there a place in the LCS for Bunny Fufu?
I think so. I mean, I have not seen somebody in the LCS currently pull the Mad Life. I don't even remember the split at all. So if Bunny Fufu can do that, I think he's got a spot here.
Yeah, he definitely deserves to be in the LCS. Bunny's an absolute beast. I think the thing that got me about that play is the flay out of the Tristana jump while he was getting buster shotted backwards. Like, that's insane to be able to flay him out of the jump. And then the Mad Life hook is just expected from Bunny. Like, after playing with him, I'm not even that impressed with that. I'm like, yeah, he Mad Lifed him. Like, that's just Bunny Fufu. So
that's really sad when that's the expected play out of you. You're like, oh my God, I got to measure up to this all the time. All right, well, keep sharing those hashtag LCS big plays over on Twitter and address them to us here at LOL Esports. Coming up today, we've got 2 best-of-5 series on the docket. Up first is Gambit versus SK Prime with a spot on the European LCS on the line. After that, Evil Geniuses and Team Coast will fight to see who will be playing in the upcoming North American LCS split. If you want to brush up on these teams or get a schedule for the week's matches, check out lolesports.com. You can also vote for the teams that you think will be victorious. Hit schedule and start locking in your picks. And then head over to Twitter and share your thoughts on our question of the day. We want to know which Challenger Series player could have the biggest impact in either the EU or NALCS and why. Send those tweets to @LOLEsports and use the hashtag LCS so we can share a few of our favorites later in the show. Now, we're going to send it right over to the guys at the caster desk to get us into these games.
Thank you very much, Dash. What is up, everybody? I'm David Freak Turley with me for our first best-of-5 series. Can't seem to shake him. Aiden, Zyrene, Moon up here holding down the duo lane in the desk. Now, of course, we're going to set up for our first showdown of the day, Gambit Gaming versus SK Gaming Prime. Now, Gambit was one of the preeminent teams in Europe. They played at the World Championship for the last 2 years, top 4 in 2012, top 8 last year, but now they've been falling. They're fighting to hold on to their spot in the LCS itself.
Yeah, they're definitely a team that has been in decline and fighting to stop the complete collapse. They've made a series of changes to the lineup, picking up players from the Challenger Series and replacing 3 of their 5 members. And of the 2 remaining Gambit veterans, even they were replaced for a short period of time with stints not on the roster. But they are a former shell of themselves. They started the season 5-8 and then went on an 11-game slump, just 2 short of the longest losing streak in LCS history.
Yeah, but they're facing off against SK Gaming Prime, a team that's actually on the rise. Since the addition of their jungler Kickoff to the roster, the team has actually been on an upswing.
Yeah, and to illustrate what a transformation SK Prime went through in the first Summer Challenger Series, SK Prime went out pretty quick after going 0-2 against H2K. But then after Kickoff joined the team, they went 7-2, won the second Summer Series, and they took second in the playoffs. And as the season went on, the team continued to show improvement. They are much more controlled and objective-focused, and they have shown that they can beat up on former LCS players.
Yeah, this team has been improving a whole bunch, but there's actually a lot riding on this series. Both teams have done their homework, and both SK Prime and Gambit believe they found weaknesses in their opponents that could be actually used as tickets into the LCS.
From what I've seen about SK Prime, they're like a great team from Challenger Series. I think they're like most dangerous guy from their team is their top lane, MTG.
I think Gambit is a lot weaker than they used to be. Their bottom lane is the weakest point of them since they are new, like Crystal joined the team. I feel very confident. We're gonna go early game oriented and force ourselves to like come ahead and not let them set the pace of the game. And we really want Diamond to sit around mid so that doesn't go out of hand.
The only threat is Diamond Prox. I think he's the best jungler in the EU at the moment. It's gonna be really tough, because mid lane is about jungle-mid synergy.
I think it's actually good that we are where we are, because it is some of wake-up call that the scene is now where it was in Season 2 and 3, everyone got up, and Gambit needs to catch them as well.
You're going to see how the new lineup works for these guys here. Both these teams have had interesting stories with rosters. We'll see how that plays out during the game. But we're going to check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side, Gambit Gaming, Kuban up in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick in mid, Krislin to AD carry, and Edward on support.
And on the red side, it's SK Prime. Smitty at top, Kickoff in jungle, Wata Fox in mid, Z's at AD carry, and Zaitan at support.
And in today's featured matchup, we'll be braving the dangers of the jungle to watch Diamond versus Kickoff. It's a battle of the old guard versus the new.
And Diamond is one of the veteran players on Gambit. He probably doesn't need a lot of explaining, but he's been bringing a lot of experience playing this in these kinds of high-pressure situations, been to Worlds multiple times, and as the senior member, Diamond has really become the glue that is keeping the team together. And while Kickoff, on the other hand, is the newest member of SK Gaming Prime, he's been a transformative figure and has to be given credit for the team's new controlled playstyle. It's really funny to look at these dynamics here because we have one team that's been replacing people. Diamond was off the roster for a couple of games, and then this Edward was out like a season ago, and they keep swapping people in and out. And then SK Gaming Prime are like, swap one person, and the entire roster style changes. So I remember an interview with them after they ended up winning the second summer series. It was like, we were a solo queue team, and as soon as we brought Kickoff in, he brought in the shot calling that made us very team-oriented, and that's how they got to where they are today. So it's really funny to see swap people out looking desperately for something, and swap one person, and it all comes together.
It's true, and we've got to see how Gambit does now with their new bot lane. Interesting thing is they've actually become an English-speaking team now instead of a Russian-speaking one, now that they've only got 2 Russian players left on the roster now, which it's kind of an interesting dynamic, and it changes up. Diamond, I know, is not the strongest English speaker, whereas Edward sort of is. I wonder if that actually even quiets their jungler somewhat.
And we heard in that feature there that it's all about that mid lane and jungle synergy. And this is actually going to be very big in this matchup coming in here because Kickoff and WantTheFox have been having a very controlled style, whereas Diamond has been very aggressive. Nick has 75% kill participation, the highest on his team. So they look to get Nick ahead in their victories, and that's usually off the back of Diamond, who has 71% right behind that, the 2 highest participants.
And we're going to see what kinds of performance those guys can put up here. First pick, Ryze comes in, most likely for Kuban there in the top lane. Lee Sin removed from Kickoff. The Nami goes away from Zaytan, and the Nidalee banned from Smitty J. Meanwhile, Alistair, Yasuo, and Kha'Zix removed from Gambit Gaming. So Diamond does lose one of his carry junglers. And now SK Prime to make their first 2 choices.
Yeah, and since it's back into the whole Kha'Zix meta, Diamond, he's definitely loving that champion, so banning that out is extremely smart. And something that we also saw in that video was Kristlin was saying we're going to play early game oriented. SKP is probably one of the best early game challenger teams. Z's almost exclusively plays just carries that are going to be bullying you in the early game. Then they first pick a Ryze for themselves. That seems like a scaling team comp here. But they mind gamed us in video.
I know. Who knows on this one, though. Gambit definitely thinking they made the right choice here in the top lane, or might have just been that Kristlin thought they would play an aggressive bot lane down here. The interesting thing, though, is the early pick Fizz. We normally see him as more of a counter pick here, but only one assassin off the table in Yasuo. And SK Prime already wants Fizz there.
Yeah, the thing is that Zed is also available. Ziggs is also available for Nick. Ziggs is one of the champions that he had the most success with in carrying the games when he was on Gambit Gaming in the LCS. We'll have to see if they can make it back there today. Diamond hovering over the Elise. This is a champion that will definitely set him up for the early game and set him up for the ganks, but I do want to talk about this Fizz a little bit more because WantTheFox is typically, and SK Gaming Prime as a whole, typically like to counterpick matchups, and that's why they like to dominate the lanes and how they get their advantages. WantTheFox is the guy who's, I'm going to play Akali into Yasuo every time. Smitty J is the guy who's going to play Riven. This is a team that really, really values counterpicks, but instead, they're going to pick up that Fizz very early on, and it's going to be into a Zed.
Wow, all right. Fizz for Zed opted in here.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so interesting things about this is, of course, you can Playful Trickster with the Death Mark and ignore the application of the Death Mark in the first place. Blocks a lot of damage there. So that'll be fun to watch for in the first place, but the fact that Nick wants to go into it is interesting, for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of the matchup that I think WantTheFox wanted from the get-go there. And here's the thing, too, is Z's, he's known for just playing Lucian, Ezreal, Corki. He was the one-trick pony Lucian player. When Lucian was disabled for a bit, he was going on Ezreal and he wasn't very effective. He picked up Corki, and now during the offseason, he's picked up Tristana and Kog'Maw, but he still isn't as effective as on those champions.
Right, just to give you the stats on that one, his last 20 games in the Challenger Series, exactly 1 game has been played on not Lucian, Corki, or Ezreal, and that was a Tristana game, his most recent one. So 5% of his games have been Tristana. That's basically been doubled to 9.9-ish.
It's the second time we'll ever see him on Tristana in his entire summer split.
Well, Gambit have picked their own roles down the line. Ryze, Elise, Zed, Lucian, and Braum now down there for the bottom lane. Kristlin and Edward. The first time we are seeing these two together, and they've picked an incredibly strong duo lane.
And here's the thing, too, is Edward has always been playing with a very passive AD carry. He played with Genja. He also played with Kopp for a bit. You know, when you hear those two guys, you think passivity. Kristlin is a very aggressive player. He was known for his Lucian every time we saw him in the Challenger Series back when he was on Reason Gaming with Trashy. They were just a very aggressive forward momentum team. I think ended up getting 4th place in the Challenger Series. So he's been picked up here, joining the roster in place of Genja today. And hopefully, he's going to be able to complement the aggression of Edward.
I just want to point out, that's not mid lane Fizz.
Nope. That is a jungle Fizz by kickoff.
So I didn't see that one coming.
Nope. I don't think anybody saw that coming. kickoff is the kind of guy who loves to do 2-on-2 skirmishes and counter people. Not counter jungle them, but counter their ganks. He has great game knowledge, but the Fizz jungle, I mean, we've seen him play Gragas jungle, but that's a fantastic, just what the fox moment right there.
So kickoff is going to be kicking it into high gear here with Fizz. It could, I want to wait for the last few seconds because it could be Jungle Mundo top Fizz.
Yeah.
20 seconds is the lockout time for making your swaps. That is not the case here.
Nope.
So, yeah, we saw Airwalks bring out Jungle Gragas to great effect yesterday on the Copenhagen Wolves. Now we're seeing kickoff pull out Jungle Fizz. We know Europe tends to be the first region to kind of pick up new things and be like, guys, this is really good. Then everyone else realizes it afterwards, so Jungle Fizz solo queue, get ready. As the series gets underway, let's check out the vote over on lolesports.com. And right now, Gambit Gaming are leading with 63%.
Yeah, but we want to remind everyone to send us your picks over on Twitter with hashtag GMBWin or SKPWin. We're going to keep updating the poll throughout the games to see how you guys at home are calling the series. But Freak and I are going to actually call the series today.
Yeah, it's true. You guys can try, but no matter how loud you tweet, you will not be picking up over the microphones. They might show up at the bottom of the screen, though, so I mean, I guess you can be part of the show, actually.
Yeah.
Ha!
If your tweet is good enough, send them in. We'll be judging all day.
And then we'll be kind of tri-casting because you guys will be part of the show.
Yeah, and actually, that is actually kind of true because we feed off of that.
Ha!
Yeah, Crepo got a little bit of tri-casting in the other day with his tweet.
Exactly, and the analyst desk afterwards can also be fun. Of course, the LCS big plays, also part of the show. So here we go, guys. Gambit Gaming looking to make their way back into the season. A new AD carry now in Chrisland. Hoping this will be the roster that sends them upward toward greatness.
Yeah, hoping he's the aggression in that bot lane because they pretty much ignore their top lane. Kuban is one of the lowest kill participations in the EU LCS. I think he's about number 4 lowest. But most top laners are up there. The big thing is that Nick has 75% kill participation on his team. Higher than his support, higher than his jungler. He's looking for the solo kills. Diamond sets him up, then he roams bottom. It's the typical MO for how they execute their victories. Granted, the victories have been pretty scarce.
Yeah, but we'll see here. Gambit Gaming right now just playing the battle lines, whereas SK Prime are all grouped up right in front of the red buff. What will this invade look like? Diamond can easily send a Spiderling over. He'll spot SKP by doing this, and he is not getting seen for a hook. He says, hey, all of SKP are right there on that brush.
Sees all their items.
True.
The jig is up.
Yeah, the cool thing about that is even if you can't immediately count which guys you see, you press tab and you say, whose items have we seen? And you know how many people are there. If you didn't know, pro tip.
Look at that. They actually got a whole bunch of wards across on the right side into SKP's jungle.
Yeah.
So they know which buff he's going to start on. They're going to have vision of that blue for just a little bit longer. But they're also... Ooh, this ward over here.
Yeah. It'll see their invade. There's 20 seconds left right now on that ward. You can each chunk's 20 seconds, so you can kind of time that.
Diamond's not even starting on that side, though. So they're going to get a lot of information here for Gambit Gaming, and SKP are going to go for a risky invade. That'll most likely result in either a blue swap and a lane swap here, actually.
Exactly. It's the kind of standard lane swap invade path where you pressure, the enemy buff on the side of the map you control. It's a very easy buff to contest. You have 4 people there. It's very low risk. And they just have the Orianna hold mid, so that's going to be safe there. Gambit Gaming will grab the blue buff on the eastern side of the map now next with Diamond and Kuban. That'll be fine.
And at the same time, Kuban immediately started walking past the mid lane. He got to the red buff a little early, hit stop, because he didn't want to get experience from it. So Diamond ended up getting that for himself. So he's the level 2 coming out here.
Definitely the right choice. You can share the smaller pieces, just as long as you get solo XP on the big one. You're generally going to be fine. See what else they do here. Nick versus Fox in the mid lane. Early push from the Orianna. Not too surprising, though. Has missed 2 CS in the wave, but that's not a big deal. And we also have both duo lanes staying as a 2-man group, which we don't see that often, actually.
So I want to do a little theory crafting here. There's going to be a 3-minute dragon coming out after the double buffs to Diamond. They have to jump back and forth between it, and SKP haven't really responded at all. They're still doing their red buff because they cleared a raid camp before going to it. But the theory crafting I wanted to do here as this dragon is being juggled back and forth is the jungle Fizz. His clear is decent because you max his E first, but at the same time, he's more of a dueler.
Yeah.
You want to dodge skill shots. He can also get over walls. So if you go for an invade and it gets a little botched, you're safe.
True.
Also at the same time, he has multiple gap closers. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. And the fact that they also lane swap means that it's going to be a little delayed before his first gank.
One thing, though, I think that does help is that they did lane swap. I don't think Fizz's early clears are that good. I could be wrong, right?
No, it's
Maybe
not
it's
good.
better than I expected. But the fact that he has a Dr. Mundo running around helping him, and yet Kickoff got all the XP, he's level 3 while Smitty's level 1, means that Kickoff is going to start being able to kick into a little bit faster gear. Not on purpose, that one. And...
I like a way to call them now. Oh, that one wasn't purposeful. But yeah, the fact that the Fizz isn't going to get invaded, Diamond's not going to be pressuring him for a while. Kickoff is going to be pretty safe right now. Ooh, for the time being. Kuban hanging off on the wings. Diamond's actually going to wrap around as well, so it'll be a 4-on-1, but if Kickoff shows up, it's a 4-on-2. And this ward right here is going to reveal them.
All right.
And Smitty's going to have to book it.
Has to flash from Edward's Q, and Kickoff has to be pretty afraid. Kuban could rune prison this one off of flash, doesn't choose to. And out he goes. So Smitty loses the flash, and he loses the minions under the turret. Good move by Gambit.
Yep, Diamond with the pressure. What Diamond loves to do is he loves to either gank mid or go find the enemy jungler. And right there, he actually made a play for the bot lane, which is something we haven't typically seen here. But there's all this pressure that they have from Chrislin shoving this wave up against the Mundo. Granted, SKP, they do have the Tristana getting the free farm right now.
Yeah, and what's interesting is SKP are playing a pretty different style from many other teams with lane swaps. They're going for aggressive turret pressure. I guess both teams are, but they're leaving the support into the duo lane. They're pushing the lanes down as opposed to freezing. Kuban is only level 2 though, all that said, but both outer turrets in top and bottom are pretty close to dying.
Yeah, what you'll end up seeing usually is that the support will go roam. Zaitan is staying up there trying to get turret damage off and sharing his relic shield. Which means that he's not causing pressure around the lanes. This is basically an isolated mid lane here in this matchup.
Right.
And Nick did start with the Doran shield here so that he could survive this matchup as well.
He's doing okay. He's down 4 CS. He uses potion, but not the end of the world there.
Yeah, only being down 4 CS is pretty good against an Orianna.
Not the easiest of matchups. So What the Fox just kind of going as slowly as he can in this lane. Diamond was waiting in the wings, but realized that there was no further pressure coming in. So What the Fox playing safely enough to not get ganked, despite limited ward coverage.
Wow. So Kickoff is, I think he's going for Elder Lizard.
Huh, interesting. Lizard Fizz. So
Lizard Fizz?
I think
Fizzard.
I think it might be sort of Evelyn-esque, where you kind of build some early AD just for the auto attacks, but you build maybe tanky afterwards. That seems strange to me, but
tanky Fizz?
I don't know. Like, I mean, right? He's going Lizard Elder in the first place. You would expect AP if he's going to burst people.
What's funny is somebody's going to be like, "This is a standard Fizz build."
Yeah.
I'm like, oh god.
I remember when. Oh, hold on. Edward taking some damage. All right, so he's actually dueling with Kuban. They're trying to keep Kuban afloat now by Gambit's lane choice. But SKP still want this turret to go down, and I think with the level lead, they'll still get this as long as Diamond doesn't interfere.
And the thing is, these junglers haven't had much pressure on the map. Diamond did make a call to go for that dragon, so that's what's keeping Gambit in that 700 gold lead. But overall, still no action in this lane swap here. And both teams playing it pretty well, too. Nobody's really given up too much here.
No,
just this turret damage.
You're seeing Edward just postures to kind of make Z's respect the Q, and he immediately has to turn back, hit Edward instead of the turret, and so it buys some time.
This does seem like a time bomb up top, though. There is a timeline on this where they will eventually get this turret. They're poking them down. Something needs to happen up here, or else eventually SKP will just take this turret.
Might be soon. They're trying one more time. Looks like they're...
The roam.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
They're going
this is really well timed. They can kill them under the turret when it dies.
They're going for the blue buff, trying to pass it off. Actually, the smite here for Kickoff.
Just wanted to make sure they got it, I think.
Ah. And there is actually going to be no wraparound on this either.
Huh, I'm actually surprised by that. I think What the Fox being level 6, and especially with Playful Trickster for turret aggro swapping,
well,
they definitely could have died.
Here's the thing, too, is Edward just took a stroll towards that blue buff as well.
And he's like, all right, we're going to clear that out.
Yep.
They realized they got taken. That's all fine and good. But the point I was trying to get to about Fizz, when we very first saw the champion get released, I remember St. Vicious was jungling it, and it was like a wit's end sort of tanky bruiser build. And that's what he was trying out before people realized how good Lichbane Fizz was mid. So, I mean, like the very original jungle Fizz was like Bruiser Fizz.
The original jungle Fizz.
For what it's, I mean, years ago, right?
I don't know if there was ever an original jungle Fizz. That just sounds odd.
I mean, hey, original jungle Lulu. That's how you know.
Anyway, I want to see if he goes with the Elder Fizzard build here. And then what he builds after that, because this is extremely interesting to me, because the theory crafting behind it is he has gap closers, he has a slow, he has ways to avoid damage, and is very good 2-on-2 skirmish champion. And if he builds some AD, his skirmish is actually even better, because his auto attacks will be more potent. There we go.
Well, I think also this build is really fitting facing against Gambit, because this is a team that used to build Death Cap on Renekton, and Fizz is a mage champion. He's a lizard wizard.
The lizard fizzard. The wizard fizzard? Oh god.
Lizard wizard.
The lizard
Fine.
fizzard wizard.
No, we're done. You've gone too far.
Has science gone too far?
Gosh. By the way, not maxing E, he's maxing W first.
He is. He's going for the auto attack.
It is about the bruiser auto attack focus. It's not the burst at all. It's an entirely different build. It makes his clear still fairly slow. You're seeing how long it takes him to clear these camps down, but he will be an auto attack uptime focused jungler. 40 CS so far is staying above Diamond, and it actually is out leveling Diamond as well. So I can't talk too much smack on his jungle clears, because so far he's out scaling the Elise.
I want to know what his runes and masteries are.
I think he had attack speed marks.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, because he's got 0.91. So I think he's running some attack speed.
It could be marks and quints. Or like AD marks AS quints.
Regardless, I want to see how this ends up performing in skirmishes. Because they might just go straight to team fights here, because this next dragon is being contested. He's backed, both AD carries, sitting on BF swords.
Alright, well. Hut! Almost waited a little long there. Kick us though, red buff. Flash Shark! Oh, what a nice repel. Gets away from What the Fox. TP comes in. There's a good stun. There's a death mark there as well. More fight coming in there. This could be risky for Nick. He predicts the jump back with the shockwave. First blood comes into red buff. Kickus. Fizz going in hard. Has to walk away from Kuban. That kill will go to Smitty J, and Kickus just on the retreat. 2-for-1 SK Prime. And look at that.
What just happened? Fizz!
Fizz happened, man.
Fizz.
The dragon is up.
That guy means business. He's going straight for this dragon now. The rest of the team from Gambit Gaming off on the side. It is a 3-on-4. Smitty doing some zone control.
That's fine. He's just taking damage. Doesn't care too much. Dragon goes over to Jungle Fizz from Kickus. And SK Prime are up 2,000 gold over Gambit Gaming.
That paid off hugely there. The very aggressive play by Kickus. He forced that more than you could possibly think of forcing that. The flash, the Q, and the shark. Diamond, he did a good job of getting away from that, but then the death mark came in. Nick, here's the thing, he threw it back to where the shadow was and got the shockwave off. It cost his life, but he takes out Nick on that Zed, and then Smitty J showing up perfectly. Meanwhile, the AD carries. Chrisland completely zoned out by Zaitan. Not able to contribute to that fight. And then the dragon falling into SKP's hands, exactly what they wanted. So now they have a 1,400 gold advantage now because they have that top turret. And now they lane swap it back. Diamond sitting down bottom, waiting for a play. Is this going to be it?
Zaitan knocked up into the air. He's going to get stunned up as well. Diamond does not hit the cocoon, but it's going to be enough anyway. Diamond gets the kill. Gambit back to 2-2, but they are still down 1,000.
They might be able to pressure this bottom lane. Kickus is on the top side of the jungle right now. If they clear this out, they'll get some turret damage for themselves, but they need to return a turret to equalize the gold at this point in the game.
Well, we're going to see bot lane is under fire. Chris has got plenty of attack damage for himself. He's done well so far. Up 20 CS over what Z's has. This turret can be falling very quickly there.
Look at that zone. They're just getting him completely out.
It's very smart.
And that's going to give time for Kickus to show up. Diamond just used all of his abilities.
Now Z's wants in. He's going to jump
for it.
Hard. Shark hits him as well. That is now an in the air Braum. Exhaust goes on towards Kickus. Lantern comes out. Zaitan going to dodge away from the Q, and looks like no more fights here. Ulti for Exhaust.
I just see this Fizz, and I'm just like, don't try this at home, kids.
No, hey, it's working.
The AD Fizz, 115 AD. Looks like he's going to go for, might be Sheen next.
Yeah, seems to be the build. Interesting. Iceborne Gauntlet, maybe, or is it really just... Heck, it could be Trinity Force, because he's not really investing in ability power. Kickus has 28 AP, so he does have... I'm guessing that's AP Quints, then. attack speed marks. He has CDR per level blues, by the way. His CDR is going up with level. Very interesting mix. I'm going to try to get more information for that one so you guys can emulate this awesome Fizz play, because so far so good. But yeah, there is ability power on that kit. And now maxing E second, so max W, max E. And yeah, he just kind of plays aggressively. It's like every Shark he goes in and tries to force a kill. The ulti's almost back up, 3/4 back from cooldown.
That Shark has been on cooldown. Every time it's up, he will throw it out. And now they're going to contest this blue. Wattfox doesn't have Shockwave just yet.
Cleaver misses from Spinny J. Diamond going to come in here and do actually take a lot of damage from Spinny, but there goes Wattfox taking damage in from the Zed. This could be enough with the Death Bark. Does not quite take him down, but Smitty solos Diamond to the top side, and out goes Orianna. Blue buff now controlled by SK Prime.
Wattfox will have his Shockwave back up shortly. He used his exhaust on Nick because Nick used Death Mark. So there's a lot of things that haven't been used yet, but also things that have, and they're just going to smite it and walk away from this. Another victory there at the blue buff for SKP.
Look at that. Bottom turret's going to be going down. Chrisland will share the experience. Edward on the wrong side of the map. Dodges the hook, though. Good job there. Slows down Zaitan. He's going to peace out.
Chrisland, he's going to get that bottom turret. He's immediately going to clear this wave out with the culling and push it to that next turret. Try to deny some experience. Try to pull some pressure that has been all over the map from SKP at this point.
Well, getting that kill, though, puts the gold back within 700 here. So good stuff for Chrisland. So far, making a decent difference there. Highest CS in the game. Only turret kill in the game, or sorry, for his team. That's worked so far for Gambit.
I still want to talk more about this Fizz, and I want to talk about Kickoff in general, because Kickoff is the guy that came on the team, completely changed the roster, but he's by no means an orthodox jungler. He was playing J4 forever when nobody else was playing it. Like that, you know, he's always been a standard pick, but Kickoff's style on top of all of that is very skirmish-based. Can I win the 2-on-2? He isn't the most active jungler in terms of like he's going to force things. He's the take Trashy and do the opposite of what Trashy does, but still have ganks happen. Kickoff is basically Trashy's worst nightmare. Trashy will force something, he will flash in, he will go after you. Kickoff is always sitting there saying, I know the enemy jungler is going to be here. And then he counters it. And so far, he's putting pressure on Diamond. He's taking his buffs, he's getting his team rallied up because he is the shot caller of this SKP squad that ended up not being on the radar, picking up one guy, and then changing themselves completely around. And Gambit, grasping at straws, changing so much. Can Chrisland step up this game? He does have a 20 CS advantage over Z's, but he hasn't been able to push that early game Lucian just yet. He does have his IE power spike, but they haven't grouped up and pushed it at all before Tristana has hers.
Yeah, this has got to be a bit of a risk here for SK Prime. 45 seconds still till Dragon comes up, but can they even get their items in? 150 gold until, or sorry, 220 gold roughly until Z's can complete his eye edge. So that's not the easiest mark to hit in 30 seconds, plus the recall, plus getting back there. And I don't know if that's going to be something that Gambit even tries to push then. But Spirit Visit and a Giant's Belt are done for Smitty J. He's actually not going to be easily killed by this Lucian of Chrisland. So maybe he could just buy time and make it work regardless. Diamond looking to set this one up. Gambit now much bigger on the Twitter vote.
Yeah, 81% in favor. A lot of fans, a lot of faith in Gambit. Despite being a tiny bit down, it's been a back and forth. This next Dragon will decide who takes this lead. I just realized that Diamond, the innovator, is being innovated on right now.
That's true. It's happening right now. And look at this, SK Prime are going to be there for Dragon. They started it up already. No pink wards for them, almost at all. They're not really removing vision, but they're at least seeing the entrances of Gambit. Edward on the top side, there's the culling in as well. Good damage from Kuban, hits every single bullet. Knockup gonna catch Zaitan, the box comes down, fight has begun. In comes Kickoff, looks for Edward with the Shark on, doesn't go down, Shockwave only gets one as well. Edward does go down, Wattfox jumped on by Nick, he will trade his life, but it's a 2-for-1 so far. SK Prime are ahead, 2-for-2, but they found Nick, he flashes away, can he get out though? Looks like yes, they will trade lives. Nick actually still up there, Zaitan, one auto attack gets it, but Kuban to clean up that fight. It's going to be a 4-for-4 here. One more spell, and now the top laner saying, hey, what's up? And goodbye.
Yep. Ships passing in the night. Gentlemen's salute. Walk by each other. 4-on-4 there. The TP came in. A lot of abilities just hitting one person here, and a lot of it was blown on supports. They just go back and forth. There's the Shark hitting a support. There's the Shockwave hitting a support. And then this fight in the bottom lane just goes back and forth. They trade 80 carries. Diamond completely chases him out. And then the top laner, SmittyJ, makes it his mission to go track down Diamond and kill him. And off on the side here, it's like we have to protect Nick. And then one support still standing after all the abilities thrown at him. Really, that fight was just a lot of ultimates being blown on one person. And it was the support. I think 3 ultimates only hit one person. Yeah, it was the support there total.
But SmittyJ again was massive. Spike battle. Oh, goes to Kickoff. Diamond misses that one. In comes the Shockwave. Gets onto 2. The Shark as well. They've got the kills. But one's been traded back by Krislin. Can he do much more? 2 for 1 so far. Going well for SK Prime. There's the distance. They're going to look for Diamond. He's going to land the Q. Does not hit the cleaver, but Diamond's got nowhere to go. Repels up. Goes back to WTFox. Not going to be enough for him. 3 for 1 plus Dragon SK Prime.
Good shockwave there by WTFox to pick up 2 members. They get the Dragon for themselves. There was no smite even from Diamond. He didn't get it off. It was just Kickoff smiting, and it got picked up by an auto attack there. They're going to go straight for this bottom turret too. And now Gambit, they're going to have to get themselves together because they're falling behind against an Orianna, a Tristana, a Mundo, and I hate to say it, but it's a Jungle Fizz too. And it is going to be Trinity Force.
Boom. Got him. Nick. All right, he's got a blue buff for himself. He's done fairly well individually. Krislin, he's trying to scale up him. He's got the Zeal now down as well. I'm just trying to watch the new member to see how he's going.
Yeah, Diamond doesn't end up getting his smite off here. But here's the thing, is they are so focused on this right side that WTFox comes in, gets a 2-man shockwave after this whole ordeal over the Dragon that Diamond doesn't even get anything out of it, except he picks up the support. They chase him out. There's so many gap closers here on such a low cooldown for Kickoff that he's able to chase down almost any member on Gambit Gaming.
And it's working so well for him as well. Like, this is going nicely for SK Prime, and even Z's, who's down in CS, is actually now ahead in items over Krislin there, has the extra Avarice Blade on himself. So everyone's kind of starting to outscale the opposition. There's a Zhonya's Hourglass now done as well for WTFox, so I don't know what Gambit has left in store to make this work outside of hoping Ryze carries.
And Nick is going to have to blow people up, but WTFox is getting to that point where he's got the Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yep.
Kickoff can go ahead and just Playful Trickster it. There's so many things here that are going to be very annoying for Nick on this Zed pick. And it's not even into what we thought it was with just the Fizz mid.
Well, the question is, though, can he win duels? Anytime we see a Zed, it does come down to split pushing and doing what he can for this. Now, the difficult thing is that SmittyJ is ahead, but does not have a ton of armor just yet. Maybe that can work for him. Zed can fight Mundo. Mid lane turret's going to go down. SK Prime still pushing the lead here. 4,000 gold up. And we're seeing them with a pretty good teamfight composition, realistically. Mundo's been doing great, 3-0 and 4. The Shockwaves have been on point. Sharks have been on point. Gambit for retreat. Diamond, wow, heavily isolated, and he's not quite in range of that Wolf. That's bad for him. His flash is on cooldown. He is going to drop. Z's gets the kill. Hook's not quite going to land, but SKP can now push in for the mid-tier 2.
Diamond out of position. Again, the team just not completely with him, and this is part of the issue you get when you keep swapping members around. Not everybody's going to be on the same page, and he's completely caught out there.
And Diamond has half the team's deaths, though. Like, he's really not having a good time this game. And this is the original best jungler in Europe, like, undisputed. And just like the rest of Gambit, it's been getting worse for these guys over the last couple of years. Mid-tier, top tier 2 goes down, knock up on a Kuban, they go for this one. Kickoff immediately drops those shots on the 3. Can they win the fight anyway? Edward will go down. 1 for 1 so far. Nick on the retreat. WTFox pops the Zhonya's to stay alive. And this is Z's just killing everybody. Runs away. And finally, Smitty goes down, though. Couple kills picked up back. 3 for 3. Now it's Z's. 1 hit. Krislin, can he get it? Nice dissonance, though. And in comes WTFox. Finds the kill. Now Diamond overextends, does not get the kill. That is the ace for SK Prime.
Z's gets 4 kills there on Tristana. He is 8-1-3. He's getting ready to carry this game for his team. They got themselves a turret, and they won the team fight off the back of it with great positioning back and forth. Kickoff, he gets obliterated here, but SKP, they just don't give a damn. They're honey badgering this. Look at this. Right there, 3-man shockwave to set them up. Nick ends up going back to his shadow, gets exhausted. WTFox baited him back to it. And now Z's is standing there just being a turret while SmittyJ, the Mundo, is being focused down, and they are at the same point. Chrislin tries to close this distance, but oh my god, just the back and forth there from SKP with their target prioritization, making Gambit Gaming test their shot calling, and you talked about it. Here's the thing. They're speaking English now.
Yeah.
Is that a problem when you have to keep swapping targets all the time? I mean, you call it the champion name, that's fine. But when you have to do more finer things in the game with your shot calling, in the midst of a team fight,
yeah,
that gets very cluttered very quickly.
And Diamond is just not having a good game so far. 2, 6, and 5 on Elise. 24 minutes into the game, SK Prime now. They're up 8K in this one. The jungle Fizz 1, 2, and 7. Lizard Elder Triforce the build so far, so it's kind of like AD Fizz with some ability power quints. It's an interesting build. I want to know more about it. I want to talk to him after about it as well.
Well, I want to hear the two junglers on the desk talk about Jungle Fizz, see what Crumb and Dominate have to say about that one eventually.
What have they ever played around with that one before?
Oh,
what's going on with that one?
I'm actually really interested to see if they have played around with that before, because I've never done that before as a jungler.
Nope.
Also, another thing about that pick is they picked it so early, right? We were sitting here going, they just picked their mid laner for What the Fox.
Yeah.
That could have been a masterful bait.
It was. I mean, that was the goal. That was definitely the goal. Like there's no reason you do that early except to like try to mess with your opponent and say, oh, here's this matchup you're going to play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though like Fizz is good against Zed from our knowledge in this one, but either way, took it off the table, actually made it a jungler there. All kinds of interesting in this one. And the rest of the team has just kind of picked up around it. Smitty J the entire time has done great, right? He is 3, 1, and 9 there. His one death was in that sort of last team fight a second ago. But he like single-handedly won the prior Dragon fight. Like he was the reason that SKP went 4 for 4 and then came back and has controlled it one more time. So Smitty, I think, a very big force in this game, even though we're not seeing him often. He's been big when he shows up. And then it's just a setup for this Tristana to get cleanup kills. Like 8, 1, and 3 is just because he's there in the fights.
Another person I actually want to talk about is What the Fox. We haven't talked about him too much because there was just a mid lane one-on-one for a long time because the lane swaps. He's 3, 2, and 11. Highest kill participation on his team. 14 out of the 16 kills he's been involved in. Highest CS in the game at the same time as Orianna. He shows up to these fights. His shockwaves have been a little game-changing. The ones where he doesn't hit a support only, and he hits 3 people, 2 people, completely changes the flow of the fight, especially when, at the start, your jungler gets picked off. So a lot of credit to him. I think What the Fox is one of the best European Challenger Series mid laners out there. He gets a ton of respect. Remember when he took down Alex, people were like, whoa, this guy means business, and his Syndra is something that always has to be banned out and thought about in Champs League.
It's true. He actually is an incredible player, and it's fun watching the upstart players. I mean, we saw this with Gambit's roster itself. Like, it's a bunch of Challenger players who we had seen in the Challenger Series and said, okay, their team didn't make it, but the players were good, and they get picked up onto an LCS team. Well, SKP could be an LCS team themselves, of course. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We're having a lot of great standout performances by really good individual contributors.
Yeah, another thing about What the Fox, he's played 8 different champions in 10 games. Thing is, you usually have to pay tribute to his Syndra and ban it out. But at the same time, he has so much in his arsenal. He's a deadly mid laner. You have to think about what strategy do I not want to play against, and then you still give him a comfort champion.
Exactly. He's got a very large bet. He's comfortable almost no matter where he goes.
Yeah, and I think also another thing about him is when you play against that, you really think, man, this guy is such a linchpin on the team, and then the team thinks, we have this guy with such a deep champion pool, we can dictate picks and bans around him and what team comp we want, because he can play everything.
Look at that. An immediate dragon pick up there. SK Prime just kind of assume map control at this point. It wasn't even contested. We saw Gambit clear a ward off of Baron, but just give it away.
Well, Gambit focused all their wards on the left side of the map, on the Baron side of the map, where SKP are still prioritizing that dragon control.
And they're getting a bigger gold lead because of it. They're now within about 9,000. This number keeps growing over time. SKP are very far ahead. Most of the Bloodthirster is now done as well for Z's. He's just massive.
When he hits that 3-item spike, he doesn't really have to buy the Last Whisper anytime soon because there isn't any threat of armor on the side of Gambit Gaming just yet.
Yeah, it's actually really convenient. I think you would still go for this build even if you were building armor.
You would go for 3rd item Bloodthirster, but look at this. Kickus.
No, but I mean, yeah, it's more to the point that, yeah, there's no one to tank the damage.
Yeah.
Z's just got a bunch of items out of nowhere, or even more items just recently from the kills, and no one is prepared to deal with this. Kuban can't carry because he's going to die so darn fast. You got a Spectre's Cowl for his tank item, which means you're still going to get crushed by this Tristana. More War Control. SKP just setting up Baron. They have missed 1 ward, though, near that pit.
Oh, and there's Gambit going for the inside track for that turret.
Thing is, they can't stay
rush
that though. They get killed too easily. Smitty flashes in. They go for What the Fox. A lot of damage on the Orianna. He's gonna have to pop the Zonius. Barely in time, but the kill still goes on towards Z's. Nick made that happen. What the Fox forced out, and Diamond's on the chase. They picked up one back with Kickoff, but Diamond trades back on the mid laner. Kickoff still trying to do what he can. Smitty as well. Flashes in. Can they pick up this one onto Diamond? So far, 2 for 2. Double kill for the Fizz, and they go right for Baron.
They ended up killing the jungler, so there's no smite available, but Gambit have complete knowledge that this is happening right now. And here's the thing, this DPS is actually pretty decent on this Baron. They don't have their Tristana or their main damage dealer in the mid lane, but they still have Viz with % HP missing damage, and they have this Mundo for persistent damage. It's not going to get chunked down, but it's still on its way.
Well, they are trying, and in comes Edward hooked in. Shark comes out as well. They try to kite back to have Baron help, and they do. Kickoff gets his 3rd kill. Smitty now in the front.
Oh, Kickoff
will go down, but they trade one back. Zaitan now hooks up Nick, but it's going to be the kill picked up for Nick. That is a 2 for 2 battle, and now can the Zed outplay? Looks like not. Burning Agony takes the last kill. 5 for 4 overall SKP.
They do stop the Baron though, and I don't know if they're going to start it back up. Instead, ZZ's going to go straight for this red buff. It's the much smarter move here, and then establish dominance again. So SKP get a huge spike in gold there. Nick, he makes the right move here. He blows Z's up, completely focuses him down 100 to 0 very quickly. Flashes actually. Oh, okay. So he flashes when it looked like he got buster shotted.
No, he used his W.
Did he? He went straight back to it. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, no, he still has his flash available. He used his W at the same time he got buster shot, so he didn't go anywhere.
He went to a wall, which doesn't even stun you.
And
then he just like hit him again. That was exactly perfect.
And still retained his flash for later on in the play.
Yeah, Z's the one who would flash to try to get away. He's like, okay, I need to flash like a buster shot you, and he's like, Shadow, get dunked. And
yeah, I saw a flash go off. I was like,
yeah,
I'm not crazy, right?
No.
Then I looked down and he still had it.
Nick massively outplayed that fight. It was beautiful.
Able to blow up Z's. They need more like that to happen, or else SKP are going to start running away with the game here. They have Baron control. Gambit Gaming, it's very hard to face check this when you have 10,000 gold in favor of the enemy team. They do get themselves a Scrying Orb on Crystalline so that they can use that. He already used it just now. But still, SKP playing this right. They have a lead, they're looking for picks, and they're saying, if you don't face check this, we're going to get Baron. So they're using it as a tool to get more kills, and then eventually a Baron here.
SK Prime now up 9.3 thousand, 9.5, something like that. And the ward coverage, pretty good for these guys. You can see other roots in. They don't quite darken out everything. There's that one ward making them sad. They know about it, though. It was pinged. And the sweeper's going to come up in just 1 or 2 seconds now for the jungle and mid laner. SK Prime trying to bait. There's the sweep. All right, and they've built darkness once again on the Baron pit.
And he walks towards it, walks away. And he's Miss Cindy J standing on a ward, and they get it. It's ward clear in time, and they start it actually while still in vision.
They are going to spot it out here, but can they kill it in time regardless?
It's
It goes
going
down so incredibly fast. Baron for SK Prime, and now the Shark catches Kuban. That is not good for the Rise top laner. In comes the Death Mark, though. Can they do enough for that one? Nick will fall, and Kika stays alive anyway. And the shield definitely helping there from Zaitan, but now the chase. Diamond, half health. Cocoon's up on Z's, but they could chase down anyway. It's a 5v3 on the map with Baron buff.
Oh, Crystalline pulled him away.
Oh my god, he just trolled Diamond, but he's got a Banshee Veil. He's going to be okay. And in they go now. Smitty can easily face tank this turret. This should be the inhibitor at least taken down.
Such a great play there by SKP to rush the Baron down and then rush down this mid lane after just getting a couple kills. And Smitty J is going to tank this turret up again, bustling down the base of Gambit Gaming.
Down to 1/3 health. Rise respawns just now. Does not play home guard boots. And they go for inhibitor number 2. The Baron buff still on. Now Nick is back up into 5-on-5. In goes Diamond. They ruin Prison Smitty J. The battle has begun. He's getting repeatedly slowed down. Z's now kind of in the front lines. Has to back up. And SKP are going to get out nice and clean. 2 kills, Baron, and 2 inhibitors picked up for SK Prime.
And SKP have everything going for them right now. 14,000 gold advantage. That blue buff still falling into their hands. And now Gambit Gaming. It's really hard to get back into this game. They need more picks onto Z's with Nick. And then Nick needs to get back into the fight. They need to get some armor on them. They have to avoid What the Fox's damage. It's so hard to do. They have so many grueling tasks to complete at the same time that juggling them is going to be nigh impossible.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they make their way in with right now. They're outskilled at every position. The split push from Nick just doesn't seem to be doing very much for them, and he does have the ability to target Z's here, but so far Trish has played far enough back to not really get picked off by Nick. Cocoon, though, is going to hit Zaitan. Suddenly, that will be a pick, and Gambit can maybe use it to catch back in.
And Dragon is up. If they decide to try and make a play for it, they have the numbers advantage, but they don't have the gold advantage. Not even close. Their base is getting pressured, too. They have to send people back to deal with this. 2 inhibitors down. It's going to be another Dragon for SKP.
Very quickly is going to be the case, and it's just waves being held, a little bit of gold trickling in for Gambit, but so much more when you pick up a Dragon there for SK Prime. Now, will this be the push? They've got Baron for a few more seconds, I believe. And this could be the 3rd inhibitor, and maybe the next is going down for SK Prime.
Wata Fox is almost full build, almost max level here in this game. He's been farming so well for himself. Such high kill participation on that Orianna in mid lane.
There we go, turret goes down.
Shockwaves are going to hurt so much, regardless of who they hit. Even if it hits one person at this point, it's going to do its job.
Yeah, even on Kuban a lot.
Everybody's
a whole bunch of health. Edward goes to the ulti, he catches Wat to Fox, but they don't go in. That is an ulti lost for nothing here.
It is a 4-on-5 because they don't have Zaitan just yet, but it is the support. You're not going to be missing out on a lot of damage. Z's
once in, they stun, they go in for Aziz, who tries to kite away. Can he get away properly, though? Giant Deathmark pop. He does out-duel Diamond, though, and in goes the kill onto Kristen all the same. They pick up Nick as well. 3 kills. That's going to be 4 with Kuban. Only Kickoff now chasing onto Edward. Double kill for the jungle. Fizz and Ace, and game 1's going to go to SK Prime.
Knocking down these Nexus turrets. What the Fox almost dropped there, but he still stays alive. Such a good controlled game by SKP.
All right, well, smiles, nods. SKP knows they're 1/3 of the way into joining the LCS. They went and fought through a very tough challenger season. Short run in Summer 1, a very long run into the finals in Summer 2. These guys looking much better over time. You said Kickoff joined the roster, revitalized them. I agree. They look great. The Jungle Fizz looked even better. SKP, man.
Jungle Fizz.
Yep.
I don't even know what to say to that. I can't wait to hear what Dominate and Crumbs have to say about that one, because I don't know. I have exhausted everything I have to say about it. It's like Elder Lizard, Trinity Force. He got himself a Glacial Shroud.
Glacial and a Ruby Crystal. He's going to go for like Spectre's Cowl plus Frozen Heart probably. So this like CDR tank build by the end. Yeah. Lizard Triforce is the damage core.
Shroud.
It's like a Vi build, basically.
That's crazy.
He's basically playing Vi Fizz. that's basically the build, is Vi Fizz.
Yeah, no, I guess so. Your ultimate knocks people up too? Boom.
Yep.
Practically the same champ.
Q is basically Vault Breaker. Of course.
Yeah, no, if you flash Q, fish somebody.
Your W is an auto attack enhancer with a passive that deals % health damage.
Anyway, it was... yes. Oh, okay, I guess after 3. Yeah, okay. You got me there. Anyway. Doesn't matter. This Fizz actually came up really big. It's not one of those things that was kind of like a token on the team. The fact that they lane swapped it, he didn't have to worry about being pressured in his jungle. And even then, he's Fizz. He can just jump over walls and escape.
Right.
There's a lot of things here that actually made that Fizz pick really good because it was a flex as well during Champion Select.
It was.
And I really, really like that strategy. I think SKP have one of the best pick ban phases.
And they look so darn strong with it. I mean, they clearly had all the things panned out. I agree, actually. It's worth stating it was a flex pick. They could just go back. They last picked the Orianna to say, you know, if we want Fizz mid, that's perfectly fine. Complete within Wat the Fox's champion pool. Totally acceptable. They could have gone for an Evelyn later on or whatever they wanted to for the jungle pick. So that was smart. They played a smart game as well. First Dragon went over to Gambit Gaming because of SKP's lane swap. Very smart by Gambit to do that. You know, well-structured play. And SKP were still able to say, okay, well, we'll get our gold back. We'll fight for Dragon number 2. And to me, it was also Smitty J being really big there. He was carrying those first few fights despite being under-leveled from lane swap. So I thought that was really impressive.
Yeah, and I thought their team fighting was right on point. And also the fact that Z's, he was down in CS, but then they had that one fight that ended up snowballing him on that Tristana, that they just kept showing up to him, and he was the primary target from Nick. Wata Fox was still huge, so they had multi-threat options to them, and a jungler that did a lot of damage too. So everybody required attention, and then Smitty was the soaker. Yeah. So I really liked how they ended up playing the team fights for themselves, just the back and forth, but then they just broke through and they ended up winning the game.
Yeah, that was huge. There were enough threats that even though sometimes the Trist would get picked off by Zed, you had Wat the Fox and everyone else doing good things. So good comp, good play, good everything by SKP. Going to hear more about that game, though. So for more on SK Prime's win, let's throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Freak. A very solid start there for SK. And I love the fact that they came out of the gates, threw a curveball with a very interesting champion select, picking up that Fizz early, but then ending up in the jungle.
Yeah, I love the Fizz jungle, and to be honest, we were discussing it a little earlier. I see it as sort of like a higher damage Elise, because Elise, late game, we all know, she's basically just a cocoon, while Fizz happens to have this massive AoE and a lot more damage that what Elise can bring, especially AoE. And he also has an invulnerability. Now, obviously, a curveball picked early. We've seen multiple times Europe likes to pick Fizz early, so perhaps at least we thought that it was going to be a mid-Fizz pick. And it was AD high, like some sort of hybrid with the rune setup with W max Fizz that was able to just mow down Ryze and Zed with Mundo in the backlines, which was, it was really entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it was very interesting, especially then to see it built in kind of an AD fashion. Dominate. In solo queue, have you, like in NA, have you run into anything like this? The jungle Fizz built that way? Like
I've seen a jungle Fizz before, and like as soon as we saw jungle Fizz, Crumbs and I were discussing to each other. It's like, all right, so after he gets his Spectral Wraith, do you think he's gonna go for Lich Bane or is he gonna go Frozen Fist? Like, what's his build path? And then he just like surprised us. He maxed W. He went Elder Lizard into Triforce. I've never seen anything like that before. It's really interesting, and that's like the first thing I want to try when I get back into solo queue.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to pull that one out at some point. Well, let's now move into the game though, because SK actually played it very well. As Irene had said, they split up their damage threats pretty well. They had Tristana, they had Ori, and then they did have this damage threat from the jungle. So there wasn't necessarily one target that Gambit could pick out, and they chose to lane swap in order to allow that Fizz a bit of a double jungle to get through early without taking too much damage and things like that. So what do you guys feel about the level 1s? They had that nice invade, but they did get seen by a ward.
I think the SK went for a regular lane swap, but they did one crucial mistake, which was they did not protect the dragon, or at least you can go ahead, if you're lane swap, but you can afford a ward. Just place a ward and make sure you don't lose that early dragon, because if you give up that early dragon, and let's say Gambit would have played it a little bit better, and they would have snowballed, if the Zed gets ahead, there's no way. That team comp would not have been able to survive against a split pushing Zed that's far ahead. So they need to really make sure that they're not bleeding out the first dragon early. It's not a big deal, but you don't want to give any leads to a team comp that requires split pushing. But besides that, it was once Mundo got ahead, there's no coming back from them.
Yeah, they had that late game. Even with the Ryze on the other side, you got Mundo, Triss soaking up all that damage. It's going to be hard to come back from that. I do want to jump into the game. We're going to go 18 minutes and 30 seconds in around the dragon. This one goes in favor of SK. Dominate, I'm going to let you walk us through it as soon as we pull it up on the boards here. Here it is. If you don't mind, like this is, I feel like, the first time that we really saw SK kind of pull ahead because they had traded a few fights prior to this.
Okay. So if we can roll the clip. So they start off on Dragon. They're kind of just tanking it. They're daring Gambit to come in. And from here, what I like is they all commit to a side. They see Lucian on one side, and they all run left, and they just try to Zerg that side. And I think that's really smart play when you get attacked from two sides. Something that I actually wish we did a little bit more of on my team. So really smart call, and they're able to just clean it up by just being decisive and choosing a side to go on.
So this, yeah, like you said, it points to decisive, clear calls from a challenger team, which is, you know, something that we generally are criticizing challenger teams for, right? Like they're all great individually skilled players, but generally they lack in the areas of shot calling and team play where LCS teams excel. But SK, I mean, they're looking pretty sharp here. Is this an LCS team in the works right here?
We have to see more games, to be honest. Seeing just that game, again, you played a death ball comp. They had a perfect death ball comp with the Fizz being able to be more of a diver and high damage threat instead of what we normally see being like an Elise or a Nunu that just basically only protects. So I really like that, but we need to see what they can deal. You need to be able to win in the best of 5 if you're a LCS caliber team, of course. But again, that game, I think if Gambit would have gotten the early lead, they could have snowballed really far out of control. But NIQ did not seem that comfortable on Zed. Like, he just was. It didn't look like it was his really comfort pick, to be honest. At least not for now.
Crumbs, you spoke to the death ball aspect of the team, so we are going to pull up the second replay, which is only about 4 minutes later into the game, top lane. This is where we kind of see the Tristana get to that point of, like, there's no return. So I'll let you take this one away.
All right, so this is after they took the tier 2 mid. They saw a big wave top and went for it. Now, they just needed to back off here, and Fizz just goes in, commits suicide, and he basically donates himself. Now he gets Zed ulted, which is a mistake by Zed going for that because the Fizz is already dead. He used his E to get in. There's no getting out. And SK overcommits, but they're so far ahead that at this point it doesn't even matter. They managed to kill a couple, and now Gambit overcommits just like they did earlier. And once the Ori QW hits Lucian, they needed to just run away, but they keep chasing, and you're chasing into a team comp that wants you to chase them. Ori and Triss don't want to run into anybody. They want everybody to come to them. That's why they're really high damage threats that are not very... Well, they're kind of mobile, but they just don't want to be the ones jumping into the fight. You want to create a situation where people jump you, and that's exactly what Gambit gave them, and they ended up getting ace for it.
At this point, Tristana's 8-1. We kind of see the game play out the way we expect it to. So Dominate, best of 5 series. One team pulls out. We'll say a little bit of cheese here in the first game. What's Gambit saying now? Because how much do they have to respect that cheese and worry about the Fizz again, or how much are they actually pulling from that game, saying, "Hey, look, if we can get them into a standard comp, we've got them beat."
I personally think that in that situation, I think you should ban out the Fizz. If it's something that's that out of left field and you don't really have an answer, I'd say just go ahead and ban it out. Unless you're super confident and you think you have like a legitimate counter, just go for a more standard game. I don't think there's another reason to give this guy an AD Fizz where he just pretty much like he was just really annoying in the game. It seemed like they didn't have an answer at any point, so I think that they should just ban it out. Go into the next game with just more standard junglers, maybe like put him on a Nunu, a Kha'Zix, a Rengar, just something that you're more familiar with.
Right, yeah, they got rid of the Lee Sin, Nami, and Nid in their ban, so that does mean, though, that they're going to have to sacrifice one of those in order to get rid of the Fizz. So I would have to say that that's a pretty well-played first game there for SK in terms of mind games. And Crumbs, to that same effect, when you're in the best of 5s, how important are the mind games there?
Oh, it's huge, because you basically, after playing a little bit of the game, you kind of get a feel for what the other team prioritizes, because you kind of want to show the same strategy over and over and over in the best of 5 and just wait till the other guy counters and be like, okay, we played this comp the first game, we're going to play it the second game, let's see if you can beat it again. And if they can't, then you just basically play the same thing 3 games in a row and you win. So I'm guessing SKP will try to do the same thing. They'll play a similar comp. Now, maybe Fizz gets banned. As Dominate pointed, he was really annoying. Like, I don't think he was like a huge reason why they won, but he just was in the faces of Gambit the entire time, and they did not seem like they knew how to do it. Like, for instance, that example where Zed ulted the Fizz that E'd into him, that was if Zed had saved his ultimate, overcommitting to chase a Triss and Ori would have been perfect. They probably would have won that fight really decisively, but they just did not look comfortable playing against that champion. So we could see that ban and put him on something more standard, but if they see Lee Sin as something that they should get rid of for SK Prime, then perhaps not. But I think they should have just gone for something for like a Lee Sin for Diamond. After all, it's one of his best champions, and Lee Sin can deal with any cheese jungler.
Yeah, a jungle Fizz pick is definitely one of those picks that requires a lot of your brain power when you're playing against it, because being unaware of its full potential requires you to give it more thought, which makes it harder to deal with in team fights, because you're like, I'm not sure what his damage output potential is, so I'm going to ult him just to get him off the playing field here. But if we go into the next game, right? Yesterday we saw a challenger team start out 2-0 and then not be able to come back. So when we talk about the difference between an LCS team and a challenger team, Gambit being one of those teams that has been around for a very long time, we have Edward and Diamond still on that team. How much is their mental fortitude, their stamina, their ability to play 5 games in a row and adapt gonna factor into being able to pull out a win? Dominate?
I definitely think that they'll be pretty calm with it. They've played best of 5s before. Like they were in the finals of LCS even a couple splits ago. So I think they'll be fine. I think they just need to get away from the cheese. They showed that Fizz was a super high priority. They first rotation the Fizz. Like after you see that, you know that they're probably prepared to play jungle and mid since they played a jungle that game. I think that you should just go with a more standard game and just see if they can beat you straight up.
All right, so we'll look to see if Gambit does make some of those changes. Look for a more standard game, as they clearly had a game plan going into that first game. We are going to take a quick break, though, while the teams reset for our second match between SK Prime and Gambit. The Spring Promotion Tournament resumes in just 3.5.
There's a death mark there as well. More fight coming in there. This could be risky for Nick. He predicts the jump back with the shockwave. First blood comes into Red Club Kickoff. Fizz going in hard. Has to walk away from Kuban. Can they win the fight anyway? Edward will go down. 1-for-1 so far. Nick on the retreat. Watching Fox pops. The zone is to stay alive. And this is Z's just killing everybody. They are trying it. In comes Edward hooked in. Shark comes out as well. They try to kite back that Baron help. And they do. Kickoff gets his third kill. Smitty down the front.
Oh, Kickoff
will go down, but they trade one back. And in goes the kill onto Prison all the same. They pick up Nick as well. 3 kills. That's going to be 4 with Kuban. Only Kickoff now chasing onto Edward. Double kill for the jungle. Fizz.
I'm the newest addition to the team. I've only been playing for them around 1 month. I've been playing solo queue, but the main thing is that another support for Gambit that have been subbed in week 6 in London asked me if I wanted to try out with them, because Genja has been saying that he was like a bit tired and wanted a little break. So after that practice, Gambit decided to like go with me and Edward. They are pretty great guys and they like welcomed me really warm. It was just like joining a new team, like being together with them.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament, and now SK Prime and Gambit Gaming are preparing to jump back into the Rift for Game 2. Now SKP, they're up 1-0 in this series. The Jungle Fizz was fun. I mean, the entire team, though, played really well.
Yeah, everybody across the board there, but I want to give some shout-outs to Smitty J, who went 6-1 and 15 as Mundo in the top lane. And Smitty, he doesn't get enough credit. His Riven is really, really damn good, but his Mundo, at the same time, he knows how to soak damage, he knows how to be that frontliner and engage for his team. He likes to go hard, and that's exactly what they needed.
Exactly. He did an incredible job of carrying fights for them in the mid game, even despite being in a lane swap. Next guy I want to talk about, though, from SKP is kickoff in the jungle. He has been credited with kind of the reason SKP is good right now, but he's been awesome. He played Jungle Fizz, man.
He's having
all
the
you
time
can
of
say.
his life right there. He's smiling. He's like, I'm going to pick Fizz again. No, I'm not.
I mean, he might. I actually asked Z's what was up with the Jungle Fizz pick, and he's like, he played it in solo queue and decided it was good. Wasn't even like from Scrim Record or anything. He decided it was going to be fun to play here. So
his team didn't even know it was coming.
They
Robert
might have not.
strat there, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you don't know what you're picking, neither does the enemy.
Neither do
it's all
they.
good.
We certainly didn't. Other thing to talk about, though, is the jungler on Gambit Gaming, though, Diamond, who did not have a very good game for himself. Honestly, it was kind of surprising. Gambit, I think, came in as favorites to this matchup. And I don't know, Diamond just did not have a very good game on Elise.
No, I think he's the most deaths on his team there and was not able to cause the pressure that his team required him to have in order to step up, because he has really high kill participation and they need him as a facilitator.
Mm-hmm. And if he can at least match the aggression of kickoff in the jungle and SKP, I think Gambit has a much better chance. They were holding up in lanes. Right? Like, nothing about the Gambit comp said that they're going to lose the game, like, for sure. Like, Zed's a great champion. He was holding up against Orianna. Chrislin was actually winning in CS against Trish. Granted, that was a lane swap, but even still, he was doing great for himself. Kuban was starting to power up on Ryze. Like, the elements were all there, and yet kickoff made all these plays and Diamond couldn't hold up. And that, I think, was a big individual element of that Gambit loss.
And Diamond looked like he needed a hug there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a little rough for him.
Yeah, hopefully he can get his morale back up and start carrying the team once again.
Yeah.
Being that carry that Gambit needs.
So we're going to see what they can change, of course, in the next game. We do have all 10 players in the lobby. Champ Select about to begin here, and we're going to see if new things come about there. Sides are swapped. SKP now on blue, Gambit Gaming on red. We're going to see what these guys make as their changes. Yasuo, Lee Sin still removed by the same teams that banned them last time.
Let's see if any augmentations come out here.
We're not going to see Victor.
I'm into the bans. Freak.
Orianna now removed from What the Fox. That was definitely a smart choice. I think Gambit learned quicker than CLG did that the Orianna mid laner was like carrying team fights here. So What the Fox will have to find something new here, but he does have first pick.
Yeah, we're gonna get very quickly used to seeing that splash art. That new splash art's getting a lot of usage here in the ban column.
Well, it's live now, so I mean, everyone who plays League of Legends actively is going to be like, oh yeah, it's the Orianna splash.
Wasn't yesterday. It was freaking me out when I saw it.
I know. Well, Aurelia banned out away from Kuban, though Nidalee still away from Spinny J. So Kha'Zix was left up, grabbed by Kickers right off the bat, still denied from Diamond.
Diamond not getting his hands on that carry jungler, one of the bigger meta carry junglers right now, one of the bigger top tier ones. So I had to fall back on Elise again. You know, Lee Sin banned away, Kha'Zix taken away. Don't know how much of a Nunu player he actually is. Evelyn still hasn't seen a lot of play. Rengar, you know, fell out.
Yeah, Nocturne kind of replaced Rengar as like the new Rengar.
Yeah.
Like, I press R, suddenly I'm on top of you.
And it's easier because it's a point and click.
Can't even miss.
At the same time, though.
Forewarning, though.
Well, I mean, watch this be a flex pick Kha'Zix. It goes to the mid and then kick picks up Fizz or something again for himself.
Smitty goes for it. I mean, he plays Riven. Why not play Kha'Zix? Just play fighters, squishy fighters in the top lane. Zed still the hover. I thought Nick's Zed was good. It's just the fact that the team kind of got outscaled everywhere else. Tristana also grabbed here for Krislin. So denying the late game power, at least somewhat there away from Z's, that could help a lot.
And it's really funny, too, because when they locked in the Tristana for Z's, I was like, that's not his play style. That's not what he's super comfortable on. And when you play a best of 5 and you win a game, like one that on a champion that you aren't completely comfortable on, and then it gets picked away from you because the team's just like, let's just not have him have it, you get to play what you're super comfortable on. So he's free to play Lucian, Corki, Ezreal. I mean, he's probably not going to play Ezreal, but he'll play Lucian, Corki, or Kog'Maw.
Okay.
And that's going to work out for him.
So Z's decided to now play late game carries instead of lane bullies here. A new style for him now in the promotion tournament. So far, so good for Z's. Zaitan there on Nami as well means a very good duo lane of Kog Nami.
It's got a lot of early game pressure when you have the Kog'Maw and the Nami, with Tidecaller's Blessing alongside the Pyro Arcane Barrage and the extra range, because Tristana actually can't hold up to that in lane.
No.
But yeah, you talked about the Zed for Nick. I think Nick has more carry potential when he's on a champion like Ziggs. I really believe that. I feel like his Zed is a little underwhelming. I feel like it's not going to accomplish what they need because it's going to be pick-oriented. When they need more AoE damage, they need something to win the team fights.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder what Gambit's team fight's going to look like, though. They are hopping on the Maokai, though, for themselves, which will help quite a lot. Looks like Kuban is going to have that for himself, so SmittyJ gets to counterpick the Maokai top lane.
Riven.
Yeah.
Did it before.
True. No, I think it's going to be plenty strong if he does go for it. SKP also not showing their mid laner just yet. But Thresh Trist fighting up against Nami Kog. Zed mid and Maokai top both grabbed blind here. Gambit actually saving their jungle pick for last.
It's time to bust out your SmittyJ flowcharts for Riven. Should I play Riven here?
Yes.
Yes. Should I play Riven here? No?
Yes.
Still play Riven.
Yep.
That's exactly what happens with the SmittyJ flowchart. I understand if he picks something else, he might pick Mundo into that because that is a really good matchup for him.
Peer pressure.
I know. You see, not happy about that. He's like, oh,
yeah, he was smiling at the very start of the game.
Yeah. Nope.
Then he no longer had the ability to play Riven. It was out of his hands. And suddenly, the frown, it appears.
But yeah, he had a great showing on the Mundo before, involved in 21 of the kills, and that is going to be the Syndra for What the Fox. And we talked about how good of a Syndra player he is, that it usually warrants a ban, and wasn't taken from this game.
Well, here we go. Full lineups are in. SK Prime Mundo again in the top lane. Kha'Zix now for Kickoff in the jungle. The scary Cinder for What the Fox and the Kog Nami bot lane. However, Gambit have picked up Vi for themselves, so their individual target selection is just so darn strong. They have two champions who can press R, click on a guy, and then basically make them fall over. So if you're Z's or What the Fox, you got to be a little bit afraid here.
Yeah, here's the thing, is that the synergy from Gambit Gaming is Diamond Nick. They have a pick comp between those two champions right there. They synergize very well in picking people off. Remember when Vi, around Season 3 Worlds, was like, we're going to synergize that with Zed and Ahri in the Assassin meta to make level 6 picks and then continue to snowball from the mid lane, drag that bottom, etc. So they need to do that. That should be their game plan coming in here. And then have their top laner, Kuban, show up to the team fights at Dragon to give his ultimate and make those Assassins a little more durable.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be pretty strong overall. It does give a little bit of extra credibility to actual team fights. Because certainly Vi and Zed can be in 5-on-5 team fights. They excel in 1-on-1s and 2-on-1s and 2-on-2s, but certainly the 5-on-5 not weak here. And so, yeah, you've got a lot of things to be concerned about them when you're SKP, because I think Gambit's comp is quite nice. I know you weren't initially sold on Zed, but I think they fleshed that out pretty nicely. And you've still got this great fallback of an AD carry player on Tristana who had done well in the first game. I think there's good fallback here for Gambit Gaming.
Yeah, and I wonder if the lane swap will come out again, or if the Thresh Prince is going to actually try to see if he can get some hooks on that Nami. Really interested to see how Edward does with alongside Chrisland.
That's true. It'll be interesting to look for. I do think that Gambit don't need to swap their lanes around. I think they can withstand that just because Edward can make the lane work well due to hooks and whatnot. Thresh can always survive almost any 2-on-2 matchup.
He took Ignite too.
Yeah.
So he's looking for that pressure. Here's the thing though, is it's double exhaust on SKP versus an assassin mid laner in Nick. So that's going to make Nick's life pretty terrible when you reach that mid game, that late game. And it's also, you have another one for Tristana. You're usually going to have at least one of those up when you enter those team fights. And another thing here is that there isn't an exhaust on the side of Gambit Gaming. They're going to have to rely on, can they blow up the Kog'Maw? They reach him, blow him up. If you can't, then it's going to be really tough once he gets away.
He has all that uptime on damage. And the thing is, if Vi and Zed don't go together, Nami can easily peel and have Kog kill Vi without dying. And so you've got to definitely keep that in mind where Nick needs to be involved or it's useless to go for Z's.
Yeah, and then Kuban can always follow it up if he can close that distance. It's very difficult because they have a lot of disengage here from SKP. I assume that Kickoff, max W, possibly evolve it pretty early on. He's going to have even more disengage. There's a lot of poke here and a lot of options from SKP. And then from Gambit Gaming, they are going to rely on Chrisland for their late game wave clear. So if they have to siege up, SKP do have the advantage.
As long as they can play around the hooks and play around the vine, they should be in good shape for that. So SK Prime are going to initiate a lane swap yet again. They're going to hide Z's up in the top lane, let him farm, and dodge the laning phase. They're up there with 2 people together, though. Interesting thing is, Gambit... no, they're both going to be able to take red buffs here. I was thinking there's a chance that Gambit actually loses out on a buff here. They are going to contest, though. kickoff and Smitty J are going to get hit up by Chrisland and Edward.
Oh, they're not checking the bush. It's going to be a sneak attack here. How devastating is this going to be?
Good play, catches both of them. Ignite is on kickoff. He flashes the wall already. And the rocket chase. Chrisland has the slow. This will be the kill on the kickoff, I believe. 1 shot to go. Flashes gets it despite the exhaust. Early first blood Gambit.
The aggression from this bot lane of Gambit Gaming with Chrisland on it. They get the kill, they get a flash, and they get the exhaust from What2Fox.
And look at this play. They immediately grab the red and just turn around. They don't even finish the red buff. They go to steal the blue as soon as possible. kickoff might get a 0 buff start.
That is going to be completely devastating for him. He's such a control-oriented jungler, and if you want to do 2-on-2 skirmishes, you have to at least be the same level as the other guy. Diamond and Kuban are now owning this jungle. Man. Kuban took that blue for himself as well, so he has a lot of experience.
Wow, they're going for Diamond.
Oh, they're going for
They've got the dual lane around. Diamond does not have Vault Breaker, I believe. He's going to have to flash. Z's in there. He does it. Wow, Zaitan blocks it. He gets the kill. What2Fox gets a red buff.
The flash from Zaitan to stunt the Vault Breaker. Brilliant play there from that support. And that's going to be, right, like you said, a red onto What2Fox. I would trade a red for my exhaust in an early game.
That was amazing. SKP are down in gold a little bit, but you know what? I think they can recover pretty nicely. What2Fox getting a lot of damage down onto Nick. Actually doesn't quite land the stun, but still, it's a rough place to be if you're Zed now.
Zaitan, he's not doing the same thing he did last game where he just stayed up top and pushed that turret down. Now he's looking to make some plays. kickoff actually is going to get some possession of his red buff there and some experience, so he gets a 1 buff start.
Ooh, Bubble gonna look for Nick. Stun's gonna land. Bubble hits as well. Big damage out of Nick, who's not quite gonna die, but 300 health now on Zed. Forced to recall.
Good roam there. Even if it's not a gank that's going to result in a kill, getting that damage on and getting him out of the lane is going to reduce his experience, his gold, etc. Big, big win there for SKP. And they also make it so that there's no way he can shove out and show up at a dragon.
So good things then. All right, the mid lane going pretty nicely. 13 to 14 in CS, but the forced recall away from Nick is going to hurt him. kickoff and Smitty J still dueling down to the jungle, but they have 3 guys who can show up bot lane to hold this now. Can they?
4-on-2 in the bot lane right now. The ward over the wall. They're going to see this coming. Smitty J is going to try to peel them back.
I feel like they could defend this turret 3v4 just because the turret will do so much damage, but the lack of flashes makes them afraid. Gambit do zone out all the experience there. They kill the wave off and nothing gained under the turret. SKP forced to retreat against these 4.
It's a very dangerous situation to be in. 3 people getting nothing, 4 people getting at least something. You're creating slow advantages for your team, and the zoning off of experience. Diamond is still off on the side, but that's actually going to be Kuban going back. He may TP up top to get this big wave and not miss out on experience. But it isn't going to be an early dragon this time.
Right.
Gambit Gaming, which is what kept them in that early game last time.
Well, they went for the blue buff steal instead. They thought they could maximize all their benefits there, and it just wasn't quite enough for them. Of course, a great collapse by SK Prime turned that around. Now SKP are actually the ones in the gold lead. As they move Kuban back to the top lane, TP down, he's just getting his free fund.
And now it's back to just jungle rotations. Diamond ended up getting caught out again back when he gave up that red buff. Just both these junglers are very... This game is going to be dictated by how these junglers perform early mid-game and how they synergize with their mid laners. It's really what this is coming down to, because we did see that early kill go on to Chrisland.
Yeah.
But nothing really came of it after that. There was a good recovery by SKP off of exploiting a mistake by Gambit.
You see Edward spots the ward down from kickoff, says, by the way, don't go through this side. Diamond is topside here, does not get spotted on his way over. He is only level 4 though. What2Fox should be 6 before Nick, I believe.
But he doesn't have any mana.
Okay, just the wave clear back and forth. Looks like What2Fox does want to recall back. Now, last time around, he went Chalice into Athene's into an early Zonia's, but not like the Morellan Amakan Seekers build. I want to know if he does the same thing here. No, it is going to be Merlinomicon. Okay, so a different build now. WTFox picking a different one here for game 2. And he does, of course, have to respect the Zed all-ins. Nick now level 6. I guess only level 3, actually. Heavily under-leveled Kazakh's jungle.
Yeah, he didn't get one of his buffs at the start.
Play the one to Zaitan. Good damage, good bubble onto Krislin, but it's still an out-leveled matchup there. Gambit still leading this 2v2.
Krislin finally hitting that level 4 for himself. Roaming around the jungle trying to get gold because Diamond actually has more combat stats than him right now, and he's going to have to back. Get ready for his second round of buffs. But these junglers, these second rounds of buff have not gone uncontested. In fact, there's been a lot of pressure and play in the jungle from both of these teams in game 1, and it's no exception so far in this game 2.
It's true, junglers have been a pretty big impact here so far. Ooh. There's a little bit of CC there on his Nick, but he's going to be all right. And so I want to see what happens when this map starts to unlock. There's the recall from Kuban. Goes towards his Catalyst there, but he's not walking towards Dragon yet, so not yet an idea there for Gambit Gaming. SK Prime are going to get some war control down and sweep away the first pink. So far, we're just kind of at this sort of tense point where at some point, something's going to happen.
Like that, the pink ward.
Wow, what a massive turn of events there, Aiden. We lost a pink ward this game. Oh my god, blue buff goes to WTFox!
Casting with the troll.
Yep.
Pretty glorious, I'm not gonna lie.
It's really fun.
Okay, so now they're setting up for the dragon. Edward, he's backing up, but it's gonna get interrupted. So Krislin, he wants to back, he wants to cash in and get that BF sword. So the BF sword to a Sheen, and now we're gonna see Z's finally show up to this bottom lane and establish dragon control again.
This is good timing by Gambit. Their teleport comes up in about 20 seconds there. Speedy J has the same idea. Ooh, Nick's gonna take some damage, does not ult for anything. 100 health, the flashing blast doesn't mean anything. Gambit, it's Diamond who shows up, pops the ulti. WTFox, gotta be careful. There's the death mark, there's the kill. Nick gets one back just in time.
That was a bait into a bait.
Yep.
Such great mind games there from both teams. We ended up seeing WTFox just pop his ultimate there. Nick kind of just stood there for a second, didn't even blow his ignite for the counter kill. It was Diamond who showed up and capitalized off of the exhaust and the flash from WTFox.
Beautiful stuff then, because Gambit gave me up 500 gold and a bit of a lead now in the mid lane. WTFox gets his Merlinomicon though. And let's see. TP's up for both top laners. Ulti is there for Kuban. Pink ward dies, green ward dies. And Gambit looking so much better than last game.
It's not as rocky of a mid-game just yet. I want to see what ends up happening when these team fights start fleshing themselves out. Because Gambit did have an early game lead off of map rotations before. But then this game, we got that lead off of some ganks from Diamond. How is Diamond going to perform? How is Nick going to perform? They're setting themselves up for their typical MO of how they win a game, how they close it out. Can they keep playing to that strength? Can they keep outplaying WTFox and Kickoff?
Well, maybe so. Let's see if they can keep it going. 1,000 gold lead for Gambit. And they do have the stronger bot lane, I think, right now in terms of what they would bring to a team fight. We'll see. Maybe not. I suppose the spells of Cog are pretty darn strong. It's really hard to make that estimation here. The items are better, but so far it's just a holding pattern. It's basically on the ultimates to be up. Diamond still 1 quarter left in that one. Kickoff has really not been seen on the map so far.
He's been trying to play some catch-up. He's still a level down. WTFox on Nick again.
Do some good damage. WTFox happy to burn the ulti with 20% CDR just to get the harass down and get it back up off cooldown.
Nick doesn't really have any options to get himself back up. He'd have to sustain those potions that he's chugging down. But he's going to have to get some auto attacks in. Because WTFox, you know he's going to continue to poke this in zone. Oh, but they play to that strength, and Kuban actually comes down. He walks by some wards, though.
But Diamond's coming as well. I believe Diamond got spotted himself. Kickoff's going to have to be careful here.
They're looking for a pick into a dragon. That's how Gambit's going to get these objectives, is using their assassin mid laner combined with that Vi, and then picking up the dragon off of that. Off of killing the mid laner, off of killing the jungler, whoever it is.
Well, you're seeing him try for that one. It does get stymied, though, by good vision coverage by SK Prime. Diamond still in the wings. He knows exactly where Kickoff is. That ward got spotted as it went down. Sweeper not available. Gambit's bot lane is doing well in the 2-on-2. They're shoving into the turret here. They're pushing Z's and Zaitan back. So that is an easier rotation there by Gambit. They don't quite stay for the turret. Kickoff gets spotted as he runs to the bot side as well. So again, Gambit just knows more than SKP does.
Oh, Diamond.
Oh, he bypasses the wards.
Oh, wow. He just walked by all of them. He's going for What the Fox.
He's going in for What the Fox. There's the ulti popped on in. Here comes the death mark. The exhaust already on, but What the Fox has nowhere to go. Cannot get the counter kill. That's a nice one picked up. Now Sweetie J on the chase. Can he stop Diamond? I feel like he can't, but Kickoff is going to try to help anyway. I don't think this is a chase they can make happen.
Well, the movement speed a little too fast there with the boots on Vi.
Right, exactly. So really, really nice play by Diamond. The ward coverage has set up the fact there was no counter gank. The hop over the wall, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, just the ward control, and also Diamond, he spent a lot of time in that enemy jungle, and he watched their reactions to how he moved, and then he figured out that there weren't any wards in these certain areas because he was like, oh, they're not reacting to my movements here.
Yeah. Freaking so smart.
Kickoff.
He thought he could maybe all in with another jump Q, but not quite the case.
Well, the fact that the turret
doesn't
count towards isolation, there's no way he was going to kill Diamond off of that.
No, not at all. But he's like, maybe. No, not going to happen there. So, Kickoff is going to start dragging, though. He thinks there's no wards yet, and in fact, realizing that Diamond had to back, or thinks it had to back, they will still sweep the ward. Diamond doesn't show himself, but SKP realized, you know what, we can't go for this.
Seen by a pink ward rotating down to that bottom lane. Diamond cancels his back and sticks around just to get a good view. His first dragon. Next dragon, actually. Back and forth in the mid lane.
Yeah, they are brawling a lot here.
Ultimate's on cooldown every time. One of them has it up. It's basically like your move. If you ulti, I ulti.
It's also worth noting that the exhaust by What the Fox did not stop him from going down to Nick. They were able to power through that summoner spell anyway. That's got to put some kind of fear into What the Fox's heart that even when that spell is up, he can't really be safe.
Yeah, also, there's level advantage here for Nick. What the Fox is about to hit 10 off of this wave. And the ping's coming out around the dragon. The bottom lane had been shoved in by Chrisland. And they're all forming up. And What the Fox, he's getting his blue buff. Kickoff on the complete opposite side of the map from this. And there we go. Up here by Gambit.
Dragon starter for Gambit going down pretty quickly, and will they move down in time? Looks like the bot lane not interested in moving. Dragon drops down. That is now, I believe, number 2 for Gambit in this. No, sorry, first one of the game, yeah. I know, I expected one to happen, but no.
Yeah.
First dragon of the game, Gambit up 2K.
And their objective control, this is a completely different game than what we saw before. They got this mid-game dragon for themselves. They ended up drafting a bit better for what their goals are. The only thing here is that they're a very physical, damage-oriented composition that SKP, Smitty, if he builds a Randuin's, a Thornmail, a Warmogs, he's going to have a really good time against this composition.
It's true, and not being able to kill a Dr. Mundo is a rough spot. Once Thornmail's there, you can actually just always out-duel a Tristana, so someone's got to help him do that. That's going to be hard to do here. So, SKP always have the fallback, and maybe Z's can outrange the Zed. That's still the question here, something that can keep SKP on. But Gambit definitely able to dictate the pace of this game, which is exactly what you expect by these guys.
But it's also a little bit by their picks, too, because they're going to have all this mid-game pressure on What the Fox, who has no escapes as a Syndra, with a Vi, with a Zed. And also the same boat for Z's and Zaitan. Both of them, it's very hard for them to get away when they get gap closed on.
So, wards going down, Gambit wresting control of the map. They've been mostly capitalizing on that with dragons. Picks in the mid lane and dragons over and over and over again. What's next for these guys? Do SKP have a way to fire back? Do Gambit keep the pressure on? 60 minutes in, we got a while till the next set of neutral objectives come up here. And it's just a slowly growing gold lead.
So we're having one item power spikes here for both AD carries. We have the Infinity Edge to the Trinity Force. The Kog'Maw's a little bit stronger at this point.
Yeah.
So if they group up for SKP, I do think that they have an advantage to spike the 3K gold lead at this moment. Because it's more pick-oriented on Gambit. They want to deny vision. They want to play the vision game, which has been something they've been doing incredibly well so far. They're buying a lot of wards, they're placing a lot of wards, and they're denying the vision so that they're able to make these picks, which we saw Diamond make in the mid lane. So they need to keep doing that if they want to close this game out. Whereas SKP...
Oh, wow, there was a ward to spot a Kickus. They play him back when he pops the ulti. He jumps away. Ignite is on. Ulti popped on Aziz. Kickus gets out, but Aziz actually will as well. That is a flash used by Chrisland and 2 summoners out of Aziz. And a flash by Kickus.
The ultimate from Diamond onto Z's and not Kickus. So the kill was not picked up there. A great pick and great vision, because you don't expect there to be a ward in that bush at this point in the game. But we saw Chrisland walk up and place that earlier.
Wow.
So they're playing to their strengths here as a pick composition, but they just didn't execute the kill.
And they didn't quite do it, but they did get some more map control back. Bot lane got shoved into the turret. They get the rest of the lanes pushed up as well. SKP definitely on the back foot. They have been for a while so far in this game.
The fact that they're giving up the dragons and the fact that they're giving up some kills. The pick is still happening. Edward is on the hunt. Ooh.
Yeah, nice try on the hook there. Takes it away. 3,000 gold lead now for Gambit. That number keeps going up.
I like this because what Gambit is doing is they're focusing Kickus and keeping him down. He has such a controlled style, and like I said, he relies on countering skirmishes. If you know where the jungler is, you don't give him the opportunity to show up to a skirmish that you are uneducated about, that you were like, I don't know if the jungler's here, but I'm going to fight this 2-on-1, and it turns out to be a 2-on-2.
Yeah.
So they completely deny that. Stop his experience, stop his gold income, and keep him down, because Kickus is such a big backbone to this team. We talked about how they were kind of an under-the-radar team, and then Kickus showed up. It was like, damn, this team is good.
And they're keeping him down, keeping him from doing almost anything here. His assist was off of a over-aggressive blue buff invade at 4.5 minutes in. That's the only thing that's so far gone well for SK Prime. No other kills, no turrets, no dragons, nothing else here. So SKP, will they get themselves back in? Top lane turret does survive for one more wave, but Kuban has been slowly working that one down against MiniJ's Mundo. Edward now going to roam around. Ward gets rid of the pink. That's going to be a definite top lane turret pickup there for Gambit.
Oh.
Smitty spots these guys. He's got to be careful though. A lot of people around.
Yet.
Ulti is used by Zed. Ignite as well. Smitty J has to flash out. Still has 400 health left. Hook on the Kickus, but no follow-up. Nami wave used does not stop Diamond. And Gambit get away cleanly.
It looked like they weren't completely committing to that fight there on Gambit because there was no assault and battery used on the Mundo to stop him.
Yeah, that was miscommunication.
Nick ultied, Diamond didn't. You need to have that type of synergy with your mid laner, or it's not going to work out, but look at this!
Edward takes some damage, What the Fox takes even more, has to
TP
flash away.
minion.
Diamond in the air, goes down to What the Fox. Edward has to run away, he has 200 health. They go back in, hook on What the Fox. Nick runs away, and Kickus now around in this fight as well. 1-for-1, and that's going to be the disengage by SK Prime.
Z's finally showed up. He's trying to deal some damage here and just push this wave down. I don't think Gambit can actually defend this turret. It's going to be a push by SKP.
Oh man, SKP, yeah, they finally find their way out on this one. They get a kill, they trade one back, they get the mid lane outer for it as well. Finally signs of life here for the blue team.
And ZZ shows up to this fight and just revitalizes it there. Diamond went a little too hard and got picked off by What the Fox. It looked like a good play, but the TP from from Smitty J was so good here. You're going to see him TP to this minion, and it just keeps it alive forever. So that this turret is just focusing there. They blow Diamond up, and now they focus down Edward. He jumps off to the side. He gets a hook on his Smitty J, but the fact that this is all clumped up and it's a death ball against a composition that is wanting to pick you off. No Deathmark ultimate was available there because it was used previously and wasn't synergized with the Assault and Battery. So this was kind of a misplay by Gambit because they didn't pick that fight with all of their ultimates up when they had used them previously. Look at this.
Oh, Dragon goes to Gambit, and now Kickus is in really much the wrong spot. He's going to go down right away. Kill plus Dragon for Gambit. Nice knockback. But Gambit just keep taking more advantages, 5,000 gold up.
And that's what happens when you push a tier 1 turret, you attempt to push a tier 2, then you all back and the enemy team is already respawned. They wrestled Dragon Control, Gambit took it away, and Kickus went a little too hard for that. He's getting a little bit desperate. This is so unlike his controlled style. He's kind of flailing about looking for things. I mean, that's what happens when you go on tilt as a jungler. You get your buff stolen, you die early on. You're just having a bad time at that point. You're like, I can't do my job. I can't gank.
Well, he has so far done a little bit with What the Fox. They both have 100% kill participation. Only 2, though, for the team. SK Prime have not shown many ways into the game, but got their blue buff safely. Edward gonna blind hook, forces Watt to Fox away. They sweep it, like, no. He just guessed that. Alright, well, down those go. I'm also wondering what the Syndra pick is supposed to accomplish with this roster. Because you've got this really, really good team fighting team, like this late game team of Kog'Maw and Mundo and Kha'Zix and even Nami to keep the lane afloat. I just don't know what Syndra is supposed to do here. That's not like they're trying to get picks.
Syndra, I assume, was supposed to be a good 2-on-2 brawler with the Kha'Zix, so that they could set themselves up for some pre-level 6 fights against Diamond and Nick.
Okay.
Which would make a ton of sense.
Okay.
Because these guys are definitely better at level 6 as a duo between the Vi and the Zed compared to the Kha'Zix and Syndra. They are still like right next to each other in terms of power, but in terms of picking one person off and soloing them out, Gambit has a little bit of an advantage. So the Syndra is definitely going to help disengage too, because they have a lot of squishies on the SKP's side, but they're going to rely on smittyj to once again be that big frontliner with a ton of armor this time. Just keep the Kog'Maw safe. Guess you do it by doing damage and picking somebody off.
Yep. Well,
Ultimate CC.
It's true. And so far, Z's hasn't been dropped down. It's been everyone else pulling attention in the team fights. Smitty's still trying to power up, but he's down 30 CS against Kuban. Darian's replacement 1-0-1, doing nicely here on this Maokai. Has one of his team's 2 turret kills and 180 CS on him. Chrisland as well, the stand-in for Genja is 2-0 on Tristana. He's very much ahead of Kog'Maw and items right here. Chrisland will remain scary in this game.
Diamond looking for some ward kills. Can't kill people, kill wards, and then kill people. Diamond's been doing a much better job this game in terms of playing around the wards and the vision. In game 1, it was more of a reckless invade from him over and over again. And then reckless team fights that were started off. His Elise was caught out multiple times. Now Diamond is being the aggressor. And he's basically saying, if I'm going to get picked off, it's going to be in your own jungle, because that's where I'm going to spend all my time.
But it's all worked for him.
Getting picked off, kick is going hard.
Well, Nick's a little bit far forward. Nice time there for Watt the Fox. Ulti goes in as well. The flash. Oh, the Hex Trigger's enough. He dodges the bubble with the ulti, but Zaitan is certainly going to live. Kill goes to smittyj. Nick over aggressive.
And that's going to reward them with the tier 1 turret in mid lane for Gambit, but they're going to have to trade Nick's life for it.
Edward's trying to run away from smittyj. Which one is he going to go for? Turns back and forth. Chrisland hops. No cleavers hit. Edward gets out safe.
Chrisland is going to keep tickling smittyj this game because he's got a Randuin's Omen. He's working towards what looks like a Warmogs. He's got his Ninja Tabi, and at the same time, he's probably going to build a Thornmail on top of that. So these armor or these physical damage threats are not going to have a good time against this Mundo.
You can see Kickoff as well picked up Ninja Tabi for himself. Diamond's going to get exhausted, slowed down as well. Jumps away. He stays safe. Zaitan is going to go down to Chrisland. Nicely done by the Tristana and, of course, Edward on Thresh. Flashes in. Oh, just dodges the hook, but he's going to go ult in anyway. Looks for Kickoff. Flashed away by Diamond. Now who's going to win this fight? Kuban in the front, taking up everything. They pick up Watt the Fox. They get smittyj as well. Chrisland chasing what he can, but it's just going to be the couple kills for Gambit.
Said Chrisland's going to keep tickling him, but that's in the future. Right now, very, very squishy in comparison, but they're going to go straight for this Baron. They have all their damage dealers up. They have everybody up right now.
And there we go. Gambit looking a lot better in game 2. Baron attempted 25 minutes in. They've got complete control, though. Only 2 guys even close to being able to contest. Make that nobody. They're not even going to try for this one. Secure Baron for Gambit.
Hook onto Zaitan gets immediately blown up here by Chrisland and shoved away. It actually pushes Kickoff back out of the fight, too. And they have to spend so much time getting out. And then Diamond ultis Kickoff mid-jump. And now the flashes get blown. Watt the Fox rooted up, destroyed by Kuban, and then Chrisland getting smittyj off the back of it too. A 3-for-0 exchange.
Absolutely great stuff here.
I don't even know if 3-for-0 was an exchange. That's more of a 3-for-0. We stole that.
Yep. Well, they earned it.
Earned it, yeah.
They hit some spells and out they went. Boom. Yeah. Exchanging requires something coming back.
I know.
I mean, you kill me, I give you gold. And map control?
Usually exchanges involve something you want, too. I don't know if you want to die.
I mean, if people exchange blows in like a fight, I don't want to get punched either.
No, anyway. That's like if you want it, though. Anyway, Dragon's up in 7 seconds. See if that gets exchanged for any kills. At the same time, Z's, he's going to pick up this red buff and be prepared for this fight.
Let's see if SKP can turn it back around. Then they are down, though, like 9,000 gold here. Gambit have played a wonderful mid game. Every kind of person has stepped up and done great things. The picks have worked. The team fights have worked. They've held control here. SKP will get their blue buff as well, so their buffs are on, but of course they're down the Nasher, and that means Gambit take that without any contest. Now a 10,000 gold lead. Gambit looking just as good as SKP did the first time.
And Diamond's having a good game on that Vi. And he also didn't play Vi at all during the regular season in this last split. Played a lot of Evelyn, a lot of Kha'Zix and Elise. Had some Lee Sin and Skarner games too. But look at this.
There's the dive.
Wow.
Z's forced away. The tidal wave going to help a little bit, but Edward just locking up the back line, gets stunned up. But you know what? Diamond and Edward just taking blows as they knock everyone else down. 3 kills picked up already. Zonia's not going to be too much for Watt to Fox. He can get away, just maybe. But there's the hook back onto Smitty J. They're trying to wear him down. The tanky Mundo finally does fall. It's a 4-for-1 battle for Gambit.
Mundo isn't that tanky just yet, and like I said, this is a very immobile team from SKP. As soon as Gambit decides to go hard and go all the way to the back line, they're able to do that with just the click of a button, and it comes up big for them. If they get that tier 2 turret, they're going to be rewarded with an inhibitor turret on top of that, and possibly an inhibitor.
Looks like they are going to stay. Their health bars are a bit low, but Smitty J is dead for 12 seconds here. Kuban happy to take a few blows. Krislin is going to actually back out. Gambit not going to stay too long in this one. And out they go. Bubble not going to stop Krislin, but still a lot earned. Gambit very far ahead.
And they still have that Baron buff ticking on them too, and it has a good duration left. So they can continue to apply pressure. They're waiting. Diamond is coming back up. He will have his assault and battery. What the Fox? They're actually wrapping around him right now.
This is not good news for SK Prime. Good dodge there by Nick. They get the kill, though, onto Nami. Kickus tries to get Krislin flashed, then doesn't get the damage. Krislin now godlike, and Watt Fox even more isolated.
Smitty J, they're closing the distance on him. Salt and battery's up, and he's not going to pop it.
Wow, Watt Fox actually gets himself out of this one. Edward on the chase, but we boots are down for now, though. Mid lane tier 2 under fire. SKP just feel like they're falling apart. They're doing a whole bunch of stuff as one person at a time, and nothing is gained here.
Yeah, Z's has been in that top lane for quite a while now, and he's coming back down to help deal with this. But look at this, Nick pushing in this bottom inhibitor. And this is completely different than what we saw Gambit be like when they had Ninja on the roster. Krislin 7-0-4. Gambit's being carried by their AD carry at this moment.
They are. And he's playing amazingly here on Tristana. He's cleaned up all the team fights. The mid-jungle synergy is still there, though, between Diamond and Nick. And that was kind of all the early game. Was kind of crush the Syndra, make her useless. Now we can team fight.
Yeah, and they did exactly that. They've kept her down. They kept that jungle and the mid lane just completely down on SKP, which were their 2 strongest members coming into this, and what would need to be tested in terms of synergy. Diamond stepped up, Nick stepped up, Krislin having a fantastic game for himself. 7-0 for Tristana. He's a force to be reckoned with. He actually has the highest kill participation on his team as the AD carry.
Yeah.
He's been around this map. He's been making moves. He's been the carry that Gambit needed.
But he's the carry they deserved.
Yes.
Looks like so far, yes. Gambit on the way back up, 15,000 gold ahead. Just as a fun set of numbers, the jungle and mid combined kill score for SK Prime, 2-8-4. Whereas for Gambit, 3-4-11. They are definitely doing well between those two. And now, when does the game-winning push come in? Baron buff is off. It respawns in 2 minutes. Looks like they're heading top lane, though. Diamond going to slink in from the back.
Nick is just going to split push this out as a Zed.
Yep.
As a 3-1-2 Zed with 2 activatable items. When you use those activatable items, you basically have more effective gold for a period of time, more combat stats. So what he's going to do is he's going to push this out. He's going to try to duel anybody who comes and deals with him. And he's going to push down that inhibitor.
And who can even stop him? Watt Fox can Zonia's the death mark, but realistically, it's not a fight he's going to exactly win here.
And if somebody comes to stop him, Krislin just has so much damage at this point in the game as a 3-item, almost 4-item Tristana, that he's going to push down these turrets so quickly and clear these waves.
Top wave cleared, mid wave a little bit slow for Gambit. They'll get it eventually. They are not really in a rush to push down the base. Interesting choice here. They're not playing the siege game. They're playing really risk-averse. They're respecting the Cinder. They're getting ward coverage soon, I would hope. But I'm not sure how Gambit tries to close his game out. Because they're not removing vision, they're just getting vision in the jungle.
Yeah, they're getting vision in the jungle. They just had Crysland back. He got himself his last Whisper. He's ready to just push this out. They went back for their last item spikes. Maokai, Kuban on his way back as well. They kind of have this staggered thing going. And here's the thing, is they've delayed Smitty J so much that he just now got his Warmogs, his second item of the game. Kuban's on his third, building his fourth. Nick, 3 items and a half. Like, these guys have so many things going for them in comparison to the Mundo. Like, Mundo, who's going to kill you? It's going to be the AD carry.
Yep.
1 armor item, HP item, versus 4 DPS items here, plus boots.
Yeah.
For Crysland. Crysland going to tear through it, and here we're going to see it.
Kuban tries, he gets in, dodges the bubble, and now WTFox is very much screwed. He's going to pop the Zonias in time, and they will maybe get Kuban, but no, he's staying alive. Finally drops 2 for 1 so far. Gambit now in cleanup duty. They're going to go,
Crysland.
And they pick up the support. 2 people alive against 4. Nothing to do. Z's knocked back into the base. He'll stay alive, but guess what? Gambit very far ahead.
Just gave him a little boost out, and that's great. Crysland, he's just going to chunk down this turret, but they're going to have to back off. They don't really have that tanky Maokai anymore.
That's fine. Nick's going to recall. They've got 3 members strong, and strong members at that. Edward, Crysland, and Diamond are here to take down the bottom inhibitor. Z's will try to defend. I don't know if he can.
They're 3 strong members strong.
Yep.
In that bot lane, trying to clear this wave out, trying to reach this inhibitor, but at the same time, Kickoff, he's about to come back up. It's about to be a 3-on-3 again, and they're still trying to just crack this base. They won the team fight there for Gambit, but they didn't capitalize off it. Baron's up, Dragon's up. A lot of neutral objectives to take, and they're just playing this very slowly and methodically after they've established such a huge lead for themselves.
Yeah, still I think too slow of an endgame for them, but they are still heavily in control.
Yeah, they focus down on WTFox here. They get him very low, but then he keeps himself alive. Kuban here actually takes a big beating, and he gets so low, but he stays alive, which is a chunk of HP for just a bit. And then this is where it starts going crazy. Crysland gets back into the fight. He's able to just chunk him down. 605 crit onto the Na'Vi. This Tristana, one more auto would have killed Z's there.
Yep. If he crit, he would have got him, I think, but he was hoping it would happen there. Didn't. Gambit up 18k here. They're doing what they can, setting up Baron now for themselves. Let's see what they can do here. SKP, though, are going to set up for that mid lane tier 2. Problem is they're down so much, and Gambit looking for a bit of a flank. It forces SK Prime down to the southeast. Lander comes out. Looks like Baron is set up. SKP trying to stop Baron by pushing down mid as best they can.
Yeah, Baron is the call here. SKP, they're going to have to rely on this and push down this mid lane. It's going to be a Baron for Gambit at the same time.
You gotta hope for a bit of a misplay for this one. They're taking their sweet time, though. They know Baron's going down. They've got to, but they're not pushing very fast. And Edward now gonna get jumped on. Baron picked up. There's the box, and they will pick up 1 kill. So 5v4 with a Baron buff on. Can SKP do more with this? They've got to make some kind of stand.
Nick, they're going in. They're on Z's.
Tidal Wave, ulti pop. Z's is staying alive. In comes Zed, though. Death Mark is massive damage. Z's will fall, and they're going to get WTFox as well. Kickoff does not get anything done. 3 for 0 in this battle. Nick stays alive. 4 kills picked up. Only Zaitan, he's going to float away.
Gambit, they end up giving up Edward, and they start that fight 4-on-5. They focus Z's down exactly who they needed to, picked up WTFox, and that fight was just theirs. Nobody could threaten Crysland at this point in the game. He just does too much damage.
So 20,000 gold lead. They can push in for the bottom inhibitor. 25 seconds on the respawn. Now there are no minions in the base. This might not be the game-winning push unless they can backdoor some buildings here. But they do have all 5 members of the team alive. And they go in for now the middle inhibitor turret.
They're just going to pop some activatable items and pick that one up. Yomu's and another inhibitor for themselves for the mid lane. Zaitan, he can't really do anything up against this 4-man push squad. And right here, Crysland comes up, crit, jump away, he gets stunned. Look at that, the exhaust is still on. He gets zoned out of the fight, but meanwhile, Z's gets picked up. They end up picking up WTFox, and then Crysland just jumps back into the fight because the job wasn't done.
And you know it's rough, though, as well, when the Syndra can't go after the AD carry and try to solo him, because that's exactly what Nick did. He got some setup from Diamond, but basically by himself one-shot the enemy AD carry, something that the other mid laner of SKT cannot do. And now with Banshees on Krislin, he's pretty much unstoppable. 10-0 and 5, continuing to do well. Just set up to succeed. Again, Nick and Diamond just won the early game. They've got artillery in the backline, just claiming kills when fights start.
Yeah, 6 items. Full build for Krislin here. Up in the top lane, Kuban working on his last item. He has the Thornmail. He has the Frozen Heart to deal with Kog'Maw. Meanwhile, Smitty J, he's working on his Thornmail. He's trying to get to that point. Like, usually when you run a full attack damage composition, like Gambit, when they do have a Maokai, that's fine. We'll talk about that in a second.
Kick is trying to get away. The flash is going to follow by Nick. He finds him, gets the kill, 1v1, even through the invisibility. Nice play there by Nick, and into the base they go.
With the super minions right behind them, clearing these minion waves out. Getting ready for this 4-on-5 fight, and there goes Kuban.
They find Z's, they find the damage, kill picked up by Krislin. This is going to be the game. Gambit just diving on in, picking up whoever's in front of them. They don't even care who they're hitting at this point. Just everybody starting to fall over. They do trade one back onto Kuban, but it's not going to be enough. Smitty J flashing away, goes down. The chase into the fountain. Zaytan in a bad spot. Crit, auto attack. Krislin gets the kill. Down go the Nexus turrets, and Gambit tie up the series 1-1.
Played to their strengths as players, played to the strengths of their composition. Gambit Gaming played that flawlessly from start to finish, completely dictated the pace of that game. And SKP, you keep Kickus down, you stop Watson Fox from getting going.
Yep.
And you give yourselves a little bit
of breathing room.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to deal with that.
It seems like these games right now are being dictated by the first 15 minutes. And it's, as you're naming the names already, but it's the mid laners and the junglers making the plays together. Whoever gets the edge there, pushes their opponents down and stops the growth, that just turns into the rest of the game. It gives dragon control, it gives buff control, it gives everything. And then the other members are there like, all right, well, we'll show up for the team fights once you've determined who's going to lead. And they just kind of close out the game. Now, I think Gambit closed out a little bit slow. I don't think they needed a 25,000 gold lead to win the game, but they kept winning all the fights, and hey, it worked for them.
Yeah, and they ended up, like you said, winning the early game. A lot of that was off of the back of Diamond.
Yeah, it was.
And Nick. But Krislin at the same time had a really good game for himself on Tristana. 13-0 and 6. Didn't die. Carried from the bot lane after they got that mid lane going. Rotated down bottom. They took care of Z's. They took off that threat. And at the same time, Smitty J, he was shut down. He couldn't be that big armor tank that they needed. I was about to say that when you face against a full physical damage composition, typically that has a timer on it. Typically, like, our tank is going to get really tanky, and then you can't do anything about him. The fact that they got 25,000 gold up so quickly, and they just started getting that going, they ended up closing it out. So like I said, they played to their win conditions. They played to their comp perfectly. They got that early game lead for themselves, and definitely worked out for Gambit Gaming. I really like what they brought here, and they played to their strengths.
Yeah, and one thing I think I also want to bring up, though, as well, in the very beginning, was the great invade by the duo lane of Gambit, right? New AD carry, Edward and Krislin, what can you guys do together? Well, it turns out you can first blood the enemy jungler on a late invade. I thought that was really good, a really clever play right there. And that also did set it up. It happened once, then we kind of forgot about it, but it did set Kickus back. It slowed down the jungle as well. And I think that also did kind of pay into the fact that Diamond and Nick did then win the mid lane. I think that the bot lane got a bit of props there for making that one happen at the very beginning. But overall, of course, great game by Gambit. They've tied the score now 1-1. So now that Gambit have evened the scoreboard, let's throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk to share their insights on this series so far.
Thank you, Freak. Definitely a better game there by Gambit. They looked a little bit more into their normal form. So we have to give them a little bit of credit for bouncing back, as we said they should be able to do after getting, thrown that curveball in the first game and taking that first loss. Something I do want to look at immediately, though, is the champion select. As we said, we were looking for some things to kind of flip-flop around. We actually saw both teams go with a fairly late game scaling comp this time, which, when you have that Cog versus the Trist, I feel like SKT, their playstyle didn't quite match it. They played a little too aggressively from behind, given the late game comp.
Yeah, I agree. I think the biggest thing into how the game quickly spiraled out of control was the mid lane matchup, in which Syndra can bully Zed early game, but she took exhaust, meaning that she was preparing to go really, really late and let Zed get away with a relatively easy laning phase. Had she taken Ignite, she would have gotten multiple kills in mid lane, as we saw, and just would have been able to put a lot more pressure and be in just a better commanding position in the early game. Because all you need to do against that team comp that Gambit had, keep Zed down, then group as 5, and you have a massive wombo combo team comp, which isn't really like, it's just Kog'Maw Syndra, right? You can't really go into that with Vi. Like, you're going to get killed if you're Vi into that. And then what happened was Syndra wasn't able to get that lead because with time she tried to kill mid lane, she had exhaust, and she flashed forward while Vi was in front of her and gave 1 kill to Vi. And once Vi gets going, she was able to snowball multiple places around the map, middle again, basically, and get Zed further ahead. And when Vi gets ahead, she can also do a really quick dragon. Where we saw Gambit take the first dragon, I think, like at 13 minutes, which is valued pretty highly. And with the 2-0 Zed, Zed's able to just go rampant, and there's no threat of him getting killed because Syndra has exhaust, and Kha'Zix went for an E-evolution first. So he's just banking on his team setting him up, and it just never got to that point.
Dominic, we talked a lot about the mid matchup while we were watching it back here, and something else that was brought up was the idea of holding on to that Syndra ultimate, because he was very willing to throw it out to try and force the Zed out of lane. But I want to get your thoughts on, as a jungler, you kind of mentioned that holding on to your ult actually for when the enemy jungler comes to gank can be rather useful.
Yeah, I think that it's smarter in that situation to save your ult for all-in potential rather than just using it for chunk. Excuse me. If you use it for chunk in that situation, you're not... You don't have any threat. Like, the Vi can dive onto you, and there's no threat that you can kill him. As a jungler, when you gank a Syndra, it's always in the back of your mind, like, okay, I can get one shot. If I engage in the wrong spot, like, I'll be trading 1-for-1 versus Syndra. So I think the Syndra should have been looking to, like, chunk him with Qs, chunk him with E's, but save the ultimate for when Vi comes. And when Vi comes, just all in the Vi, just try to get a kill and trade 1-for-1.
I also do actually want to jump all the way back to the beginning of the game, because we had a pretty interesting level 1 kind of shenanigans, couple kills traded back and forth, buffs being stolen and things like that. Dominic, I know you wanted to speak to this.
Yeah, there was a really unique opportunity for that game for Gambit to get a 4 buff. It was really, really possible. And all they needed to do was, after Gambit had forced them off the red, the Vi needed to back off immediately after he got the blue, because that's a stealth mission. When you're going onto the weak side of your map, you don't have coverage from your duo lane. So they're banking on getting that blue before the bot lane can rotate, or in that case, their top. But before the duo lane can rotate to you, you need to be able to get the buff and get out. And if they get that buff, they can re-rotate over to the enemy red that's still up, and that's their strong side. If they have just Thresh waiting there, the Kha'Zix can't actually start the buff, and you'll get the enemy red, the enemy blue. You already have your red, and then you just back off to your blue. You have a 4 buff start, and that will essentially end the game.
Yeah, we saw at that point, too, that Vi had the Vault Breaker, so it would have been possible for her to go right back over that blue wall and get to safety much easier than getting caught in the river there. Although, we have to say it was a pretty fantastic flash by Nami there in the river, blocking the Vault Breaker to secure that kill. Now, I want to move a little bit further down into the game and talk about the fact that SK Prime, as we said, played super aggressively with this team composition when they got behind. I feel like that might be kind of the first telltale signs of nerves, thinking that you have to make a play here in order to get, you know, when there's a giant prize on the line here, the LCS.
I think they're kind of failing to take into consideration what their team comps do instead of just... like we saw the first game, they took the Exhaust and Orianna. Perfectly understandable, right? Ori versus Zed. Good matchup to take take Exhaust on. Like, you know you're going to be needing it in the team fights later. But Syndra versus Zed, that's definitely not one that you're going to need that later on. And, like, it was just very weird to see, even when Kha'Zix fell really far behind, he just kept trying to make plays and plays and plays. And he went for the E evolution. To me, that's not so much... Maybe it is nerves, but it's like a failing to see like the power spike that you're having, what you need to be evolving. Like, for instance, that game, had Kha'Zix gone for a W evolution first, he would have been able to just play a lot more passive, protect dragons, and just be able to stall the game out longer, because that's ultimately all you need. You needed to keep the Zed down and make sure that your team comp just doesn't lose any more objectives, because you lose the turrets, you lose map control, and against Vi, Thresh, Zed, you're going to get picked off. They just needed to prevent towers from dying as early as possible, stall them out until you get the Kog'Maw late enough that Kog'Maw with Nami can pretty much just walk around and just chunk everyone, kill everyone with with Syndra to protect and perhaps a Kha'Zix W evolution, it's very difficult to come in and have a safe engage into that. So just a failure in the skill evolution, like summoner spells, and then it just went downhill from there. Keep trying to make him plays with not having any advantage.
All that being said, we have seen Tristana played in both games, played very well. In fact, in that game, 13-0 and 6 on Tristana for Kristlin there. So, Dominate, I'm going to have two questions. The first one, obviously in that bot lane, Tristana is going to be a pretty contested pick. Do you see bans falling on that, or literally just we're going to trade it every game back and forth until one of the teams can outplay it?
I personally think it's going to be traded. I think a team's going to try to get an OP, and like let's say the purple side team will give up one OP and try to get Trist and then something else that they value, and that's how the ban pick phase will benefit them most. If they ban it, then they could just be giving up an OP for nothing, and then there's no real benefit coming out of your pick ban phase. But I think if you just play smart, you opt to early rotation the Trist on purple side, I think that you can just get it every time.
I agree with that. I think that the Trist will most likely be traded, and especially since they picked Kog'Maw last game. They picked Kog into Trist, which is a perfectly fine matchup. And in the late game, Kog'Maw does a lot more damage than Tristana, seeing as he also has longer range with his Bio-Arcane Barrage activated. So I think the team showed that they're comfortable at least picking it. Maybe not playing it, but they're comfortable taking the Kog'Maw into Tristana, which is a fine matchup. So until we see that develop late game, maybe Gambit is not comfortable taking the Kog'Maw into Trist and having a hyper carry late game, which I thought the first game they made the mistake of taking the Lucian into that, but we'll see how the game pans out later on.
All right, and then the second question, given that you're both junglers, was going to be about those jungle matchups, because we've actually seen quite a few come out. Kog, Vi, let's see here, Elise, and Fizz, right? Yep. So we've seen 4 different picks. Do we expect to see more? Do we expect them to test each other's jungle champion pools, because we haven't seen Nunu come out? The Lee Sin has been banned away, so who knows if we'll have the opportunity to see that one. Do we expect to see some testing there when it comes to the jungle champion pools?
I think this next game will not have any new champs, because I feel like the junglers this second game didn't really have that big of an impact, and the first one, only the Fizz had like a relatively good impact into the game, and we see Lee Sin be constantly banned out by Gambit, so I don't think they're gonna drop that ban anytime soon. And they're not known like Gambit's jungler and SKP's jungler aren't known for playing like a new champion, so I don't see them picking that necessarily. And seeing as how the games aren't necessarily revolving around the jungle pick, I don't think it's a good idea to start banning junglers away. So I could just see them picking the same things that have worked for them in Game 1 and Game 2 for the teams respectively.
All right. We'll see when we get into Champion Select for those. However, we're going to quickly jump to a video feature. The professional gaming community is small, and even the pros have players and teams that they're rooting for. So we caught up with a few to see who they're hoping will get a shot at the big leagues.
One of the players that I actually like a lot and that I would not hold against if he got into the LCS is actually Mashed.
I think that don't match me and Sheep deserve it. Now that they're together, I think they mesh really well. They're really friendly, so that helps a lot too.
I'm really grateful for the people that said that they hope I make it back in.
That's what keeps me going, always playing well and just being yourself.
In particular, I would say Porpoise Pops is a good player, and he's also an old teammate of mine. So I would actually like to see him make it in the LCS, just not taking our spot for it.
We're good friends, so if we do win against Complexity, I want Bubba to make it back into the LCS.
I think Porpoise Pops is a really good solo queue jungler that hasn't really seen that much light yet. If they do manage to qualify, then he's going to be a jungler to watch out for.
I actually have some friends in SK Prime. I know some of them, they're really cool guys.
There's some guys who are playing really good, like Lizik Saxi from Unicorns of Love or Smithy J.
I just hope that some of my friends in Europe get back in and finally get the recognition they deserve. Everyone can deserve it, but they have to show that they are worthy to be an LCS and beat an LCS team.
Now, both of you, being pro players, I have to ask, are there any challenger players that you're looking at that you really hope have the opportunity to make it into the LCS?
I think the one we talked about before earlier after talking about the CLG and Chris Academy games, Bunny Fufu. I mean, We know when he came into the LCS last split, he was doing good work, and we see that consistently throughout the Challenger Series. And, I mean, it's not just Thresh. Honestly, his positioning in some of the games, his ultimates have been really top-notch, and I'd like to see a player like that get the opportunity to stay in the LCS for more than one split.
All right. Dominic, from what I've heard from you about Bunny Fufu, I have to imagine you're going to go with the same person.
Yeah, Bunny is one of my favorite players I ever played with. He is this, like, this God-given talent to play support that I haven't seen in anyone that I've ever played with. Like, he doesn't have as good game sense, which kind of just comes with experience, but his straight-up mechanics and his prediction and his skill shots are so next level that if he gets to the same level as the other professional NA supports in terms of game sense, he's going to be an absolute beast. He'll be the best support in NA.
All right. Well, he may still have an opportunity through the expansion tournament, and then who knows if any LCS teams will be looking at him. But we are going to head off the Rift while the teams set up for Game 3 between Gambit Gaming and SK Prime. We'll be right back with more of our Spring Promotion Tournament. Stay tuned. Oh, yeah.
Around Diamond does not have Vault Breaker, I believe. He's gonna have to flash. Z's in there. He does. Wow, Zaitan blocks it.
The flash from Zaitan to stunt the Vault Breaker.
Looks for Kickoff, flashed away by Diamond. Now who's going to win this fight? Kuban in the front, taking up everything. They pick apart the Fox. They get Spinny J as well. Gets stunned up, but you know what? Diamond and Edward just taking blows as they knock everyone else down. 3 kills picked up already. Z's is staying alive. In comes Zed, though. Deathmark is massive damage. Z's will fall, and they're going to get What the Fox as well. Kickoff does not get anything done. 3 for 0 in this battle. Nick stays alive. 4 kills picked up. everyone, and we are back with more league action as Gambit Gaming and SK Gaming Prime are about to duke it out in Game 3 of maybe 5 for a spot in the European LCS. Now, in our last match, Gambit came back to answer SK Prime. The series is now tied 1-1.
Yeah, a lot of that was off the back of Diamond. He had a really bad Game 1, but he stepped it up in Game 2, and we saw him on FaZe Cam before. Look at that! He's all smiles now. Before, he just looked like a sad little puppy dog. He got himself 2, 3, and 17 on Vi, going back to a jungle that he didn't get to play during the summer series, and now he's ready to rock. He's ready to go have those skirmishes and get Nick fed.
And he's doing really well for himself. On the other side of the jungle, though, and it was our featured matchup at the start, it still seems to be the matchup that matters in this game. But his kick is there for SK Prime. He had a very lackluster Kha'Zix game. They thought denying that from Diamond was going to matter, but he just did not get rolling.
Man, you just see the complete difference in just facial expressions when you win and when you lose, and then how it affects you. Because Kickoff was smiling so much after that Fizz game.
Right.
And Diamond, complete opposite. Now they've swapped.
Yeah, he got to run around and be Fizz and do cool things. And that's the thing is, as much as players love Kha'Zix, for whatever reason, I don't see it do that much because I feel like that champion is susceptible. Right? Like, Vi has the guaranteed engages. And it's like, at level 6, I'm going to, like, Vault Break here, I'm going to Assault and Battery, and, like, the gank is there. And we saw, like, the immediate kill through the exhaust with the Vi Zed ult. And, like, that, to me, is just, like, this reliable source of power and income that you can rely on. Whereas, like, again, on Kha'Zix, 0-7-3, like, never got anything rolling. I feel like it's so required that you have a good start on a champ like that can't just force the issue just cuz. I know it's weird to say, but like, to me, that's like a small weakness there, where it's just like, sometimes you're just completely unreliable, nothing happens.
Well, the thing about Kha'Zix is he usually builds about 3 offensive items. At the same time, when you're Kha'Zix in this particular meta, in this particular season right now, everybody's maxing W, and some people are evolving E, which just seems like a waste of resources, because E is very selfish, not exactly gank-oriented build. It's kind of like, I'm going to team fight and try to get resets.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work out. W is much more effective, 50% slow, vision for checking the bushes. Also, you're going to spread the damage from the ability you're maxing across more people. It just seems more bang for your buck.
Well, look at this, though. Thresh turns out to be the top pick now for Gambit Gaming. They've removed Nick Zed. They've realized it's actually a very scary champion. The Alistar's still banned by the red team. But Thresh is the top pick, which means immediately Tristana and Maokai do get grabbed. And we heard, I believe it was Crumbs or Dominate, I forget which one said it, but he's like, yeah, you know, blue side picks one, and then red tries to get 2 sort of air quotes OP champions. Thresh, not that common of a first pick.
No, but they wanted it locked up for Edward, and they wanted to take that away from Zaitan. That is his most played throughout the summer series and the playoffs. He falls back on Braum, sometimes Nami, but he's going to need something here to synergize with Z's and keep him safe in that bot lane. So it could be either of them.
Well, interesting here, but that's going to be the hover on the rest of this now. Gambit took the next couple of choices. SK Prime not picking any surprising champions whatsoever. But now let's see. Kha'Zix for Diamond. It was banned away in Game 1. It was first picked in Game 2. Is Diamond really this Kha'Zix god that was requiring so much attention to pick some bans earlier?
Yeah, he has not gotten it before. The hover over onto it. He wants to do it.
All right.
You can see that. He's going to lock that in for himself. Is he the Kha'Zix god?
We're going to have to see.
Well, he doesn't have a mid laner who's going to take it from him anymore, so.
Potentially. You never know. Nick lost 2 AD assassins already in picks and bans, so maybe he'll want a third here. Lucian, though, for Curson is interesting. They don't rush pick a top laner or a mid laner there. They're letting everything else kind of fall in and get picked up whenever. SK Prime will now have to blind pick their mid laner or grab their jungle pick. Could be Fizz and it could be both.
It could. It could definitely be a Fizz coming out here. I assume they're going to leave WattaFox to have his counter pick here, because last time he picked a Syndra into a matchup where there were a lot of gap closers onto him. And oh my god, Freak.
Yep. This I like a lot, actually. I really love red side Fizz. They did it in Game 1 as well, because it guarantees you see all of Gambit's matchups before you choose where Fizz goes.
It's such a good flex pick. You wouldn't think it, but it's a flex pick. We live in a world
where Fizz is a flex pick.
In a world where Fizz is a flex pick. It's utterly ridiculous.
One man,
one fish,
plays Jungle Fizz.
Kick his ears.
Fizz.
during the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament.
What, you got the disclaimers going on now? Coming this fall.
That wasn't a disclaimer. That was
To the
telling you
LCS.
when it's happening.
That's true.
Anyway, that's going to be a Rise locked in for Kuban on the top lane up against Smitty J's Maokai. And, ooh. So another assassin here for Nick in the mid lane.
You know what's weird? Is I feel like when you see the flex pick locked in, it actually puts more stress on your champion picks than by seeing it just be completely blind. You're like, okay, I have to make sure I can deal with Fizz. Like, you always have to make sure you can deal with Fizz. Fizz could always be picked. But, like, it like puts an extra strain of, like, he could be in this mid lane right now.
Exactly. That's why I love it so much, because it's kind of like a bait, but at the same time, if you pick a champion that's bad against Fizz, he'll just be like, oh, no, I'll just take the Fizz.
Yeah, whatever, YOLO.
Here's your Jarvan. He could pull that off. He could even do that right now with the Fizz if he wanted to. Or Kickoff just really wants it that badly. And WandaFox will go back to something like Syndra, or he'll go to something like Ori. Oriana's actually banned out. He'll pick something like Ziggs.
I want to see. 8 seconds to go. They're taking their time. Talon is the hover.
Okay.
And it's picked up there. WandaFox gets the Talon mid lane up here against Ahri.
Man,
I do want to see what happens here.
This team, SK Gaming Prime, they are not afraid to whip out these champions that are little unorthodox. You know, Talon, he was seeing more play, but up against this Ahri, dodge a charm by jumping to the back of him.
Yep.
Silence him, cutthroat, you're all good.
True. Well, they have the damage, especially if they can time this one together, because you put the cutthroat on right as you pull the shark out, and you can't flash away from it. So Nick could be in a whole bunch of trouble here. Diamond did get his Kha'Zix, though, for the first time this series. And Edward with the first pick, Thresh. Man, the Thresh Prince, we know he is great at this champion. And I want to see what else these guys can pull out. SK Gaming put out new stuff.
There's going to be some blood. There's going to be a lot of blood this game.
There will be.
You have basically like 4 assassin-oriented people with jungle mid, and you know they're going to clash because this is just such a jungle mid-oriented matchup in terms of the teams and their styles.
They're the roles that seem to matter the most in this game. They're getting their teams ahead, and the other lanes aren't really bullying out that hard, so all the action tends to be in the middle of the map. We're going to see if that ends up happening again in Game 3. We're about to go live, so be sure to tweet us who you think is going to win this game. Send hashtag GMBWin or hashtag SKPWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll be tracking the votes throughout our series here. SK Prime back to the jungle Fizz there for Kickoff. Got to see what happens with these guys. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun just because craziness. More. I wonder if he's going to keep doing the AD Fizz. Oh, by the way, I did check out his runes and masteries. So the rundown for this wonderful Fizz. Attack speed marks, health per level seals, 3 CDR per level glyphs, 6 magic resist per level glyphs. So it's basically 5% CDR at 18, and 3 ability power quints.
I don't know why you got to tell people this. I was going to do that when I went home. It's done. It's ruined.
Too late,
it's ruined.
Bro. Masteries 28-2-0.
Yeah, that's because he's jungling. Usually you'll do 30-0 on Fizz if you're just a man, but he wants those 2 for the jungle creeps.
And it seemed to be enough for him. And again, he maxed W and then E. Lizard Elder into Triforce into Tanky.
It's a crazy auto attack master, but here we go. Death Ball from SKP.
Walking through wards, they don't even care. Another trinket over the wall from Kuban, going to keep them safe. Edward spots them. Actually gets shot at, though.
Whoa.
He feels safe, though. There's so little CC on SK Prime, though. It's just Braum Q. And then Smitty has to get into range for the rest of his stuff.
Where could they be?
What? This is just...
They know exactly where they are.
Wait,
SKP,
seriously?
SKP.
What's going on right now?
To the choke point right now.
All right.
Oh,
SK
God.
Prime saying, you know what, let us out. And Gambit says, we're going to hook Z's.
Oh, they got Z's!
The hook! Z's, you were in a bad spot, but in comes the jump. Nick flashes away, stays alive. Z's, one hit from dead, goes down. First blood to Kuban. Gambit still in the mix. SK Prime desperately trying to leave this fight. Not what they wanted at all.
The charm, the very tip of it, but
they re-engage on the tanky Thresh, though. This is not good. A second kill is picked up. 2 for 1 so far. Okay. SKP backing out. But still.
I said there was going to be blood, but I didn't know it was going to happen in small court. They're going back. What are you doing?
There are more kills than minutes in the game right now.
Oh, wow. So bloody game right out the gate, but here's what ended up happening. There's a ton of assists across the board for Gambit here in the mid lane, in that bot lane. SKP, they're going to lane swap this. They don't want to have to deal with that Lucian who has more consumables and is definitely going to dominate that lane.
Here's the thing, is Gambit gets to walk in the bot lane with, yeah, those potions, and life's going to be painful. So let's see. Lane swap here for SK Prime. Tristana just going to chill up there, try to farm. They are still doing the same thing where they are duo laning up there and just slowly, or I guess kind of as quickly as they can, push the turret down. As opposed to the solo AD carry getting a bunch of XP on him.
Oh, Edward is actually harassing Kickus in his jungle. He's keeping tabs on him. Having to jungle with Smitty J. And the big thing here is all the summoner spells that have been blown. Multiple flashes. Every flash on Gambit Gaming was blown here. So if Kickus can capitalize off of that before they're back up around the 6-minute mark, then he can get some kills for himself. But I think Gambit's going to play a little more conservative, a little more reserved until that point.
Yeah, it seems like they're slowing down a little bit here.
But on the flip side, Diamond, he can take advantage of the blown flashes on SKP. So both these junglers, jungler paradise. It's happening all over again.
Man, this is Coolio stuff here for Diamond then. Can he get into the mid lane? Award says no. What the Fox, though, on the wrong side of the lane, gets reached. The slow is there. What the Fox has flash. Charm has to flash away from that one. All right. But that is a summoner spell lost.
He has a lot of consumables. Kickus and Smitty J are actually going to take a little trek down here. Is there a ward? No, there isn't. Nick doesn't have his flash.
He's on the wrong side of the lane.
Smitty has his.
Here comes the flash route, and there's nowhere for Nick to go. There's all the slows. There's the kill picked up. Smitty gets it back. 2-2 in the game.
Kickus and Smitty. Smitty still had his flash and made complete advantage of that. When a level 1 happens, you still have to take into account what summoner spells were blown, because now it's completely even across the board in terms of gold.
Alrighty, so what are we going to have play here? Top lane under fire. Z is doing what he can. Kuban, though, because they're only pushing lanes and not harassing, is actually getting...
The flash is being down. Kickus doesn't have his.
Oh, man. 200 health. Diamond does get away with the Playful Trickster, or gets run away from by Kickus with the Playful Trickster. There we go, Grammar. He's going to get the white here. So far, so good. Gambit on the slightest of leads. But yeah, what I was saying before is Kuban is getting time to farm because SKP are only going for turret damage. They're not hitting him nearly as much. So this Ryze is allowed to scale up somewhat.
Yeah, Zaitan, they're pushing the wave up. Zaitan's using his unblockable, or unbreakable, sorry, to stand in front of it and block all the shots that Kuban would be putting at the minions so that he loses some CS underneath the turret.
That's good.
But he can't deny all of it. But Smitty J did end up catching up because he helped out in the kill.
We'll see where the Maokai ends up going. Still only 5 CS on him. Is bot lane in a 1v2 for now. We're going to see. He is against a level 3 Thresh and a level 3 Lucian as a level 2 Maokai. He's not quite able to get the CS with his Q right here. So a very slow start for Smitty J.
Both these junglers, they have about a minute window right now where they can make one more gank and get some kills off of these blown flashes. So Kickus, he's actually coming around. Kuban is here too.
Wow, the roam around. He does get spotted by a ward, though, in the brush right below him.
Yeah, they know exactly where Kuban is now. On the side of SKP.
It looks like he's not going to get much of a play happened here. Kickus will remove this white camp one more time. And we're going to see if Kuban can make something happen. What the Fox's flash is actually down for a while. Wow, that charm hit! This is not good for What the Fox. There's no flash just yet for Kuban, but the Rune Prison is in range. There's the Q. There's the Ignite. One last Q. Can't quite reach. That won't matter. That's the last Ignite tick. Kill goes over to Nick.
And the true damage is burning through the extra bonus stats from the stand behind me. Doesn't matter at all. Kuban TPing back top, and he's there for the minion wave.
What a good roam. Didn't even have to flash for it. Just walked forward until his opponents died. Beautiful stuff there by Gambit.
A big part of that is you typically run movement speed contestances on.
You do.
On Ryze, so he's able to close that distance a little bit faster. What the Fox, the big thing was that he walked into a charm from Nick. He kind of got pathed into it while moving by the minions.
He was just trying to build as much distance as possible from Ryze and then got kind of pushed up against the wall. And it wasn't enough for him. So,
all those flash windows closed.
Yep.
6 minutes, 30 seconds. All flashes are back up except for mid lane and top lane for SKP.
I guess you could say the plugin crashed. All the flash windows have closed. Browser joke? Yeah, that's right.
Freak's biggest fan is attending today. How much you pay that guy?
You tweeted them out yesterday. They're taped up against the railings.
They are. Oh. How much did you pay that guy, though? Seriously.
I just paid attention.
Yeah, see? Oh, how quickly they turn.
Well, here we go, though. SK Prime trying to claw back into this one. And we're going to see that top lane's still under siege. We're just watching Z's and Zaitan. Such letter synergy in their names. Just pushing down this top lane turret. Kuban not able to easily defend 1v2. But he's still just getting that farm going. Look at that. Yeah, that was really nice. Zaitan blocks a lot of the gold income. And that will be... All right, turret killed. First of the game. SK Prime back close in gold because of this. But Zaitan...
They have to back up.
Oh, man.
Here comes Ari. Here comes Nick.
Level 6 Ari, 300 health Braum. He does have flash. He has exhaust. Summoner heals up as well. Charm's gonna come in and gets it. Exhaust not gonna be enough. Diamond gets the kill, and now Z's stuck a little bit. But Smitty J comes in. Kuban's got to be real careful. He does have flash, but he's locked up for too long. Kill picked up by the Maokai. Now Diamond is low. Flash away from the rocket jump. There's a lantern that no one wants to take. What the Fox a little bit far away. Nick gets the Q. Ooh, that was nearly a kill on Smitty J if those skill shots landed.
The hook stalled out Watt to Fox so that he couldn't use his ultimate and close that distance with the extra bonus movement speed. Good roams there. On the overall, I believe it's just a 1-for-1. And a turret falling into the hands of SKP's 500 gold deficit after everything's all said and done.
But also keep in mind, it's a lot of comparative gold for Z's here. He had local gold. He got the assist as well on that kill. So he's actually starting to scale above Krislin just a little bit. He's going to should have BF sword on this recall. And that will allow him to hold onto a 2-on-2 lane a little bit better than he might have otherwise, since he was down potions from the level 1. Also keep in mind, that level 1 gold that Gambit all got, almost down the line went into consumables, because it was a lot of assist gold. So a lot of that gold has actually disappeared at this point. It's sort of been paid for.
Yeah, it just evaporated. It's not ineffective combat stats at this point in the game.
Right. Also, in terms of combat stats, actually more recalls have also come through for SKP. So until we see Krislin go back to base, this Tristana's going to do a lot more for a maybe dragon fight.
Yeah, exactly. What they ended up doing with the lane swap is farm until BF, get BF sword, back, go straight to the dragon, or at least establish dragon control. And the fact that Krislin hasn't backed yet, he'll have more items, but right now he's just burning a hole in his pocket.
Here he goes.
All this money. If they see him back,
I think they expect him to back. Smitty sees this. He can sapling him. This is actually good for SKP. They really could force off the AD carry power difference.
Yeah, he's trying to back desperately right now. They'll get some turret damage, but they're also calling Rise down here too. So he's going to back.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks like the call might be...
Kick is heading down.
Get the dragon.
Okay. So there is a very small window, about 20 seconds till Krislin shows up. He's got boots 1. He's going to get there pretty quickly, but there's a dragon attempt. Diamond in the wings, evolve W, good poke.
Yeah, poke is so good at this dragon right now. The fact that he evolved his W is definitely going to help them out.
Nope.
Not going to take it, but look at that.
All right.
Because of the back, because Z's got there first, and he was able to have that BF sword, Krislin hadn't backed. He had the pressure on him, gave them enough time.
He waited too many waves. Yep. Like, look how rich that recall was. Plus boots 1, plus a pink ward, plus new potions. That's like 4 or 5 extra waves they didn't need to wait for. You could have backed just on BF and pink ward like 2 minutes ago and been there and available for a dragon.
Yeah, and SKP had already established dominance in the air. Watch Fox, he has to get out.
Ooh, he ended the ult too soon, though. He could have kept the move speed and the invisibility for longer. That made him lose his flash against Nick.
Kuban's actually just been roaming around the map, trying to be very effective. He actually has 100% kill participation at this moment as a Rise from the top lane that got lane swapped on.
I guess you could say his kill participation has really rised a lot this game. You're just done. You're just so done with this.
I'm not giving you a reaction. I know that.
That's fine. The audience does. I don't need you anymore. Gambit, though, they definitely need to get some gold back for themselves. Down 300 right here. Great dragon by SKP. Puts them ahead. Zaitan actually doesn't quite block that. The shield's too far left. The bullets go past the door. SK Prime now. Looking pretty good. And they've got good fallback, of course. They have this Tristana for the backline power. They've got this Maokai for the team fights. And by the way, it is a different build. Fizz went Spectral Wraith.
Yeah, he's swapped it up. Kickus is
top lane, though. Kickus is nowhere to be seen in this fight. It's Smitty J in a 1v2. He's taking a lot of damage from Kuban and Diamond. Knocks him back. Not going to matter. Nice kill picked up by Diamond. Overextended Maokai.
And the only thing we can really get is turret damage in this bot lane here. And Kickus showing up to get it. Oh. Troll pull. And he's done.
Yep. it'll be fine. So
we haven't seen a lot of action from Kickoff in these last couple of minutes. He's really just been farming his jungle, trying to show up in the lanes and push them. But he hasn't been making any bold moves ever since that window where they had blown flashes. I haven't seen a shark be thrown out from him yet.
Yeah, me either. You're right.
He hasn't pushed a level 6 at all.
I guess it's been hard for him to find a way in on Nick, and the lanes have been so lopsided there's just not been ganks available, it seems.
Yeah,
But
also
now-
Speedy J, why was he up so far?
He just was pushing.
He was pushing it, just causing as much pressure as he possibly could. He has his teleport available now, and there is a ward that's behind these guys, the bot lane here from Chrislin and Edward.
All right, there's the blue buff, Nick. Nice and happy on this one. Diamond has 3 kills, so he is pretty far ahead in this game. Level 8. Looking to make a lurking move into the top lane there. Smitty J down 2 levels. He's so far behind from this lane swap. Level 7, jumped on Rune Prison, jumps to a minion, tries to get away. Half health right now. 1100, gets out.
Good twisted advance there.
Yeah, he saw that immediately.
More distance. And the flash away. Now we're going to see Kickoff. I think he's going to go a long way around. He's going to jump a wall, take a trip. Hup.
Alrighty, he's going to get in behind the duo lane. Has a blue buff, has a Spectral Wraith. Does not get spotted.
Where's the fish?
Fish comes out, does not catch anyone though. Chrislin flashes out. He's safe. That fish barely missed Edward.
What? Kind of between them. It's like throwing a fish through a goalpost.
Yep, 3 points. I actually had a thought the other day. We shouldn't make American football references when we're casting EU teams.
Unless I say American football, right?
No, just in general.
Okay.
We should talk about stoppers and sweepers and stuff. And the keeper. Corner kick for Gambit Gaming. Coming up the brush. Actually, Chrislin, I mean, he could be playing Striker Ezra or Striker Lucian right now. What a hater.
Anyway, at the same time, throw all this stuff to the side, back to the game, watch the box. He's actually been doing a pretty good job on this Talon. He has more CS than Nick at the moment, but his roams. He's been kind of reactionary to what Nick has been doing because he hasn't been pairing up with Kickoff in the same way. Because Diamond and Nick have become a roam squad, whereas they haven't done the same.
Yeah, you're right. We're just not like seeing the Talon go anywhere. He actually did get early Moby boots as well. He's got the Brutalizer. Like, What the Box can go make plays and go crush people. We're just not seeing him leave lane. Level 10 here. Nick sweeps the wave. Oh, the hook on Aziz, not good for the Trist. Flayed back as well. Ignite is on. Z's knocks back Chrislin smartly, but 300 health. Oh my god, here comes Smitty J. Can he knock down Chrislin? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Off of the stun. Now Edward pretty screwed, but in comes Kuban. Edward still though about to go down, burns the flash, might just get out, and in comes Diamond, but the rocket jump keeps him safe, and now What the Box has shown up, the double kill for Smitty J. He falls under the turret to Kuban. Diamond now forced to run, in comes Nick, Z's goes down, and Nick could go massive here. Tries to chase down on the Talon, can't quite do it, misses the charm on Zytan. That would have been the kill. Instead it's a 2 for 2, I believe, overall.
Yeah, and they just keep trickling in, and Kickoff had nothing to do with that fight. All 5 members of Gambit did something. Only 4 of SK do anything. He didn't push a wave instead. He tries to show up, but it's just a trickle in back and forth.
Diamond gonna claim that. Push Kickoff away, and a turret.
Kickoff maxed his E this time.
Okay.
So completely different build.
Yeah, he's got cooldown boots too. It's this like weird castery cooldown. Now AP Fizz.
Yeah, I like how after one game of AD Fizz with maxing W, we're like, what is he doing now? This is so unorthodox. The unorthodox stuff he was doing before. So if you just watch the minimap, it's so crazy because you see everybody start trickling in here, and the TPs come down, and then it just funnels up. It's kind of like an alternating ladder. Kha'Zix is going to show up now, zone off Z's. He's going to get out of there, and then Talon shows up, zones off Kha'Zix. That allows Z's to come back forward. Ari shows up, says, oh, there's Z's. Goes straight after him, picks him off, and then they're like, uh-oh, we lost our AD carry, and then finally Kickoff shows up, but there's nothing. But here's this fight, 4-man.
Dragon fight, in goes Z's, Edward will go down, the Shark doesn't matter. Now Kuban also gonna fall, 2 for 0, double kill for SK Prime's AD carry, mid lane under fire now.
They're gonna go straight for this middle turret. That was a huge ultimate there from WTFox. Like, usually Talon ultimates, you're like, oh, it's used to get mobility. That was a ton of damage he ended up dealing there to multiple members of Gambit Gaming to just soften them up for the fight.
That was a good thing then for SK Prime. They are actually still down in gold, though, from that last team fight of Gambit and everything else. Kickoff, no blue up to steal. Still has stacks to spend.
And during all of that, there was actually the Dragon going over to Diamond, and Gambit Gaming picks it up for themselves.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that's a lot more gold than I expected from that fight. But yeah, Turret and Dragon did go to Gambit then. All right, so 700 gold lead still for Gambit, despite that 2 for 0 just now. Also, almost all the gold is on Smitty J, so he is actually one of the big breadwinners for this team. He's a kind of a tanky bro now. Whereas it's actually Diamond who's got a very large number of kills for the team. He actually has more gold than this Rise from Kuban. And we're seeing that, you know, Diamond has still been very effective on this Kha'Zix. There's clearly reason to deny that champion.
I was just thinking about champion pools too. You're talking about how they've been denying the Kha'Zix from him by banning it or picking it away. And now he's on it in 3-0-1. Probably the best showing he's had all day, statistically so far. But then if you think about like WTFox, he plays so many champions in the mid lane. This is just another champion that we haven't seen him on before. Like I said, he played 8 different ones during 10 games. And this is just the 9th one that we've seen in these last couple of months from him. So his champion pool is very vast. He seems very skilled on these champions too. Like Talon, he's not the easiest champion to play. His laning phase is very punishable.
Yeah.
And you also have some timing windows and power spikes. Like if you get to that super late game, you're not as effective as if you had pushed your mid-game spikes. Your 1 item, your 2 item. Then when you get to max items, you're like, there's better assassins out there. But speaking of pushing your mid-game...
Wow, walks into a charm. WTFox jumps right on in, though. Tries to get the damage. Not going to happen. 1 for 0, and Kickoff is in the wrong part of town now. 2 kills picked up for Gambit. Edward secures the kill.
And you're extremely squishy on top of all of that and extremely susceptible to CC, which Nick just threw out there and completely obliterated WTFox, and Kickoff pretty much had to sacrifice himself too at that point because Diamond showed up.
Wow, WTFox didn't realize it was not just Thresh in that brush. And yeah.
They're going to push this bottom lane here on Gambit Gaming side with 3 members strong. SKP, they don't have an answer to this just yet. Instead, they're going to go try to push down mid.
Well, they're not getting very much done, though, because Kuban and Krislin happily stopping them here. Instead, it's the Gambit bot lane crew shoving down bot tier 2 just fine. 3,000 gold lead going to be here after the turret falls down. Gambit looking pretty darn good.
Looks like they might get collapsed on here by SKP. Moby Boots from Zaitan.
Eddie. Oh, wow, he caught up to him. And now Nick gets the charm out of Zaitan, but in comes Z's. The Q slow lands. There's nowhere for Nick to go. That's going to be 2 kills as payment for the bottom tier 2 turret.
But the mid tier 1 is being pressured now from Gambit Game. They are trading objectives for kills across the board here. It's just a bloody game, but on top of it, they're doing a really good job at trading objectives.
Yeah. Well, let's see if SKP can do something with these kills, though, because, of course, champions are dying when Dragon and stuff are off the map, when lanes are pushed out away from them. Mid lane looks like the focus.
They're going to go back to it.
Ooh, WTFox and Diamond in a bit of a duel. Diamond, they're doing so well in this battle. WTFox does win the fight with a Ravenous Hydra active at the end, and now mid tier 2 under fire.
Despite that pink ward, seeing WTFox during it, still a victory for him.
But the play on a Smitty J, got to be careful. Rune Prison there as well. The team is forced to back away. He does not pop his ulti the entire time. He's forced to flash away. He could have just been blocking damage the whole time.
There is a little bit of a cast time on the ultimate that stops you, and you think he might have been afraid of being in range of Kuban.
Hell, he was Rune Prison for part of it.
Yeah.
Just cast it then. It's a 30-second cooldown. Whatever.
Yep.
Real men waste ultimate cooldowns. Alright, so Kickoff, does get his red buff for himself. Is on the way to Lich Bane, but this is going to be a much less powerful Assassin Fizz than a mid laner would have been. So I want to know how much this damage does scale up. Smitty got to look for the root onto Krislin. Zaitan shows as well. Z's in the mix. Good flash by Krislin. The knockup will not land. And here comes Kuban. What can he do, though? It's a bit of a 2-on-3 as the team comes to reinforce a bit later on. Stun lands. Krislin will go down 1 for 0. The box doesn't mean too terribly much. And Edward now forced to run away as well.
WTFox has the Moby Boots, has the ultimate. Not going to close that distance just yet. Instead decides to clear out this mid wave with his Ravenous Hydra.
I actually find it interesting that WTFox is going for both the Youmu's and the Hydra completion before Last Whisper. Because Whisper would have been more total damage on a spell combo. But the actives give him other utility like movement speed and clear ability.
And also the animation canceling on his ultimate.
But even just the Tiamat though, right? Like, to go from Tiamat to Hydra is 1,400 gold.
I don't think he would have beaten Diamond in that one-on-one.
Maybe not.
If he didn't have
And that's totally fair, of course, to say as well, right? But I just find it interesting that that's the choice he went for.
It's a choice, and it paid off for him.
Yep.
I'm sure it'll be his next item, though.
Yeah, Longsword, definitely Last Whisper. Watch it's like a Bloodthirster, it's sad.
Stop.
Sword of the Occult. Learning from Alliance.
Bloodthirster, Ravenous Hydra. Oh, Lord.
Hey. I mean, they
work. Looking for a pick here.
Oh, wow. He's lucky the charm didn't hit. Flashes over the wall. He stays safe off of very little required by Gambit. Zayt on the front line. Z's is there to clean up. Krislan versus What the Fox. Not happy for this poor little Lucian. He goes down in the 1v1. SK Prime Speedy J stays alive. And now the jump in towards Diamond, but Z's has to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage. Pushes Diamond over the wall, and now there's so much damage, so Zayt holds the front line for as long as he can, but Speedy J is about to fall. What the Fox also getting chased down. So much damage comes out from Kuban, who now goes for Z's, and they crush SKP in that fight.
Ends up being a 5-for-2, and that's going to be Gambit picking up another dragon for themselves and accelerating this gold lead. That team fight couldn't have gone better for them at this point in the game.
No.
1v1 in the bot, Krislan ends up losing that to What the Fox. But at the same time, they end up winning the big bulk of the team fight. kickoff uses most of his resources here, and is just pushed out of the fight. He is a non-factor for the rest of this fight, and hangs off by the right until he gets picked off by Diamond Fox. Z's, he has to end up off on the side. He ends up getting this distance closed back in on him when they turn this fight around. Smitty J is in full retreat. Z's jumps forward, jumps towards Diamond, and then he flashes and has to be zoned off to the side. This entire time, you can see kickoff is off on the side, doing nothing. Diamond ends up picking him off on the side, and now Z's hasn't been doing damage. The effective DPS of most members of SKP was around that 0 portion for a good margin of that fight.
kickoff was zoned out the entire time.
Yeah, despite having a numbers advantage.
Sure. No, exactly. The fact that they got so outplayed in the team fight was massive for Gambit. SKP do at least get the bottom outer as retribution, but they're still down in turrets, down in dragons, down in kills, down in gold. Krislan somewhere on the map. It's actually What the Fox is talking about here, though. Nick gonna go down towards What the Fox. And there's the kill picked up. Edward securing his 4th of the game. So far, so good for Edward, and Gambit, 5,000 gold up.
And at this point in the game, it's really hard for a Talon when the other team gets a little bit ahead of you, because he's a snowbally champion that relies on you to be ahead and continue to push that forward. Because when the other team gets a little bit ahead of you, it's so hard to come back as Talon.
That could be the painful truth for these guys now. Nice smite. It's going to be kickoff grabbing the big Wraith, but Gambit, definitely the bullies of the map right now. They are starting to get better and better as the series goes on. Gambit in control of the map now.
And they have complete ward coverage of that Baron area all across. There really isn't a whole lot for anybody to push on the map right now. It's really on Gambit to get these wards, keep these wards around the Baron, find a pick or two more, which they've been doing a good job of, and then going from there. Because they've been winning team fights on top of everything. So if they can get a pick before it with an Ahri charm, then they're good to go. Kuban still has this massive lead over Smitty J in CS, in levels. And there's a fight for the pick.
Zayt does not quite get flayed, but Gambit still taking control. Ward coverage is still down. They're sweeping everything away. It's still the Gambit show. $5,200 gold lead. Diamond started out incredibly strong. He's now 4-1-5. That Kha'Zix really showing that it was probably pretty important for him. He's actually still out-leveling most players on his team. He's tied with Nick for first place in levels here. Now 1 level behind, but this Kha'Zix, a very big deal for Gambit. Something I think definitely goes away in Game 4. SKP thought maybe they can let it through. That, 3 picks went through. Still no Kha'Zix. Went over to Gambit.
Yeah, they've prioritized that Thresh for Edward, which
And also, I mean, SKP put their bans on towards Nick. They got rid of the Zed. Their first 2 picks were on the Tristana and on the Maokai. I think these are more important as well. Well, Diamond maybe proving them wrong here.
Yeah, they were looking for that hyper late game for themselves.
And it still exists, to be fair.
It does.
There's a giant ceiling for this SKP lineup.
Once that Tristana, if it gets going, the fact that they have another threat from the jungle in this Fizz, like, he needs a lot of gold. He needs a lot of gold to be effective, and it's really hard for him to get it because he's in the jungle. But once he gets it, he's just going to be blowing people up. He can one-shot Nick, he can one-shot Diamond. And even if he makes his way to Crystalline.
We'll see. So far, these Assassins have done a good job of removing Crystalline, but Kuban has been such a good, durable carry. That's why one of the reasons I really love Ryze against assassin-heavy teams, because Ryze typically does not get one shot, but still provides that persistent damage that wins team fights.
And he just destroys assassins with his Rune Prison.
Yeah. You can see Gambit also 2 pink cords in inventory, plus 2 upgraded sweepers. They can deal pretty reliably with the stealth of Watt to Fox.
Yeah, they've been putting a lot of resources into that, not just the sweepers, but like you said, the pink cords that they've been throwing down. They had one in the bush when Diamond was fighting him. Up top, they threw down one mid-fight. Pretty much treating him like an Ahri, or sorry, an Akali. I don't know why I said Ahri. Oh, she's on the screen.
Yeah.
Brain, please.
It's understandable, though. I know how that goes.
A champion, what is it? Boom, Akali.
Anivia?
Yep. Oh, the flash from Crystalline to avoid the Chumble Waters.
Alright, that is an important 5-minute cooldown gone. They actually have a way of dealing with Kuban. Like, if they peel for Z's and just remove Crystalline, that should be a team fight win for SKP, regardless of the gold lead right now.
At the same time, there is going to be a blue buff falling into Nick's hands here. The Dragon is up in 20 seconds, and there's pressure on this mid lane. They're going to go down bottom, establish Dragon control, clear out that huge wave, and start pushing that in their favor so they don't have to worry about this after the Dragon. They can continue their assault on mid.
And you can see how smart Gambit is, right? Ahri holds the bot lane. The rest of the team actually holds mid pretty successfully. This one caster minion won't allow a lot of push by SKP. You see, they don't even try. They go for Crystalline instead. Actually, a lot of damage dealt. The Lantern does not come in time. That is an assassination by SKP.
Well, you're talking about that. Kickoff, this Fizz can blow people up, and with the help of Watt to Fox, it's even higher. The hook on Aziz, though.
Hook on Aziz, yep, he will stay safe, though, with shield. Smitty J still holds the front line. Diamond is in the wings. 5,000 gold deficit. SK Prime bring that down towards 4,000. A little bit less than that here. Clawing back in. 2 for 2 on Dragons. 2 to 2, I should say. Realize their blue is gone.
You talked about the blown flash from the Chumla Waters on Crystalline. They take complete advantage of that Kickoff. We talked about him as a control capitalization type jungler, and he's really known for his 2-on-2 skirmishes, but he's also known for taking advantage of flash timers. We saw him do it in the early game before the 6-minute mark when the flashes were back up in mid, and we just saw him do it there where he's like, you don't have flash for the next 5 minutes. I know exactly what's going to happen here. We're going to blow you up. No questions. Gets them the Dragon. Gets them back into the game, and a 4,000 gold difference only between these two teams.
And I'm trying to figure out where this 4,000 gold lead comes from. Because kills are 2 apart, turrets are 1 apart, dragons are equal. You can see, of course, individual contributions here where, like, kind of down the line, every lane is ahead here for Gambit.
Yeah, 40, 30, 30 CS.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that. It's minions, really, are the reason that Gambit are ahead in gold, though these fights are still going to be very close.
Yeah, you can see that there's about 1,800 gold lead in the top lane. There's about a 1,000 gold lead in mid lane. And then on the flip side, though, supports are about 700 between them, and that makes up for the 80 carries. So it's really... Oh, yeah, 1,500 in the junglers, too.
Yep. Kuban making his way forward. Mercury treads on him. We almost had one unique move per member of Gambit.
Almost. Had to ruin it, though. Anyway, everybody is trying to get over to this Baron and establish ward control of it. It's so important because both these teams have so much assassination pick potential, but instead, SKP, they're not going to play that game. They're going to try to bait them out. And
the flash engage, Zaitan
they got Nick.
Doesn't get much more. Lanterns out. Fish comes in for Kuban. This could be good. They blow up Rise and Z's survives. He kites the wave. Nick gets the kill though. Now Diamond on the chase. Kickoff tries to survive, but he gets crushed down by Chrisland. More kills going to Gambit. What the Fox though looks for Nick. Can he get it? There's the Q slow. He should probably die through that. The W. The heal comes out, and it might be enough. Zaitan dies through Charm. What the Fox forced to run. It's a 3 for 2 in Gambit's favor.
He got away. Nick got away, and Smitty J, he's trying to do the same.
Charm doesn't hit.
Go back in.
Goes What the Fox, doesn't do enough though. There's the kill for Nick. An ace for Gambit.
They go back and forth, and they leave with 3 members with flashing HP bars.
Wow. I don't know. Oh my god, they're really gonna try. No.
Oh, there's the TP.
Okay. It's a bit of a waste of Yomu's though.
Yeah, you need to get the pin a little faster.
Great. Well, this will then be the Baron for Gambit Gaming. Good teleport by Kuban to take it out. Gambit, man, up 5,000, about to be closer to 7,000 as this goes down. Nicely played.
Crazy fight, back and forth. You can see that when there's so many assassins on the field, you really have to check your positioning at every moment in this game, because one misstep costs you. The Lantern from Edward saves Nick as Smitty J closes distance. You saw him stop there because he tried to twist in advance. They blow up Kuban, but then Nick re-engages, and nobody's paying attention to him when he was the primary focus before, and he ends up picking off Z's in the back line. Clean cut. Z's is one of the biggest contributors to this fight because he would have had the range to end this out, because now they don't have any range damage dealers left on the side of SKP, whereas Gambit pretty much only has that and Diamond. So they're just zoning. Chrisland body blocks there and stops Zaitan from closing distance, and they played this perfectly from start to finish. It was really crazy to watch this just play out. What the Fox, he closes this distance, goes in, the W doesn't come back when you die.
Yep, just enough damage dealt there. Such an incredibly close game. These fights nearly go either way, but so far, Gambit are coming out ahead. Up 5 kills, up a bunch of money. And now they invade for the jungle. Kickoff forced to get away. Blue buff controlled once again by Gambit here. They're looking at going ahead 2-1 in the series.
Baroned up, 6.6k gold lead here, but there is a Tristana, there is assassination potential on SKP. You can't really count them out against 3 squishies on Gambit Gaming. It's really hard to just discount them. Actually, Diamond, he's actually going quite tanky.
Yeah.
Quite quickly.
And notice that as well. He doesn't go Brutalizer. Hex Drinker and Last Whisper is his opening. No, Last Whisper.
He doesn't have a Last Whisper or
Just
Brutalizer.
kidding. Yeah.
Maw after his Elder Lizard, and now he's going full tank.
Yeah, he went for cooldown boots for the extra spam ability. Zaitan gets blown up over the wall. Chrisland takes him down. Now into the base they go. Inhibitor turret under fire. Gambit doing what they can. Nick just pushing forward. He feels so safe. Gets a shield from Edward for good measure. Inhibitor now going to die. It's a 5-on-4. SK Prime cannot contest this.
Gambit Gaming Nick blowing them up over the wall with the help of Chrisland. And that's going to be the turrets being sieged down at this point.
I don't know if they can quick close the game out. They've got minions coming in soon. Fox in the wings. Will he try to fight this? Goes in for Diamond. He is not the right target. He gets exploded. Down goes the Talon. Fight begins. Smitty J dies in the middle of the front line as well. 3 more kills picked up. Only Kickoff alive. That is not the fight SKP wants. This will be Gambit taking game 3.
SKP pretty much just throwing themselves on the sword. That is Gambit Gaming at this point. Accepting their fates and just going hard and not getting anything for it.
Yep, another kill as Zaitan revives. Nexus goes down. Gambit now 1 game away from rejoining the LCS.
And you can see the relief there from Kuban. It's like, just 1 more.
Yep.
Just got to do 1 more to reclaim their spot in the LCS.
And Kuban's been solid. 6-3-9 that game on Rise. He had carried a few of the team fights by himself as a tanky damage threat. And this is looking, again, better and better for Gambit. Diamond has gotten increasingly good throughout these games, and where Diamond goes, Gambit seems to follow.
That's definitely true. He seems to be the morale that they needed. And in that game 1, it was very, very defeating for them. It was very, very big struggle. And then they made it to the second game, and they're like, all right, we have to play to our win conditions, play to our team comp. And then they come into this game 3, like, just don't get picked off. Pick them off first. You know, we played against a Fizz jungle before. It's a different Fizz jungle this time, but they still outplayed it. And the Talon didn't come up big. Nick, really good charms throughout the game.
Yeah.
And they played that level 1. Like, I cannot stress how crazy a level 1 fight is. Like if you go into a solo queue game, you're like, oh, it's a level 1 fight. When you're in a team level 1 fight, people are constantly calling things, and you don't have a lot at your disposal. You're trying to do more, like a 5v5 fight with less, because everybody has one ability. And it's so difficult to play that right. And then when you do, you're like, all right, we played it right. We have to push our advantage. We get some consumables. And then they got lane swapped on. And then they went from there. And the fact they got lane swapped on and Kuban still did so well for himself, won the lane against Maokai when he showed up, had a level advantage all game long. He really deserves props for that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that one. It's been some incredible play. And again, great individual contributions. It's also worth pointing out, Gambit has now won the early game incredibly early off jungle invades in the last 2 games. The first one was a really smart play by Edward and Krislin together. They first blooded Kickus. This time around, an over-aggressive invade by SKP, another 2-1 there for Gambit. So it's even starting from the very, very beginning. And I wonder if that's actually starting to hurt SKP's morale as well. It seems like they're still fighting well, but like the very beginning of the game starts out poorly for SKP. Game 1, that didn't really happen. So if these guys can maybe get past the first 5 minutes without catastrophe, SKP, I think, will look a little bit better here. But we've got to see in the next game, and maybe even Game 5, if SKP can pull it back. But to help us break down the last match, let's check in with Dash and company at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Freak. And I feel like we have to touch on it immediately. It was successful in the first game, not so successful in the third game. Gambit found a way to deal with it. The Fizz pick.
Yeah, you know, he went AD tank Fizz the first game, switched it up completely to full-on AP Fizz this time around. But the level 1 was the kind of thing that slowed him down quite a bit, and that slowed the entire team down. But really interesting to see him switch the build up, especially with a non-AP mid now, since they had talent. He goes for the AP Fizz, and his masteries 28-2.
28-2, yeah. It's just kind of crazy. It makes you question some of the decision making there. Dominic, you talked about the level 1 in the last game having a huge impact on the game. I feel like this one had possibly an even greater impact because it seemed a little more than a little risky, I should say.
Yeah, it was a really strange level 1. I didn't really understand how it was going to go down because you had Gambit coming from all sides and like flanking in a 5-man level 1, which is weird because normally you think that the team that is grouped as 5 will have the advantage because they didn't have much AoE. Like it was like a charm, a hook, stuff that you aren't really afraid of if you're all grouped together. But the charm came right on Tristana at the end of like the pack, so they were able to get a lot of damage on the range champion, which is really big because in that level 1 fight they had 3 melee champions and 2 range champions, and one of the range champions is getting chunked super low off that. So I think that hurt them a lot, and I think that the level 1 turning out the way it did dictated the pace of the game.
I think another thing about the level 1 that was really huge, it was 2 for 1, but Rise ended up getting a kill. And since he started with a mana crystal, he was able to come out with a tier in his first buy. In the 2v1 swap, he can start stacking that tier right from the get-go. So he's not set behind at all in terms of his item build, just a little bit in the farm. So he's able to start stacking tier right from the get-go, which is huge for Rise, which is able to power him through the lane swap phase and just eventually outshine the Maokai.
Yeah, the early stacking and the mana regen, just absolutely insane start for Rise. But Dominic, you mentioned the fact that they had 3 melee champions, one of which was Talon. Yep. What do we think about that Talon mid pick? Because when we were back here discussing, we thought there were some other options against Ari.
I think I was wrong. I think it was 4 melee champions, right? Wasn't it Braum, Maokai,
yeah,
you're right,
Fizz, and Talon? So there's 4 melee champions, which means that if you're AD champion, your 1 range champion goes down first. It's so hard to win the fight because you have hooks and charms coming from everywhere. You have all these like auto attacks and like rise Qs coming in that you need to like get on somebody and give them in order to win the level 1. And since they weren't able to do that, since they got engaged on, it just made it really hard. Ari flashed a wall and wasn't in combat anymore. She actually missed 2 more charms after that, but it didn't even matter because of how their team comp worked at that stage of the game.
I think that a Syndra pick would have been completely the best pick by far in that game because Syndra does extremely well against Ari, and then low range mages like Rice, low range AD carry, Lucian, Kha'Zix is going to die, get 1 shot instantly. Like Thresh can kill that champion as well. Syndra would have been phenomenal in that situation, but I think they shied away from it just because the previous game, he did not look comfortable on that champion.
So definitely some jitters then from the first game. So actually talk to me about that. When you, just as players, if you have an unsuccessful game on a champion in a best-of-5 series, are you really tentative to go back to it, or is that something that you just have to work on? You have to get better at saying, no, I know my ability to play this champion, I can jump back on it.
I think the most important thing is if you fail with a champion, you need to assess yourself and see why that champion failed. Did you have a poor level 1? Did you struggle in laning phase? Like, were you not feeling well? What exactly happened? Did you actually not play the champion? Are you not comfortable with it? And if the answer is, yeah, you're not comfortable with the champion, just accept it. Don't play the champion anymore. It's that easy. You can't afford to just play something that is good, but you're not comfortable with in the match of such high stakes.
To that end, Dominic, we throw statistics around all the time when we talk about win rates for certain players on certain champions. How much of that actually factors into your decision-making as a player when you're looking at a champion?
It's all about just comfort. Like, I know this split personally. I had a terrible win rate on Eve in the early part of the split, and everyone on Reddit's like, oh, you're the worst Eve in the world. But I personally felt super comfortable on the champion, so I just kept on picking it. If you are comfortable on a champion, you should take that over all the results, in my mind. You should be able to separate what happened in the game from your actual skill. Because if you botch a level 1 and you lose a game level 1, yeah, your champion's going to look bad. It's not going to feel good. But if you know your ability on a champion, you need to stick to it. And you just have to be really critical and gauge it. I think that his Syndra wasn't the best in game 2. In game 2. But I think if he just adapted, got Ignite, and played it into such a profitable matchup, it would have been fine. Like, he wasn't playing it into Zed with, like, a Vi. He wasn't in a weird situation. He was just going to play a straight-up lane phase. Syndra versus Ahri. Not incredible jungle pressure on either side, and he should be able to win that matchup.
All right, to that end, I love the connection that you made there. We're going to jump into our replay, which is about 32, 33 minutes into the game around the Baron Pit, where SK, it seems like a fairly good pick. They choose a good fight, but there's a couple positioning errors and things like that, and they actually, again, the melee issue seems to plague them. So, Crumbs, I'll let you take this one.
I think a key part of this replay is the fact that if you notice the map, Gambit has 3 pink wards in the Baron area, while SK has only that 1 green ward in the left side brush of mid lane. So they're going into this almost blind once Gambit retreats from that brush. And then it starts with a Brahmo, it hits Ahri. Maokai flashes to try to get Ahri, but she picks up the Lantern right at the last finish. They finish Rise here with a Fish, and then during the charm, Tristana gets hit. Now she should have rocket jumped away immediately, but she just kind of danced around. She had the opportunity to rocket jump into the race and get away. She ends up getting killed, and then now you just can't. Threshbox basically single-handedly soloed the remaining 4 melees in the team because Talon used his gap closer on the Rise. They all blew everything for him. They can't come into the fight. They just don't have any more gap closers due to the team comp that they have. And then Red here with Ahri's build, she went with the Zhonya's and the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Talon expecting the Ahri to get killed with the last remaining Rake after the Hourglass. Can't finish him off. Gets killed by Braum, gets killed later in the end, and then now here Talon's trying to salvage something. Kha'Zix gets a W heal, or he gets a, what's that called? A dangerous game.
Dangerous game. That's right. It is a dangerous game. So it does beg the question, when you're balancing a team in terms of your own champion picks, you've overloaded yourself with these melee champions, and in a team fight, at what point is that going to be too costly because you no longer have the gap closers when you did need to assassinate somebody, and now you're just kind of running for your life and scrambling for pickup kills.
I think the most important thing is you can run a team comp like that, absolutely, but you need to be exceptional at vision because you can't be the ones that is lacking in vision like that fight happened because they're just going to be able to retreat constantly, and you're going to be not only struggling to jump to them, but you're going to be struggling to just find them. So you got 2 things at hand before you can even get a fight going. But if you control the vision and you have them try to chase you or like kind of cautiously check brushes, you're going to have a really easy time picking people off and jumping them because they don't know where you are and you're melee. So you can actually basically get them to face check a brush and you can pick them off. But they really struggle to get their vision control, and they suffered for it by taking these fights that were clearly in the favor of Gambit.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say that picking bans, you can play a comp like that, but it's not optimal. You had an option to pick a Syndra, and your comp won't be so binary. That comp, you're playing 4 melees and there's no poke on that comp. You have to just hard engage, run at people, and try to kill them. You don't want to pick that into a Ryze, ideally. Into a Ryze Thresh, that's not the smartest option. If you go for the Syndra there, you at least have like same type of pick potential, but you have more range. You have opportunity to pick your fights a lot better instead of just having a Braum ult flying at an Ahri. Ahri has a bunch of mobility and a Lantern. That's not the situation you want to put yourself in. You want to get your draft in a spot where you have a higher chance to win, not a spot where you can win if you play it perfectly.
Yeah, I like that idea. And one final note, I think, to point out for SK is I would really love to see them play a game where they don't do something at level 1. Because I feel like their over-aggression, their desire to make a play and get ahead and put themselves in a great position has backfired now a couple times, and it's working against them ultimately.
I think the level 1 they did the first game was fine. They just sat in the brush and waited for Gambit to do something. That's kind of the same mentality they should go into the game. Like, look, just wait for Gambit to come into us, and then we'll make sure that we can punish them. They almost got a kill. If it wasn't for your Gambit having an Elise to face check the brush, they might have face checked and gotten first blood for themselves. But by 5-man stacking that, you're not putting yourself in any risk. You'll have a big advantage by being a 5-man group and not having to move anywhere. But they invaded really deep as 5, and they ended up paying for it. So either they do that, or they just do a 5-man point defense and just do a reactive, like trade sides of the map. Just go for a standard level 1. They proved that they could do take a win off Gambit if nothing goes wrong level 1, so they really just have to make sure that they can play it passive. And honestly, I just want to see them play like a point defense style, use all your trinkets, nothing happens level 1, all right, let's take the game from there, because that's honestly going to be the best gauge to see which team can come out ahead.
I think they got mind gamed by game 2 because they didn't do a proper point defense. They didn't have their trinkets at the right time, so they got invaded on. Their red buff was stolen in front of them, so I think in game 3 they're like, all right, so let's do something aggressive. Instead of just doing a point defense where we might get screwed and they might not have correctly identified what they did wrong in their point defense, they wanted to do something where it's like, okay, we invade, we get vision. If we're all 5 grouped together, we should be able to trade evenly. And that backfired too. So I think right now they're in a really bad spot for the level 1 because they don't know if they should point. They don't know if they need to invade. They don't know how to get an even level 1, which is really what they want.
Well, so we'll see if they can diagnose those early problems in Game 4. Gambit are, though, just 1 game away from locking up their spot in the LCS. After a quick break, we'll jump into Game 4 versus SK Prime to see if they can get it done. Stay with us. That's right.
Finally, Kick shows up, but there's nothing. But here's this fight, 4-man.
Dragon fight, in goes Z's. Edward will go down. The Shark doesn't matter. Now Kuban also going to fall. Zayton holds the front line for as long as he can. As J is about to fall. Fox also getting chased down. So much damage comes out from Kuban.
Nick got away, and J, he's trying to do the same.
Charm doesn't hit.
Go back in.
Goes Fox, doesn't do enough though. There's the kill for Nick. An ace for Gambit. Fox in the wings. Will he try to fight this? Goes in for a diamond. He is not the right target. He gets exploded. Down goes the Talon. Fight begins. J dies in the middle of the front line as well.
Summoners and Summonettes, welcome back to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament and Game 4 between SK Gaming Prime and Gambit Gaming. This match is actually match point now for Gambit. They're up 2-1 in the best of 5. They win the next game back in the LCS.
Yeah, and you can't talk about Gambit's victories without talking about Diamond. He went 6-1-10 in that last game, playing the Kazakhs, which was banned away and then picked away from him in Game 2. He finally got on that, and he went with a more tanky build after just one and then getting the Malmortis.
Right. And it worked so well for him. I mean, he was up there. He made all the plays. He did great for himself. And again, where Diamond goes, Gambit seems to follow, so look for him again in Game 4 here. Kickoff, though, against him in the jungle. The AP Fizz did not work nearly as well. Now, the interesting thing is, in Game 1, his AD Fizz was still 50% physical, 50% magic against champions. So he still had some magic damage threat, which I think was why he went for AP, because he had like that Talon mid, etc. But not a great performance here in Game 3.
No, not at all. He had very low contribution to the fights. He was dying very quickly, and he actually just frankly wasn't showing up and having the same impact Diamond was. He was actually the lowest damage-dealing champion in the game behind Thresh and Braum, the supports. Right. He did nothing that fight as a jungler. He showed up maybe once in the early game at mid, took advantage of a flash on Crysland, and that was it.
Yeah, and it hurts me a little bit to see like that sort of failed there, because I like seeing the new stuff come out. I like seeing the jungle Fizz. Obviously, it did work in Game 1, but
there is something to be said about all of this, though, because we had Dominated on the desk talking about comfort, which I completely agree with. Is that you should be selecting your comfort champions. Like, know the meta, know the things that you want banned against you, so that they're typical bans. Like, if somebody doesn't have to ban Alistar against you, then you're in a big problem area, because then you have to red side ban it in your blue side ban it in your liability. Right. But know those things. Then focus on your comfort champions, because then people might ban that away from you at the same time. So I think that he needs to go on something like Jarvan, because I believe you talked to him, and they're like, we haven't even played with Fizz. I played in solo queue. They haven't scrimmed with it. They haven't really played it in ranked 5s or anything. Nope. So they need comfort champions, something that they are used to here. If SKP are going to take this match in the Game 4 seriously, they need to bring it and play the SKP style to get back on top. We want to see that bullying. We want to see that capitalization from them if they're going to hold up to Gambit, or if Gambit is going to make themselves be back in the LCS.
Right. Well, SK Prime saying, you know what? All this tunneling of the hyper carries is not our style. Tristana actually banned away. This means, though, that Nick is going to get something he likes here. The Kazakhs away from Diamond, so Yasuo and Zed now up for him.
It's going to be one or the other. They ban away the Nidalee, and there's both on the field now.
Interesting. So, of course, Maokai's still up. We didn't ever have any more jungler bans than just these two. We've never had much contested in the bot lane, and it's going to be Zed now for Smitty J. So, or probably WhatTheFox himself, maybe Kickoff, who knows, but...
It's going to be for WhatTheFox here. WhatTheFox, he actually hasn't gotten his hands on Zed during all of the playoffs or all of the regular season. But Zed, he got buffed, and it's actually his most played in solo queue, right behind LeBlanc. And that was even before Zed got popular.
Right. So I'm expecting good things then from WhatTheFox there.
Yeah, he loves those assassins.
Right.
Like LeBlanc, Zed, he's all over that stuff. Yasuo, we saw him go with the talent. He's like, I want to get close to that, and now he's on the Zed.
Right. But this is the weird thing, though, right? Is think back to all the picks and bans before this one, where they were like, oh, shoot, they played Zed. Okay, we'll ban Zed and give them Kazakhs instead. But, like, if you play this much Zed, why were you banning it in the first place? Like, why were you denying this when it's your own champion's pick? Or, like, your mid laner's second most played champion. Talk about comfort picks here, right? So Maokai is going to go over to Gambit. They still want that Thresh for Edward. And now we got to see what the SK Prime adaptation is.
Gambit are setting themselves up for a lot of options here. They could go with a Yasuo, and they have multiple knockups to set them up already, as well as make them a little bit more durable and have escape options.
Yeah.
This is really looking to be a well-rounded Yasuo comp just out the first two picks they locked in.
Well, Nami comes through, so does the Lucian, so a great bot lane there for SK Prime. And this was kind of the old style. You said go back to the old style. They're playing lane bullies here on Z's. He's back on one of these here himself. WhatTheFox playing one of his most two-played champions, that Zed mid, so SKP could be exactly where they want to be.
Okay, I freaking love it because Crystalline, he's like hovering over the Teemo and nobody's clapping. Then he hovers over the Poppy, he's like, eh? Goes back to Teemo. And then he hovers over the Heimerdinger, and people are like, yeah! So apparently there's diminishing returns in a best of 5.
Yeah.
You hover over Teemo.
You've got to get through the rest of the Yordles and cycle all the way through till you can go back to square one here. So by the way, Diamond is actually Yeah, Diamond's going to be playing some jungle Gragas here. I thought it might have been Edward for a second, but he's already got Thresh. So Gragas jungle with the Yasuo mid. We saw that yesterday from Airwalks.
Yeah, the Copenhagen Wolves whipped that out and had a fantastic showing with that. Nick, once again, picking Yasuo. He already swapped his summoner spell to Exhaust. There's a huge debate out there between what's the best summoner spell on Yasuo, and I think it's split like 70-30 or 60-40 on whether or not it should be Exhaust. I do think it's Exhaust. I think that's the right one for him.
Because chasing is hard for him. He can't jump to the same target twice, so it allows him to stick in range for his sort of high DPS, basically. We now need the jungler, and is it going to be? No, Nocturne here for SK Prime. So again, pretty assassin focused there. It's going to be Kickoff and What2Fox together trying to reach the back line, but they don't even know what the back line is. It's mostly melee here for Gambit.
Yeah, they're all just going to be up in your face. Now they have something to protect.
So it's still a shorter ranged AD carry. At least Corki does have an escape tool, but Gambit kind of have only one way to go. It's forward in fights, and it's short ranged, high damage.
Yeah, and at the same time, SKP kind of have the same MO here. A lot of their champions are go.
Yeah.
Nocturne is just go. Yeah. That's literally his ultimate is just go. Shouldn't be even called Paranoia, it's called go. But at the same time, they have Ryze, who's going to be trying to TP in, trying to rush in with his movement speed. They do have some disengage options for themselves, but both these teams are going to be clashing. It's going to be another high brawly game here between these two comps.
Yeah, and I do want to see how the Zed versus Yasuo matches actually pans out there. What2Fox on Zed should be pretty good. If they can get him on a champion he actually excels with. His Orianna was awesome in Game 1 and immediately pulled bans afterwards. Gotta respect that, sure, of course. Was that actually Game 1? Am I, like, forgetting something?
I don't know.
Or was it banned away? We've seen so many good Oriannas already that I've forgotten now who's done what, but he's been great overall. I know that for sure. That one I can... Yeah, it was Orianna, because they last picked it when the Fizz went into the jungle. So yeah, his Orianna was great in Game 1. Maybe back on a cover pick now with Zed, because so far it hadn't been working on the Syndra and everything else. So we'll see how that one pans out. Of course, you have the makings of good comps on both sides. SKP, good lanes, decent scaling there as well. I think they will not get outscaled here. The problem is, though, you've got so much Yasuo set up. Thresh, Maokai, and Gragas there to make his life easy.
Yeah, and this matchup in the mid lane between Zed and Yasuo is actually a skill matchup, but Zed has a little more tools available to him. He has an easier way of getting out. He has an easier way of closing the distance. You know, much more on-demand and skill-based on him.
True.
Whereas Yasuo, you need minions to get out. If you go too forward, you're punished. So it's a little bit in favor of Zed, but Yasuo can take it with some help.
Got to see as well what kind of ganks come out here, because for Diamond, I'm thinking back to the Airwalks jungle Gragas game, and he ganked it around level 3, forced the flash of the enemy mid laner. Showed back up around level 4 with a body slam flash, but that was when his mid laner was 6 on Yasuo, and they got the kill.
But at the same time, do you think he'd be blowing his flash if he has shadows to get out?
As long as he... I mean, that's true, right? Like, there are certainly possibilities here, but the point still stands that, like, basically Gragas does not need 6 to have his kind of, like, optimal gank setup. Just a knockup of any kind is going to work for him, and then Nick's going to be happy. Kickoff, though, kind of has to be a level 6 Nocturne to really be Nocturne.
Oh. Put it deep. Get some vision.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
All right, so similar wards top lane. Both watching late invades. SK Prime also watching the other jungle exit on the northern side. Gambit doing the same. Gambit are going for this mid lane invade, and they will reveal if it's going to be a red start now for SKP. All right, no late invades available. All of the entrances are trinketed on the SKP side.
Minions have spawned.
And some very similar things for Gambit.
No more crazy level 1s in this game. It's actually a flask start for Kuban in the top. He knows he's going to be taking harassment from Smitty J, and it's not actually going to be a 2-on-1 lane swap.
All right, so we will match up the lanes here. I want to see how this pans out, because both are good duos. They're both very strong laning combinations. Only hits Zaitan. Good dodge by Z's. The lane begins. Looks like the early push will go SK Prime's way. Diamond gets the pretty secure blue buff start. He burned his smite early, knowing there was no invade. Kickoff takes his now. And looks like Carissa's actually the first one to take some harass here.
This is going to be one of the first times we've seen this bot lane go up against each other. It's going to be Edward synergizing with a new AD carry in Chrisland, who's a little more aggressive than what he's typically used to.
Wow.
It might help him out.
Fox playing very aggressive on Nick, though. Takes a little bit of caster damage, but not very much. And deals some meaningful damage to the Yasuo he's against.
Level 2 is going to come out here for SKP.
And Zaitan far forward lands the bubble. Good play by Edward. And the jump in by Z's means some pretty decent damage. SKP's dual lane doing great so far.
Surprised Edward was so far up still, despite knowing that that creep was going to go down for the level 2.
You're right. He did get the flay at least to stop some of the damage after the bubble, but nice knock up there by Nick and dashes right back out.
It just goes back and forth there. There are more potions in favor of Fox because he started Longsword 3.
And breaks the passive shield with a Q. Nick now out of pots. Only about 700 health right now. Pretty much going to be equal CS on these mid laners. Top lane also going close to equal. Bot lane, again, slight lead SK Prime.
Fox trying to bully this Yasuo out. Trying to bully Nick and stop him because he's going to be the linchpin of this strategy here. The comp is focused around him. You can bet that there will be some jungle ganks around this mid lane, considering both these players' styles, both these jungler styles, and who they're up against too.
Oh yeah.
Mid lane focused matchup.
Oh, Diamond barely gets spotted. Now they know he's southern side of the map. Goes by a trinket ward as well. Okay, so eyes on Gambit, no eyes on Vegas. Nice dodge on the hook. Bubble not going to hit either. Good dodge by Chrisland as well. And actually, 4 extra minions there available for SKP to kill. Again, so far so good. The heal's still coming out. So even though both teams are out of health potions, the mana pool for Zaitan, both AD carries I should say, out of health potions. Zaitan can put the health pools even higher. Good phosphorus bomb though.
And just poke back and forth in this bot lane. They're trying to find a place where it will give, and Diamond coming from behind. He hasn't been seen. This is a...
But will the kill happen? There is an ignite onto Eddie.
Looking for the hook.
He'll get the flay on a Zaitan, the flash body slam, but not much else gained. There's a hook on a Zaitan. No other CC is there. Bubble on a Diamond. Not too much picked up. 2 flashes, though, lost for Diamond's flash.
And since it's a jungler's flash, it's definitely a little more worth, because when you're a laner, you always have pressure on you, and you never know when you're going to have to use your flash. As a jungler, people will find you in your jungle, and you'll just have to body slam away. Get away. You have tools to escape very easily.
And I think it'd be good for Edward and Chrisland to actually go for a little bit of an early recall just to get their mana pools back up and immediately start bowling the flashless bottom. Oh my god, that hook on Aziz though. He burns his heal. He's got no flash though. Just kidding. That's enough for the kill. Chrisland, nicely done. What a hook by Edward.
The Thresh Prince is in.
Yep.
The fact that they were able to first pick that for him last game and they still got it for him this game. He's coming up really big on that champion. Very comfortable on the support if we're talking about comfort picks.
And there we go. Phage in there for Chrisland. Potions as well. And the early movie boots for Edward off those kills.
Right up by the hitboxes.
What a shot. And a flash. That was nice.
Beautiful play there. Get themselves that bot lane dominance. Now the gank up top onto Kuban. They're trying to dive him.
A lot of damage being dealt. It's Smitty who had the aggro. They forced the flash out of Kuban. That's perfect. They didn't lose anything for that.
They zone him out. They get his flash. At the same time, they give away that he's top, but Diamond's not going to be able to take advantage of this because he has no mana and he has nowhere to push.
Oh, wow. They can't expect Edward to be here. They can't expect him behind. This is not good for Z's. Can he predict the jump? Oh, he can't.
That was almost really awesome, too, because he looked one way and threw the hook the other, so.
I think he was hoping Z's would not
go through
dash.
him.
Yeah. He was hoping, he's like, you're not going to dash with Mad Life you. And he's like, bring it. And then he dashed. Bunny Fufu would have predicted him. Nah, Edward's amazing. Let's be real here. Alright, well, Z's survives that encounter, but he's not really got as good a combat stats right now. Pickaxe not quite as strong as Phage. And Chrisland and Edward going to feel good now in this bot lane. It looked rough at the very, very start, but now they're looking happy. Sightstone, though, is in for Zaitan. Nick might have to be careful. Burns the exhaust against this Zed, and he's going to stay just safe. Exhaust for ulti.
He's perfectly fine with that too. We saw Diamond actually starting to come down from the mid lane because he has level 6 on Nick. He's ready to set him up.
Nick is going to be ready for that one. The Fox will not have an ult to dodge these spells with. Could be a very big risk. Blue buff does go to Diamond. He's level 6 now. Zed 7. Nick getting some damage and trying to set up for his own kill. Diamond, though, on a ward on his way over.
Diamond causing pressure, checking the jungle now.
I like that ward. It still does not prevent Kickoff from getting in. You can always lane gank down the mid lane, and you can't look for that on Nocturne. But it does mean he has to pre-plan that counter gank as opposed to sort of get it as an adaptation.
I like how Edward capitalized the W in his name. As a support, he is Ed Ward.
Yes. Oh. Flash in. That's going to be enough. That's it. Ooh. Nicely done, What the Fox.
Distracted by the name. So, like I was saying, the matchup here between these two is skill-oriented, but there is still...
Huh. That's unusual.
You just can't keep him down.
He's dead, but he's got his dignity. He stands strong. Get ready. He's going to disappear. Where'd he go? He's in the fountain.
Oh. Got him.
Got him. Smitty J, top lane. Cast some spells. Kuban, though, not really losing health. Wow, there's actually a 20 minion lead up here. We haven't been watching him very much, but Smitty J is doing really nicely in this top lane.
He also has Nocturne there, and they're going for it.
There they go for
no
Kuban. Rune Prison on exactly. No flash there. There's the fear. Few more spells to go. Can they reach him, though? The Q knockback. Oh, Diamond shows up. Can he kill Smitty J? The answer is yes. Diamond trades back.
Diamond pulls one of those controlled jungle counter ganks and ends up going even in the kills there. And now it's just going to be the junglers becoming top laners temporarily.
Well, looks like wave clear. Good for Kickoff, though. Diamond is going for the same ancient golem build we saw Airwalks do yesterday, so still there for the utility, there to be a tank. I think that's actually a good build for the junglers. Looks like Nick is just going to hold his mid lane, though, safely, but he's now getting hit up pretty hard by What the Fox. Also keep in mind that when those kills went up in the top lane, Smitty got the kill, whereas Kuban only got the assist, so this top lane's actually even worse than it was before. For Gambit.
The Rise bullying, just throwing out so many Qs. It's very frustrating lane to deal with. And What the Fox, he's going to go all in on Nick again.
There's no exhaust, there's no flash. Can he get the damage down? He's got to jump back soon. What the Fox? Whew.
It's not over just yet, though.
Diamond has flash. He can kill him.
What the Fox has
W's up.
Big Shadow.
Okay. He's safe. Diamond's all right. Kickoff is going to throw a Q, but not too much earned. In though, Zaitan really wants to fight this, lands the bubble onto Chrislin. No Nocturne ulti, but some decent damage with the culling. Doesn't quite land his last few pellets.
Instead, Kickoff, he's actually going to go check the wraiths, make sure Diamond isn't there, but also pick them up for himself.
Yeah. And Nick is super low. He's got the exhaust back. Diamond goes in. There's the knockup. Goodbye. Oh my God!
Got him!
What the Fox takes down Nick? What?
Is that passive?
Yeah.
Contempt for the weak.
Well, that dealt tons of damage.
That was just so brutal. He thought he was going to die before he hit the floor, but nope. Claws you in the face as he's going down.
Nick could have exhausted that. He just didn't think it would happen.
Yep, he had the exhaust still available. But yeah, they thought he was going to drop.
Too.
Boom. Hit him.
Wow.
Him. And he drops. Wow.
Yep. Good dash by Z's, though. They're going to stay alive. So, SK Prime up 200 gold. Basically a tied game here. No dragons attempted. It's all the laning phase. And right now, it's basically top lane winning, mid lane barely winning. And what SKP have as their advantage. But we have seen Chrislin and Edward do great in this 2-on-2. The new player for Gambit. Chrislin so far working fine.
Yeah, Chrislin has been doing a really good job in this bot lane. Up against Z's, he's one of the premier lane bullies in the Challenger Series. So Chrislin's having a good debut as the Gambit bot lane. And he's done a pretty good job of synergizing with Edward, too. I feel like the aggressive playstyle is playing more in more into what he likes. And Diamond looking for another visit here. He'll have the cask in a couple of seconds. What the Fox? Oh, he went aggressive.
Tries to dodge it, ultis away from the barrel. Exhaust is on What the Fox, so he's trying to pull them away from the shadow. Jumps on back, now in towards Nick. Good damage coming down. Diamond is ignited, forced to flash away, does dodge the fear. But that is still SKP pulling out another kill in the mid lane.
Diamond threw his ultimate at Kickoff, and I believe it was spell shielded because he didn't go anywhere, and What the Fox didn't eat it either.
Nope.
And Nick didn't have an opportunity to use his ultimate there.
Beautiful stuff. Edward now on the roam around. He's going to say, hey, a pink ward. Ooh. Piece of candy.
Watch this again. Goes in onto Nick. Nocturne ulti comes in here. He looked to get his Steel Tempest, but boom, right there. Hit nobody. I believe Kickoff might not have even been in the fight completely yet by the time that made contact with the ground.
No, he was definitely there doing battle. He was starting the fear tether already.
He spell shielded it or completely missed.
Definitely spell shielded. Definitely spell shielded.
So quickly.
The thing is, I don't know if he was necessarily predicting the knockback barrel specifically.
Yeah, probably.
It was basically, I'm starting the fear tether, so if I spell shield, you can't push me away from it in general. And it was basically predicting a situation where he's going to be knocked back, and that was the case.
That's pretty much what you do with Nocturne.
Yeah, but it was very solid, though. Very, very smart play. Now, Smitty getting jumped on Kuban in a pretty darn good trade there. Smitty J down to 500 health.
Yeah, Kuban is going to get a level up fairly shortly, as well as Smitty, so they're going to have that Catalyst ticking away for even more HP and mana, so they'll be just sitting pretty in this lane.
Regen making him happy. There's the level up on Kuban. Tons of mana and health for him. 1,400 health. Smitty up. Again, 20 CS. Seems to be holding pretty standard or stagnant at this point. Just stacking up on his tier and Catalyst.
Diamond's been making a lot of moves. But at the same time, Nick is 0-3 to the 3-1 of What the Fox. Look at this timing of Gambit. This happens a lot. When SKP is going for their opposite buff with the blue buff, they go for the dragon and they pick it up. I've seen that multiple times here where they're trying to pass it off to What the Fox.
Oh, beautifully done there. Gambit, the first dragon of the game, puts them up 600 gold so far. They're also sweeping away a lot of pink wards. This is their second in about 45 seconds. So SKP struggling a little bit with vision now because of Gambit's good play. Gambit definitely much better warding on this map.
Yeah, another thing about that dragon too is they knew their power spikes because Chrislin has his Trinity Force and Z's just has some pieces of the Infinity Edge.
Yeah, he's got some
bonus
AD. Wow! Down he goes. Great hook by Eddie. Everything going down perfect there by Gambit.
The Trinity Force power spike of the Corki, you have to respect it because he's much stronger than Z's at this point in the game. Even when Z's gets his Infinity Edge, we're still going to have a stronger Chrislin.
So the wave clear only means so much by Z's. Gets rid of the cannon, but this is going to be still a lot of turret damage and a lot of miscaster minion kills. He's going to get 2 of them.
At the same time, Kickoff is going for a very offensive build here on the Nocturne. Hexdrinker immediately after. Here's the thing though. Hexdrinker is only good against the Corki, Maokai, a little bit against that Gragas, but he's not going to be doing a whole bunch of AP damage.
Yeah.
Going for the tanky build.
Hook! Oh, wow. Eddie's been on that side of the brush a lot. Uh-oh, still got to be careful though. The flay could work. Smitty also now surrounded. Good barrel. Walks south. He's got a friend though. Now at the bot lane though, Chrislin can carry this fight though with the Triforce. Jumps in. Hook's not going to land, but there's actually a great Lantern.
Is that like the Lantern's far removed parent?
Yep.
A great Lantern.
It's actually the ancestors of light bulbs.
Ooh. Oh, he comes back in!
Ulti pop, but there's the knockback, Muds the exhaust, but here comes Nocturne. Is it enough? Fear Tether flashed away from by Nick. They're just going to trade spells.
It's those mid lane 2v2s. This is such a mid and jungle-oriented matchup between these two teams, and they're trying to wrestle control from each other there. And right now, it's going in favor of What the Fox, and Gambit are trying everything they can, because if they just leave it alone, Diamond goes somewhere else, it's going to tilt still in SKP's favor.
Bot lane fight again. Z's really wants Edward, but the teleport's coming in. This is not happy for SK Prime. Where's Smitty J? He's just pushing. Good flash by Z's, and you know what? Smitty J not required.
That was a flash flay from Edward. Those were instantaneous flashes right alongside each other.
Beautiful stuff then by Z's to keep himself alive. Clears away some of the minions, and look at this. Free time for SmittyJ in the top lane to push down waves. The turret's already gone. And heck, well done by the SKT bot lane.
The fact they were able to get out of that matchup, but even pressure this Corki when Chrisland is definitely ahead of Spin.
Oh no, SmittyJ gonna get knocked up, gonna get hit up by Diamond as well. The body slam keeps Diamond in a good spot, but look at this, Baron Nashor is suddenly angry. Diamond forced to flash away.
Now he's confused because his food just went over a wall.
I suppose Australians have that problem. Kangaroos just, they got hops.
Kangaroos are food?
Why not?
Food gets over a wall. Okay. Let's ask Atlas and Spawn later on.
They'll be up next series.
Just tweet them. Do you guys eat kangaroos?
You gotta do it in the vernacular. They're called roos.
Oh. They'd understand. It's the colloquialism.
Yeah, yeah. They don't have shrimp. They have prawns, for example.
Yeah, they got pretty
prawns
mad.
in the Barbie.
Like, they got mad when I said shrimp. He's like, I don't even know what a shrimp is. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, mid lane actually being sieged up fairly well by WTF. He's really not leaving the lane. To be fair, like, the 2-on-2s are working, so, like, keep creating pressure there. Make his ulti's back up soon. But we're not seeing a lot of mid lane roam. It's kind of like junglers do things in one of the various lanes, kind of over and over and over again.
But mostly they just want to focus on this mid lane. They want to tilt it, they want to get that Yasuo going. They also want to free up WTF, but it's just not happening. He's just winning this matchup by himself because he's further ahead now. Like, he's able to definitely 1v1 Nick, but he can't leave that lane just yet. He wants to get that turret at some point and then start roaming bottom and tilt this matchup. Because this bottom lane is definitely like hitting your head against a concrete wall for both sides.
Yeah. They're trying really hard to get the way in. Just really good escapes on both sides, good plays kind of everywhere.
Yeah, there is slight advantage here for Gambit Gaming. Edward is applying a lot of pressure, and Chrisland does have an advantage in terms of his items and gold. But overall, it's just clear wave, push back, clear wave, push back.
Clearing the minions, etc.
Yep. It just happens over and over again here. This mid lane is going to be where the junglers are focusing their attention. Diamond did put some pressure in that bot lane to tilt it. He's kind of left it alone, but it's not going to make any fruits just by itself.
Yeah. So we're going to see then. Gambit, what else can they do here? 400 gold lead. Dragon up in 35 seconds. I feel like it's the team with the control. Just a little bit.
We see SmittyJ making a movement towards the mid lane here. He has not been spotted out by a ward just yet. Kickoff is going to clear this out. And it looks like Nick is the focus. There are 3 people behind him. SmittyJ knows that he's safe. He doesn't have his flash, though.
Yeah, that's big.
They're going to go straight in.
There, and in comes Nocturne. Fear Tether is going to land. The Rune Prison locks him up as well. WTF gets the kill, and Dragon's up in 7 seconds.
Exactly. They're going to go straight for this Dragon. SmittyJ making the call. He's coming down. Gets the gank right on time. This is exactly what you need to do, is get an objective after the kill. And Zaitan, oh, it might be a counter kill.
Gambit could make this happen. Zaitan has 12 health right now, and he's going to go down 1-for-0 in the bot lane. Great job, Edward.
They just didn't show up to the Dragon. Instead, they pressured the lane, and that left them vulnerable. But here goes Kuban.
This is dangerous. 4v4. In comes Diamond. Looks for something here. Double kill already for Chrisland. Kuban tanking the front lines. WTF has almost nowhere to go. Body slam, flay. The flash means nothing, but he hops the wall with the shadow. He might live. SmittyJ, however, will not. Kuban gets another kill. WTF still on the run, but can he go anywhere at all? Looks like no. Chrisland gets his 3rd kill of the fight.
Chrisland is definitely showing that he is a great pickup here on AD carry for Gambit Gaming. Going 5-0-1. They get a kill in the bottom lane off of Edward's hook, and now they transition all of that over to the Baron.
All right, well, Kickoff does have his smite up. He does have flash as well. The recipe for a steal is there.
Gambit are doing everything they can to prevent that. They have so much ward coverage here.
Half HP on this ward, gets spotted and swept. Kickoff could blind flash, or he could get help from Nami. There's the jump in. Chrisland wants this fight. Kickoff flashes away, though. Bubble lands on a Nick. Now there is no chance for the steal. No ulti up for Kickoff. This will be going to Gambit. Good play down the line. The culling might not do too much, but SmittyJ wants this. They're going to try. They go in for Nick. He's at a half HP. They get the knockdown though onto 3. This could be Dig. Very gigantic, actually. Nothing picked up so far. Flash away. Nick stays alive, too. They kill SmittyJ. Not much else found. But now Zaitan has nowhere to go.
Ooh, Gambit didn't lose a single person in that exchange, and now they're on the chase on Disease.
What the Fox is around. Rock, hook, Shadow. Shuriken, body slam. Barrel over the wall. Oh, that's a relentless pursuit. Which is really very fitting for what's happening here.
Minion.
Diamond's out of mana. Turret.
Body slam.
Shot.
Man, this is minimalist casting.
This is radio casting. Nick there goes in, gets the knockup. Oh, wow, dodged by one and spell shielded by the other. I take it back. Nick goes down. Beautiful play by SK Prime.
Kuban shows up.
Now Kuban does show up with the teleport, the ulti, the tidal wave there as well. But here comes Edward, here comes Diamond. Kickus not happy any longer. Gets rooted in place. The bubble not going to matter. He's still trying to run. He actually just might. There's no mana left on Diamond. And he gets out. Now Zaitan's here. The Flash Rune Prison. In they go. Two-man knockup. Kuban does not have his ulti anymore. But here comes that gigantic Corki. Gets his 7th kill of the game. Smitty J's about to be smitten as Chrisland will take him down. Edward gets the kill credit. What the Fox also gonna die to Kuban. And Gambit go massive.
It's a series of unfortunate events that SKP kept forcing the issue on Gambit, and they just accelerated them to about a 3.5 thousand gold lead here. 6 kills down, the 23.5-minute mark. And the flash. Oh, he got him!
Edward proves he can, Mad Life people. And Chrisland picks up his 8th.
That prediction by the Thresh Prince.
Yup.
Coming up really big there, getting himself another kill. SKP just keep playing into the hands of Gambit over and over and over again the last 5 minutes.
So both members of the bot lane of Gambit have the highest kill participation on the game. They are completely dominating now.
Yeah, thought it was going to be on the mid lane here. Thought it was going to be on Nick, this guy. He is 0-5 at this moment. There's no... Like, they're setting him up to be a threat, but he's Yasuo. He will eventually scale. Right now, though, it's Chrisland on that gigantic Corki, who isn't even part of this fight. So SKP, they started off, they get the double bubble here after killing Nick, and now Kickus is trying to get away. They'll eventually trail off, and then What the Fox will start coming back, because we see the ultimate pop by Smitty J, the flash, and then he's trying to take down this tanky Gragas, and now Chrisland is here. Chunk, there goes Zaitan. Yes, continues to auto-attack Smitty J down, and he cleans it up. So Chrisland is just being a huge beast right now.
Yeah, that was actually a misplay by SKP. They had no damage there. Z's was nowhere to be seen in that fight, and Ryze just doesn't break down tanks that fast. Chrisland showed up in time, and it was great. Triforce, Eye Edge now, Sork Shoes as well. He's just gigantic. Z's will almost never catch up this game.
Really relying on What the Fox to press the advantage that he created in the mid lane for himself and try to assassinate somebody. I don't know if he can blow up Chrisland 100-0, but that's what they have to do here. He's almost at that level 16 point.
If Nick doesn't have exhaust, What the Fox, I think, can one-shot Chrisland. That is I think that is a requirement for SKP.
Go for it.
There's the lantern over the wall, chasing on towards Z's. He's very isolated, and he's going to be going down rather quickly. In comes the fight, and it's just everyone from the bottom lane going down of SK Prime. Nothing done.
Edward setting up his team for success, being this big facilitator that they needed in the bot lane. They're going to go after Smitty.
Wow, Smitty also picked off. This is falling apart now for SK Prime. You're seeing mid-tier 2 under fire. Gambit might just be taking that 3-game streak and coming back into the LCS.
You can see Smitty there on the camera, putting his hand to his head, going, I didn't even know why I was there.
Well, quick pause for anticipation here. Gambit Gaming. Still, though, right in front of the base. Up 3 turrets. They're in very much control right now. Looks like a quick issue for Nick right here. Let's see what that ends up being.
Saying the issue is I'm 1-5.
Yeah. We're winning by so much. How am I 1-5 this game?
I've been being camped. It's not good.
Well, thankfully, Camp Chrisland is going quite well. That bot lane down there has been wonderful. Edward, you can't give him enough praise. He's been amazing. 1-0-12. Made this bot lane happen. Chrisland obviously also has been amazing. 9-0-4. Like, just capitalizing off of absolutely everything. And we've kind of had every player sort of get their turn to carry Gambit, sort of. We had Kuban basically be the only high damage source in team fights, did great. We had the Diamond Nick combo just kind of carrying the early games over and over again. This one, it's all about Edward and Krislin just making it happen.
I think Krislin's keeping his face warm there. The hand warmers. I mean, Edward.
That's not what those are for.
Edward's in the way right now, but
he's a cold nose.
Yeah, gotta keep warm. Make sure his eyes, no fatigue.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? He's playing Corki, and I don't believe like the goggles cover his nose. So when he's flying around with wind in his face, his nose has got to get cold.
Your nose starts running when you go at high speeds like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, he just looked like he was chilling. He just popped his chair back a little bit. He's like, all right, we're in here for, oh, nope, we're getting back into the game. He actually made a tweet previously. You were talking about how everybody's kind of taking their turn to carry Gambit. His tweet was, I just got carried last game. Thanks, Gambit. So now he's returning the favor, 9-0-4 on that Corki, going Infinity Edge, second item. And I know you're a fan of that.
Yes, I am.
Freak is pretty much the godfather.
Those are my two favorite AD carry items.
Infinity Edge and Trinity Force together.
Yes, those are the two best items in the game. Yeah, so it's the right build. I think Corki will continue to scale up, right? He's not going to have any sort of plateau here in his build. He's going to keep going up in damage, and realistically, this could be over the next minute or two because Gambit now pushing in for the middle inhibitor. They've won fight after fight after fight. Their bot lane is gigantic, and SK Prime have not found a way in despite winning mid lane.
Edward had some great hooks over the wall over and over again and very aggressive plays to make it, just make a play happen so that he can set his team up to get back into the LCS off of his back on this game.
Here we go, bot lane under fire, mid lane inhibitor already gone. Bot tier 2 will fall quickly. There's a big minion wave top side that SK Prime could theoretically use, but no one's around. The hook on Smitty, there's the ulti on in. Rise gonna be in a bad spot, but he's staying alive with the spell vamp. Did Gambit overextend? We've got to see Kuban running away from the turret. There is the kill picked up on the biggest member of Gambit, and Kuban now stuck under the turret as well, but the hook from Eddie will knock one back. Z stays alive, Kuban goes down, 3 for 1. Nice Lantern keeps Edward safe.
He's got the movement speed.
Kickoff, though, yes, is on the chase, does not block anything there. But that is still a 3 for 1 SK Prime. They've got to make up an 8,000 gold deficit.
They threw so much at Smitty J, and he lived until the thresh hook at the very end. The amount of resources they threw at him, and the fact that they took it off a single-person knockup. When Diamond had a multi-person barrel right afterwards. It's one of those things where the Yasuo ultimate, once it's blown on one person, and then you see these opportune knockups afterwards, kind of like, I should have saved it. The hook comes in. They end up going on Smitty J. But watch this. Diamond, boom. Hits about 3-4 people with that one. Then, great job by What the Fox here. He's focusing down Krislin. Krislin hops away, pop, and he's gone. Oh, Zaitan, though, speaking of being gone.
He's not in the best spot right now. Pretty isolated. No one's helping him. Missed the bubble, unfortunately, but Kuban will be working.
He's like, let me move.
Spams the recall for good measure. Make sure Krislin gets an assist marker, and it gives him the kill.
Apparently, there's a Maokai home guard TP.
Oh, man.
Close that distance. Kuban, he wasn't messing around. He's like, I want to get this fish, and he didn't let him move at all.
Nope. So, that was well done. Now, one thing I want to point out about Smitty here, actually, is he went for Ninja Tabby. I've seen a lot of Sork choose Rise. I actually think Tank Boots on Rise is the proper build because uptime is more important than Magic Pen. And from what I've seen, it's seemed to reinforce that from all the games of Rise I've seen in competitive.
Start muscling down this turret. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
And look at that, Smitty J, speaking of uptime. Ooh.
2-man knockback. So that is a couple ultis now down for Gambit, though. The respawn is here. Zaitan's back.
That's going to be a Zeke's Herald for Edward as well. Trying to power up his allies, trying to get Nick some extra combat stats. And also get Krislin even further ahead off of it.
Diamond backing off, just doing the wave clear. So far, honestly, Gambit staying safe. Also, Sunfire for Diamond. I'm not used to seeing that item out of the jungle, but interesting choice. Should work for him just fine. And Gambit pulls Kuban in with Edward's Lantern, and Gambit, they were up 8,000. It'll be more like 9.5 now. There we go, 265 gold per member of Gambit Gaming.
What's really crazy, too, is Kickoff hasn't died this game. He's 007 right now. He's been farming the jungle, trying to get his Feral Flare up, and as powerful as he possibly can. Sitting on 17 stacks. His ultimates have been good, and he escapes at the same time.
He's had a golden eye for those ganks.
Yeah, he really has. The fact that he has a lot of kill participation on his team speaks a lot about what he's contributed to this game, as opposed to the last game, where his Fizz was just farming.
Yeah, and I do like that he will continue to scale. He's farming quite nicely on the Pharaoh Flare, and he didn't spend too much time building damage, so I think he will remain tanky enough to be useful in fights. But there's still a long road ahead for SKP. They've got to somehow weather a giant gold deficit and continual siege by Gambit. So far, it hasn't been great.
They're going for the Baron right now, and WTFox is bottom.
I think this is ideal, though, for SKP, just to get a couple of turrets back, get some gold, get the waves under control. They can even maybe get mid-tier 2. They're definitely going to get bot off of Ryze. They're going to pressure towards the inhibitor, actually. It's going to force Gambit to SKP's pace.
Exactly, that's going to be 2 turrets for the Baron.
That's actually an equal gold pickup. Now, the buff, of course, is rather useful. The experience as well is nice. But gold-wise, the game didn't move anywhere. 8,500 gold still. Smitty recalls on a ward. He will be safe, though, because Gambit are going in for these open inhibitors. This has to be defended.
You have to come back to this. WTFox already standing by. He has a red potion popped. Looking to blow up Kristen. Kristen a little more defensive with that Bloodthirster build. Typical Corki build now. But now he has more defensive options.
So there is an exhaust up, though, for Nick now. This is important because it means that he can keep WTFox from killing Krislin. I think Krislin is still mandatory for Gambit to win any fights. The inhibitor going down, not too big of a deal, but Gambit will have to kill another inhibitor turret soon. There's the ulti, and Edward just goes down. He was way out of position.
Yeah. This is really big because there is a big assassin, WTFox, on the side of SKP. All of your damage, the majority of your damage, is going to be coming from Krislin. It's a tanky Gragas. It's a tanky Maokai. It's a Yasuo that hasn't hit his 100% crit power spike at 32 minutes. And he's still got a couple minutes to go. The only real damage dealer is that 10-1 and 5 Corki with the highest CS in the game. Blow him up with a Zed, then you're good to go. Krislin, he needs to get his QSS ASAP.
That's the thing, though, is WTFox as well kind of needs one. He's going, though, for the Guardian Angel instead, but he could remove Exhaust with QSS and allow himself to just completely crush Krislin. Now, Gambit looking for some pressure in a 3v5 here. They've actually got Yasuo defending on the right side of the map, but no engage for SKP.
They aren't even looking for it either. They don't have the ward coverage to really exit their base. They're just trying to clear off these wards, trying to wait for the fight to come to them. There's no Baron, there's no Dragon, there's really nothing for them to do. So they're just sitting on these waves, trying to ward up their own jungle and wait for Gambit to come back to them.
All right, well, let's see what we have here then. Edward back on ward duty again. Got caught last time for it, but Sweeper active and wards coming down. Continue to try to buy as much armor and health as possible. Has a chain vest in the inventory. Plus part of Mikhail's Crucible, I think, so... Not sure what he's going for.
Both of these teams have had their back and forths in this series. Diamond had some bad games. He's had some great games. Nick had some great games. Now he's not having a great game. It's been back and forth on Gambit's side. SKP's side, same story. This game, both teams are looking in good shape. Kickoff is having a great game for himself. WTFox in the mid lane, same story. One team fight. This next team fight could mean Gambit are back into the LCS if they win it.
And they're looking like it, man. They're up 8,000 gold. They've still got Baron buff for another minute here. They're looking to siege the bottom lane. Kuban is a massive tank right now. There's the hook on Kickoff. This is not good for the Nocturne. Forced to flash away. There's a tide away, but look at that. The wind wall from Nick stops it all. Hook. Ooh, knockback as well. SKP losing so much health. Gambit only burning a couple of cooldowns for that. And now they're in on inhibitor number 2. Plus, minions flood into the mid lane. This could be the game-winning push. They are still moving forwards. Can Gambit do it, or can SKP hold on and turn it around? Lantern pulls Kuban back. So far, so good.
WTFox getting chunked out. He's going to have to make a visit to the base very quickly. Gambit are 1 inhibitor and 3 turrets away from being back in the LCS. It's Smitty J.
Whoa! All right. They're going to go, and backdoor looks like the top lane, tier 2.
4 turrets.
All right. There we
now
go.
3.
Now 3.
Now 3 turrets away from being back into the LCS for Gambit Gaming.
Absolutely. Now can they make that happen? Looks like they're actually going to slow it down once again. Baron buff is timing off them here. So there's no immediate impetus, but they do have super minions flooding in now from the bottom and mid lanes. That is a very good resource to use if you want to close a game out.
These hooks from Edward to set up his team have been really, really good all game long. The ones down bottom, the ones over the wall by bottom tier 2. He has been showing why that champion is a signature champion. He's called the Thresh Prince. But right now, he wants to be back into the LCS with his team and with a new AD carry at his side. Genji taking a break, and here comes Kuban teleporting to a ward of bottom. He does have home guard.
Oh, the flashing
He's
game,
gonna run
they don't
in.
follow it up. Now they go in, they hook onto Smitty J, they flame into the team, he's in the back lines, they look for Krislin. Krislin is going to die here. Now what else can they do? Kuban in the front line, but down goes the Rise. 4v4, Kuban, Tanky in the front, Watt the Fox is gonna go down. Numbers lead for Gambit, hook on Zayden, they don't need him though. They go for the middle inhibitor instead. So far, so good. Gambit have minions. They have super minions, especially on the bottom side. 3-man defense.
Oh, the
hook hits Z's. Down he goes. This could be the game. Gambit flooding in. Turret number 1, turret number 2. Nexus is going to be open. And after losing game 1 in heartbreaking fashion, Gambit paved their way back in to the European LCS.
Saw that bot lane there, giving each other a hug after that. The synergy is real. Krislin and Edward.
Yep. A gigantic sigh of relief from Eddie as well. You saw him very just like, oh my gosh. Okay, we did it. Game 1 scared us, but they were in control the rest of the series. SK Prime, they said they actually didn't feel that good in this match. I talked to Smitty real quick. He's getting makeup, and he says, you know, we didn't really come in, and I don't think we're really that well prepared, so he said he actually expected to lose. Game 1 said, well, you know what? Maybe you can. I don't know if it was false hope or what, but SK Prime could not pull it through. Game 1 was the only game they won. At the very least, we'll see these guys in the Challenger season again next year, but it will be Gambit in the LCS.
You saw that smile back there. That's the newest face of the European LCS.
Yeah, it is. Krislin, congratulations. You are the first new player to re-qualify for the LCS in 2015. We have the chance for 15 more, though. 3 more best of 5s throughout the weekend, plus another one today. That'll be fun as well. But Gambit, and what can you say about them? They had fallen so hard.
Yeah.
In the end of that split, they had this gigantic losing streak, kind of clawed their way back during Super Week. They got the tiebreaker win over Copenhagen Wolves with, you know, the right to sort of pick their opponent a little bit here. And then it looked even worse. They lost their first game here against a team that, you know, wasn't necessarily going to get a lot of respect there in SK Prime, but they finally turned it back. The right members started putting up performances. The bot lane, especially Edward and Krislin, I can't give them enough praise.
Yeah.
They made that game 4 happen.
Yeah, Krislin had a really good showing, but Edward set all of that up as the biggest facilitator I have seen in these last couple of days here. Because all those hooks and then roaming around and starting the fights off, the initiation, the playmaking that you expect out of a top-tier support. It's good to have him back in the ULCS.
Yeah, Edward's great. He's awesome. And I know there's a lot of Gambit fans out there. It's kind of the same thing with CLG, where they were slumping. There was a real risk they're going to lose out to the Challenger team, despite being the favorites in the match. But the fans out there were strong for them. The cheers, you can hear them here, strong for Gambit as well. You saw a couple hugs back and forth from the players. But yeah, I mean, Gambit is a team that a lot of people wouldn't imagine ever being gone from the LCS. They were so dominant for so darn long.
You kind of sit there and you're like, an LCS without Gambit or an LCS without CLG, like that doesn't sit right with you. And you know, the teams, thankfully, for their fans' sake, requalified.
But it also does speak to the strengths of the Challenger season, of course, right? That you have these teams that are such stalwarts and such big names. You're like, look, the upstarts can still make it happen. Guys you've never seen play in the LCS before. And it's like, well, you know what? We've actually all got the individual skill to hold up. We've got some good strategies there. Curse Academy nearly brought it out to a 3-0, right? Game 1 won here by SK Prime as well. Like, these are certainly good players. These are certainly good teams. Teams I still want to see more of. There's still the road ahead of them if they want to try again next year as well. It won't be spring 2015. Actually, it might be, of course, expansion tournament. That actually might be the case here. I keep forgetting about that for some reason. I don't know why.
It's pretty big, Freak.
It's kind of a big deal. There's 2 more spots in the LCS up for grabs, of course. Curse Academy, SK Prime. Going to be teams joining their respective regions in that place. And I do want to see how that keeps going, right? H2K as well, the third team going to be in the expansion tournament as well. Those teams can't stop for too long. They've got to keep going because it's not too far away from them having the chance at getting their way into the LCS anyway. And being one of those 10 teams in the LCS, we'll see if that ends up being their future here. But for now, we're going to send it over to Dash for a word with our winners.
Thanks, gentlemen. I want to welcome Gambit's Diamond and Nick to the desk after a 3-1 victory there, securing your spot back into the LCS. Diamond, how does that feel?
It feels great, even though I'm not satisfied with my place in those games because I made too much mistakes in my opinion, but it's really great to feel that like you're in a LCS again. I love LCS.
Yeah, exactly. And Nick, my question to you more specifically is about the fact that you guys did start down 0-1 in the series. So what were the discussions like within the team to kind of get the morale back and turn it around to go on a great 3-0 streak after that?
We knew that we are a better team, so we just realized our mistakes, pointed them out, tried to like get the actually ban Orianna from our enemies because it's super safe champion, and keep going as better team.
And then Diamond, given that the team went through a lot of roster changes throughout the season, you know, how did that affect your ability to coordinate with your teammates to get to this point where you guys were comfortable with working as a team, showcasing that you are of LCS caliber and you do deserve to have that spot?
It was really hard to change teammates that often because like you have some strategies with your current teammates and then the teammate changes and you need to work even more to get used to the new teammates. But we worked out like really much. We were practicing the whole like more than a month after we lost like our matches in the LCS, and now we're pretty strong. We showed that we're worth to be in the LCS, and now we're ready to get our like maybe first or second spot in the next split.
I like to hear that. Nick, you specifically, to look at your champion pool, you seem to favor the Assassins, playing Zed twice, Ahri, and Yasuo. So what is it about that? Because we do have a lot of mid laners who will fall onto Orianna and Ziggs and the more farm-heavy champions. What is it about Assassins that you like so much?
Like, I think Assassins are just very strong in this meta game because they are making you under the enemy under the pressure that every time he does mistake he can get insta killed, and it is very good just for the LAN games, I think. And for the regular LCS it's not so good. I specifically tried to get the Assassins here.
And you mentioned the meta, Diamond. In that first game you guys saw the Fizz jungle get picked. Is that something that you expected him to pick up? And then how did that affect the first game? And then he even picked it up a second time.
Well, I knew that it was like about to come when they picked it. I was like thinking about, is it mid or is it jungle? Because my teammates say that he can't play jungle Fizz and he played it a lot, but I didn't trust them because like, why the hell would someone play Fizz jungle? But it worked out for him pretty good because I didn't know the limits of Fizz, and I didn't know that that I can just move everywhere and take fights with him and I will be stronger. But after that match, I realized that, and in the second game, like there was no chance for Fizz to win.
I was about to say, you seem to react to it pretty well when he brought it out the second time. You guys were able to counter it quite easily. Now let's look ahead to next year's split. Nick, what are the changes that you're looking to make within the team? How are you hoping to grow, like specifically?
I think right now we are at the better team skill-wise than we have ever before been this split. So we should just keep as it is and train even more.
And then Diamond, finally, as this has been a long 2014 season and it's finally coming to a close, I want to give you the opportunity to say anything to your fans and the viewers at home and things like that.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for cheering for us. Sorry for disappointing you with such like bad results in my opinion, but at least we got back to the LCS as you wished, and we were trying our best really for the past month and a half, and now we're going to work much harder because we know our mistakes that we didn't practice that much in the previous LCS season. We will fix them. We will come out stronger, and I hope we will beat everyone in the new LCS. But right now, guys, I wish you like a good World Championship. Watch it, cheer for someone. I don't know, I will do it as well. I will cheer for Europeans, of course. And thank you very much, especially fans.
Looking to improve. That's all anyone can ask. Well, gentlemen, I want to congratulate you again on your victory here and requalifying for the LCS. We are going to send it back over to Freak and Zyrene, though.
Thank you very much, Dash. I actually really liked that interview. So Nick's saying this is the strongest Gambit's ever been individually, and that they're only just going to get better from here. He wants to keep the team as it is. So, Chrisland.
Yeah, man. And I also like the fact that he was talking about how he's playing Assassin to pressure people on land.
Yeah.
And then we saw Diamond wearing his All-Star jacket.
Yep.
He looked good. He's got to feel good, too.
And he was wearing it, too, man. And he said, you know, we're going to go for the top two. We're going to try to get ourselves back to the Gambit that the fans know and love. And, dude, it'd be fun to see Gambit at Worlds again. I'd be happy with that one, but we'll see if they can do it. So with Gambit's win, they hold on to their spot in the European LCS for the upcoming spring split. They join the Copenhagen Wolves, who secured their return after defeating H2K. But there's still one more spot up for grabs in Europe and will be decided tomorrow when Millennium take on the Unicorns of Love. And, of course, we've still got more action coming, though. Our second best-of-5 battle of the day is coming up. Evil Geniuses versus Team Coast is going to determine which team advances to the North American LCS. So while the teams load onto the stage, we're going to go and pop away for a quick break. But the Spring Promotion Tournament returns after this. He's got the exhaust back. Diamond goes in. There's the knockup. Goodbye. Oh my God!
And that left them vulnerable, but here goes Kuban.
This is dangerous. 4v4. In comes Diamond. Looks for something here. Double kill already for Chrisland.
No, we can fight. We can fight. We can fight this.
Coming. Nice.
Lucia.
Nice.
Nice. Good job.
Did it hard. And the flash. Oh, he got him!
Edward proves he can, Mad Life people. Running away from the turret. There is the kill picked up on the biggest member of Gambit. And Kuban now stuck out of the turret as well. But the hook from Eddie will knock one back. Gambit paved their way back in to the European LCS.
Welcome back to the Spring Promotion Tournament. We are just about to kick off our second series of the day, but first, let's take a look at what you've been saying over on Twitter. To remind you, earlier we asked which Challenger Series player could have the biggest impact in either the EU or NA LCS and why. And here's what you've been writing in with. @SaberWolf says, Keen got everyone believing yesterday, and I'm sure he can go on to create more spectacles like the mid lane horse.
Yeah, I definitely think Keen's probably the hardest working player I've ever been around. Before relegations, he was on a schedule where he was playing 20 games a day. Like, it's incredible to play that many games every single day, including scrims. So, yeah, I think he's working really hard. He's pulled out the mid-hack room. I think he just invented that, like, pretty much out of nowhere. And I think he's going to pull out a bunch of more stuff that people aren't used to.
That's ludicrous. I can't imagine playing 20 games in a singular day. Our next tweet comes from @Conan Wanda. Kickoff. He was able to bring a solo queue team into the LCS LCS contender this split.
I mean, I guess he still has that solo queue mentality with the Fizz jungle, something you barely see in LCS. Love the pick. Honestly, I'm going to be trying it myself. I'm going to be hoping I can do the same thing he did. So kudos to him.
I'm willing to bet all three of us are going to go home and try Fizz jungle straight away. And then our final tweet, @ODigitDoll. LOL Pros Haunter. That guy is a god, and I feel he isn't given enough credit compared to the more popular players.
Yeah, I think he's the unsung hero of LoL Pro. He always puts so much pressure, but he doesn't really do it in a flashy way. I mean, I guess he did have that solo kill Nidalee against Lulu versus Rux in the promotion matches.
At level 1.
Yeah, at level 1, which was like pretty insane. But generally speaking, he just creates a lot of pressure. His favorite champion, Shyvana, and he's always proxying, drawing people to him, and creating opportunities from his team on the other side of the map.
It's also nice to see a top laner recognized for their flashy play, as sometimes those matchups can get a little stagnant. Well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, and if you want to join the conversation, tweet @LolEsports and use the hashtag LCS. But before we get into the second series, I'd also like to get you guys' thoughts on the matchup itself. EG versus Team Coast.
Well, EG is a team that at the last week of the regular LCL season, they managed to pull off an incredible comeback 4-0. Unfortunately, their LCS spot in playoffs was not only dictated by their result, and other teams had to lose, and that didn't happen. So they got relegated.
One of those teams happens to be sitting right next to us.
Yeah, so they got relegated. And what happens is they really put a lot of work into that last week, and I'm sure they're doing the same thing to get into the LCS for next split. So I would not be surprised if they make it out of this match and happen to be very much stronger than what they were last split in the actual LCS season. Now, going into it, I'd be expecting them to 3-0 Coast, just because Coast did a very recent roster change in which they replaced Rux and Golden Glue with Miracle and Ringer, two Korean players, two solo Korean players. Now, that has to take a toll on your synergy, and you just can't compete with that with a team like EG that's already focusing a lot to work on how they work as a team.
Yeah, very interesting to kind of take that, go for maybe individual skill over that synergy. Dominate, as we mentioned, you were on the team that did have to lose in order for EG to snag that playoff spot. So you probably have a very good sense of the strength of that team going into the final weeks of the LCS.
Yeah, I definitely have a really good sense, especially since we played them in the second to last week of LCS, and they just completely rocked us. Like, it was like 23-2. It was one of the most brutal matches we played this season. So I think they're a very strong team, and they've been consistent. They kept the same lineup. And I think that they're really peaking right now. I've got to see some of their scrims, and they look really solid. So I side with Crumbs here. I think it's going to be a 3-0 EG.
All right. A lot of power behind EG there. Well, without further ado, we're going to send it right over to the caster desk to get us back into the games.
Thanks, Dash. Hello, I'm Max Atlas Anderson, and manning the co-caster chair is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And let us get down to business to defeat the Huns with our second best-of-5 series, Evil Geniuses versus Team Coast. This is the third consecutive split that both of these teams have played in the promotion tournament. And for Evil Geniuses, they had a late season surge to nearly avoid relegation altogether.
Exactly right, Atlas. Evil Geniuses made a couple of roster swaps in the summer split, bringing on Oltek as AD carry and then adding Helios in the jungle. The lineup changes took time to take effect, but by the end of the regular season, EG were on a hot streak, winning 6 of their last 8 games and almost clenching a playoff spot. That being said, the team has struggled with some personnel issues and tension within the team.
Yeah, and while EG's fighting to hold on to their spot, Coast is looking to regain their place in the LCS after they were defeated by Complexity. Since then, the team has undergone a complete roster shakeup. But they have a couple of players, Sheep and Mash, and of course Helios as well over from Korea, that have played on the big stage and will be playing hard to get back there.
And the changes didn't stop there. Coast brought on 2 Korean players, Miracle and Ringer. The team felt confident that their bottom lane could go toe-to-toe with Altec and Crepo, but they wanted to shore up their solo lanes. That being said, this is of course a team sport, and there has to be an adjustment period whilst this roster swap has gone through, and it may not immediately yield results. We'll have to see if the team's limited time playing together is enough to develop the communication, as well as the synergy required to get them into the LCS.
And Coast has brought in new solo laners to help give them an early edge in the game, but it has the added bonus of making it harder for Evil Geniuses to know what to expect in this series.
We're playing Team Coast. They've recently changed 2 of their players to Korean solo queue superstars, so I'm very eager to see which Coast will show up.
We decided to bring 2 Koreans into our team because we feel like EG is a really strong team that has really good laning phases, and we feel like those 2 Koreans are really good in the earlier stages.
I think Sheep and Domashmi, they're pretty consistent, but if they ever fall behind, then I'll always be like ahead of them, and I should be able to make the first move. Not falling behind in bot lane is really important because it's a duo lane. If you fall behind at any point, you'll probably be punished really hard.
Looking at the season, our results weren't all too good, but if we go look at the end of the season, a lot of teams were scared of playing us, and we ended up super weak in 4-0. If we can repeat that same performance, I think we'll definitely have the leg up against Coast.
So EG looking confident coming into this one, and Coast pretty happy with their Korean pickups in the top and mid lane. But let's check out our starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Evil Geniuses with Inox in the top lane, Helios in the jungle, Pobelter in the mid lane, Altec as AD carry, and Crepo on support.
And of course on the red side, it's Team Coast. Miracle in top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Ringer mid, Mash in AD carry, and Sheep in support.
And for this featured matchup, we'll be heading to the south side of the map for Altec and Crepo versus Mash and Sheep.
And we saw from that video how confident they are. Altec has become a rising star in the North American LCS this split. Despite missing a game, he had the 2nd most kills in the season with 133, only 7 kills behind the leader Vasily. He is an incredibly strong mechanical player. You'll often see Altec continue to deal damage while retreating, kiting back in that bottom lane. Since he's joined Evil Geniuses, Altec has pulled Crepo into a more aggressive playstyle. However, that's kind of the opposite of how Coast bottom lane works. Mash and Sheep are quite passive in their content to sit back and farm, and this allows Sheep to become more of a lane bully than what Mash is. They're an evenly matched bot lane, and whoever gets ahead in the laning phase may be able to go on to dictate the pace of the rest of the game.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they manage to do that. And of course, another thing we'd like to highlight as well is Santorin versus Helios. I mean, Helios coming over from Korea, of course, and since he got into EG, they've had a few communication issues, but I've heard just recently that they've managed to tie those up, and there's a lot more synergy throughout the jungle as well, and I think that'll really help create a lot more plays around the map.
Yeah, from what we've heard, Helios has really shored it up with his top and mid lane, which just gives them an extra bonus across the top side of the map, of course, with the 2 new Koreans coming on the side of Coast. He also picks up champions like Eve still, which gives a lot of implied pressure without necessarily having to show himself.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we'll see whether he can make the plays around the map. Of course, Pobelter, with so many different champions he can pick up, they can create so many different duos in that mid lane as far as the jungle and mid duo is concerned. And we saw the last best of 5. These duos in the mid lane, as far as ganks are concerned, are really, really important.
Yeah, jungle mid lane synergy at the moment, with all the assassins coming through on this patch, is so important. And as we said, the solo laners on the side of EG especially can play anything. Pobelter plays anything, and in the top lane, Inox picked 14 different champions this split.
Yeah, out of 28 different games as well, so that's ridiculous, of course. I remember Inox back when he was on Napkins in Disguise, playing Nidalee in almost every single game. Incredible stuff to see, but bans are coming through thick and fast. Nunu being taken off the board, as well as Zillion on the side of Evil Geniuses, and Zed and Nidalee taken away by Team Coast. Of course, fairly standard across the board so far.
Yeah, it looks like they definitely want to get rid of the assassin in the mid lane for Pobelter, and of course Nidalee in the top lane. Nunu, Zillion, they're more the standard picks as well, bans, as well as Alistair. So it looks like they don't know much about Coast's 2 new players as well. So they've just gone for what are known as the OPs at the moment, get them off the board, and Rise has been taken away as well.
Rise, not necessarily as common, but very, very strong there in the top lane, and Inox more than happy to play that one. And I guess maybe they're going for more of like a Yasuo type comp and don't want to have that Ryze being able to be picked up to potentially counter that one out. But Inox now, with first pick potential, and Maokai's up, they could just pick the tree up right now.
Yeah, Maokai can definitely be picked up at the moment. We've seen that he's had great success. If you get him through laning phase into mid-game, he just becomes unkillable. However, it is Lucian. That nice flex pick can go into the mid lane, can go AD as well. We see it a lot more AD in North America.
Yeah, that's very true. But with Lucian escaping the pick and ban phase, they pick it up first, so they take it away from Mashme, because Mash, he had 100% record on that champion over 7 games. So definitely worthwhile taking it away. But it does give up that Maokai, like we were talking about before.
Yeah, and that has been picked up straight away for Miracle in the top lane. As well as wow, Sheep's got Thresh also, and we have to mention he is amazing on this character.
It's so true, and it picks it away from Crepo as well. Crepo, one of the first players to really gain mastery on that champion. It was sort of Edward first, and then Crepo sort of took it away from him and tried to get in there with that one. So we'll see whether he makes it work. Of course, Sheep, fantastic on that Thresh. And Helios now and Pobelter ready to pick up their next couple of picks. Of course, a lot of strong champions still available. Syndra's there, Pobelter wants to play that. Of course, very, very contested pick in that mid lane. We'll see what they decide to go with.
And I love the ambiguity of Coast's lineup so far. They've given nothing away. It could be a team fight comp, it could be a pick comp. As we see Helios pick up Lee Sin. He's fantastic. That's such an exciting champion. Gets to really show his early game aggression. And he can start invading the jungle of Santorin very early.
And this is a man that would have been learning Lee Sin off the likes of Insec as well over in Korea. So this is going to be very exciting to see. Of course, Inox with that Lulu in the top lane, the lane bully, more than happy to go against this this tree up there. Of course, once Maokai gets really tanky, it's a bit difficult to push him out of lane, but in the early stages, of course, Inox is going to have a fine time there. Hover on the Galio, not entirely sure whether that one's going to be picked up. But Twitch available as well, and Jax would be interesting. Let's just not talk about it.
Yeah, the advantage that Lulu has over Maokai in the early game is being able to push him in the turret and make him expend mana to farm that CS up. As we see that the Kazakhs come through in the jungle for Santorin, and Mash has got Tristana, and we've seen Tristana in the last couple of days completely wrecked.
And Tristana waiting for the 4th pick here as well. So getting through a couple of rounds here for Team Coast, and Mash being able to pick up that very strong AD carry. And it doesn't really matter because, of course, Lucian was already picked up. You would have thought if they were going to go for that double AD carry theory, they could have picked it up in the 2nd round, maybe taken away that Tristana as well, but that is not what EG is going to be looking for. Crepo looking at the Braum now as well, and that's going to be instantly locked in. Ari as well. And we saw Ari having a better game yesterday, not working out so well for the players picking her up, but Nick having a fantastic game today.
Yeah, and EG have got a pretty alright pick comp during the mid game. If you look on the side of Coast, their late game is petrifying. So EG is recognized with the last 2 pickups that they need to get ahead early. They need to start bullying these lanes and really dictate the flow of the game. Otherwise, it could turn ugly. Oriana's being picked up. On the side of Team Coast, they have a fantastic late game team fight comp.
Oh, they certainly do. And of course, that Twisted Advanced Shockwave combination coming in there as well. That's going to be so hard to deal with. So many ways to get that ball into these team fights as well. So I think it'll be on Helios to really kick people away. Although he can't do that if Twisted Advance comes in because, of course, not going to be able to target him. So we'll see whether they manage to do it. And you're exactly right. EG need to put the pressure on instantly. And Helios on Lee Sin, I think that he might be able to do this.
Yeah, looking at Team Coast's lineup, it's like that EG didn't ban anything. They've got so many good champions at the moment. If this game goes over 35 minutes and it hasn't swung so far into EG's favor, they're in a lot of trouble. That team fight comp that can come out with all the shields that can go into Trist, as well as the ability for Maokai to mitigate so much damage, that's just petrifying.
It is so true. But as the teams load onto the Rift, let's check out the voting over at lolesports.com. Right now, 76% of you say Evil Geniuses will win, but after seeing those team comps, I have a feeling that maybe that'll swing. We'll see.
But we're also looking for your votes over on Twitter as well. Tweet hashtag EGWin or hashtag CSTWin to @LOLEsports, and we'll continue to update you on the fan votes.
And yeah, exactly. And the thing is, Thresh and Tristana against arguably a very strong lane in Lucian and Braum, but if Thresh and Tristana get it through this early game, it's going to be so difficult for EG to come back there because we've seen what Tristana can do.
And more importantly, if they successfully lane swap this and are able to get the Triss to head in levels, her range just makes sieging so easy and they can't engage onto them.
That is very true. But we are onto the Rift, everyone, with EG taking on Team Coast. EG on the blue side, and of course, Coast wearing the red pants on our red side. And we'll see what they decide to do, whether any early shenanigans do go on. Of course, EG wanting to get a bit of an early lead in this one. But we'll see whether they manage to do it in the level 1 phase or whether things are going to be a bit defensive.
Yeah, and we definitely have seen some interesting level 1s today. As we see, the whole of Coast are grouped up as 5.
Welcome to Summoner's
Might be looking for
everyone.
pressure over onto the blue side.
Sonic Wave not going to deter Sheep at all. Helio's able to walk out of there. I don't think Death Sentence is going to be able to pick him up on this one, but Coast commanding control the blue side jungle of EG.
And the respect that's coming out of from EG of the, the pickup there on support for Sheep.
Yeah.
Thresh is just so high at the moment. We see that they've just rotated automatically over to the blue side. They might just start the bottom side of the jungle, look to pick up Helios as 2 buffs on that side, and just accept the lane swap at this point.
Yeah, they've done a lot of warding. There are some backs coming through. Inox happy just to sit up there in the top lane. He doesn't want to have anything to do with an invade. And looks to me like EG are more than happy to go for a trade here. But with everyone leaving from Coast, do you think that they might catch them out? No, looks like they've just warded. It's fine.
Yeah, they're about to move back up to the blue side. The whole of Coast team has gone back, so standard lanes will be coming through, although Maokai is grouping back up as well. Maybe looking to scout whether a lane swap will come through from the side of EG. However, Inox has just been spotted by a ward.
Ooh, that could have been a potential interesting situation there for Coast, because they did face check that brush, and if EG was still there, things could happen. But, of course, no one actually going to find anyone yet.
So a lot of
standard lanes are going to happen after some really weird jungle movements here. And it's going to be a blue buff start for both of these junglers as well.
So they'll end up on the opposite sides of the map, and it looks like EG might be looking for some early game aggression. Nope, just walking into lane now. And completely standard. So a lot of action, a lot of movement, but absolutely no result this early in the game.
Yeah, a lot of potential action. Like on the edge of my seat, awaiting nothing. There is a bit of action going on in the bottom lane though. Wow. Nice play going to come through onto Altec. He takes half of his health already. Mash nicely auto-attacking through, and that explosive shot doing a lot of work as well. That dot nullifying a bit of that potion.
And we said Evil Genius's bot lane was the aggressive one, and we see straight away this Thresh Tristana lane just goes aggro level 1, does so much damage. As we see Helios able to pick up his buff, he's going to remain so healthy through the jungle. Lee Sin, even with the changes, jungle absolutely fine.
See both of our junglers meeting us. Oh, Charm's going to land in the mid lane, but level 2. Not going to be doing too much, but Ringer going to take a bit from that one. He knows Cobelter means business.
Yeah, and the way we've seen Ahri played successfully is where you push out your lane and then you wait for picks at level 6. So you move to the side of the river, you look to see if any lanes are available, you look to pick off your mid lane as well. So look for Cobelter to keep pushing, keep farming up a storm, pick up that DFG and try and burst people down.
See whether he does manage to do that, of course. Nice Orb of Deception, going to do a bit of damage there. I think Ringer a little bit slow on the old Command Protect, but he's Orianna. He's going to be okay in this lane. Has a couple of potions there as well. And again, Pobelt's really putting the pressure down, and Helios now coming through to have a look whether something can happen. He's going to say, no, it's not, but I was here. I was here, Pobelter. Don't say that I ain't ganking.
Yeah, he's looking for a move down the bottom side of the map though, but there is a ward there. Maybe even looking for a little bit of an invade onto the bottom side of Santorin's jungle, but no, he's just retreated, looking to go back to his double golem, so nothing much happening there.
Might have been waiting for Santorin to come out, maybe poke his head through. Figures he likes the 1v1. Of course, very difficult against the Kazakhs with that isolation. Nice piercing light coming through from Altec. And the Winter's Bite threading through the minions as well. Crepo on this Braum.
Yeah, so a lot of poke damage coming out of EG's bottom lane. And again, wow, Mash has just taken so much damage.
Yeah, and after a really, really good level 1 play, Coast pushed in again, and Altec with a massive, well, not a massive, but a health lead. Yeah, oh, nice. Another charm going to land as well. Ringer taking a lot of damage here. Pobelter still has that ignite. If he lands another charm, you could imagine that Ringer's going to potentially go down here.
Yeah, so both mid laners have no potions left. However, Ringer also out of mana, so he can't fight back whatsoever at the moment. Pobelter really dictating the flow of this lane.
Yeah, landing the Foxfires as well. Of course, they are going to prioritize Ringer. They do come out and are in range. Yeah, so much pressure, and Santorin not really finding his way into a gankable position on this Ahri, of course. Pre-level 6, a lot easier to gank. Lands another Orb of Deception for the double hit as well. The true damage coming back.
However, in the top lane, we must say Miracle's doing very well at the start of this game.
Yeah.
Up in CS, it's pretty much equal. However, on a range versus melee, as there is some action in the bot, that's big props to the new player on the side of Coast, holding his own very nicely.
Yeah, and not even getting shoved in, of course. This is something that we've been talking about quite a bit, is the fact that Lulu likes to shove that lane as much as possible, force you to farm under the tower. As we do have a Winter's Bite. Hitting Sheep in the back of the head. He's going to be okay as well.
Yeah, so the reason that Lulu likes to shove the lane in is because that means that Maokai cannot engage at all, and with the speed up and the shields that come through, quite a difficult lane, particularly with summoners up, and there's so much creep aggro that can come through. So we can see Inox trying to shove up that lane, unfortunately missing a couple of CS there, but he'll be fine. He's farming up quite nicely as well.
Yep. Oh, there's actually a stand behind me onto the creep here by Grepo. Takes half of his health though in response. Oh, Death Sentence going to land on Altec though. This could mean business, but no, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, so very passive laning so far. The jungle is also clashed, but not much happening down there either. Standard farming so far, and you have to say, if the mid lane keeps going this way, this is just going to fall straight into EG's hands, because it's going to allow Pobelter's roam to come out that much earlier.
See whether he does manage to do that, of course. Has been back, has picked up a second Doran's Ring for that early game pressure. Has a 10 CS advantage here as well. Just an Amp Tomb sitting there as well, so lots of wards. And as Ahri, this is exactly what you want to do. He's got a defensive pink ward there. He can put in that brush, and he has the vision, which means he can make those picks.
Yeah, and he wants to be roaming up and down river as soon as he has that level 6. So yeah, he's just looking for picks wherever he possibly can at the moment. However, Tristana, Mash doing perfectly fine in this bottom lane. If this gets the late game, oh, the bottom lane combo is so scary out of Sheep and Mash. They're just such good players.
Yeah, I feel like they have to make use of Altec's earlier power spike in order to really get this one to work out, but see whether it is going to be enough and whether Altec actually switches up his build a little bit instead of going that Infinity Edge and maybe picking up something with a little bit more early damage.
Yeah, so perfectly equal here. Both mid laners will be looking to pick up their blue buffs. First Dragon hasn't even been looked at, of course. With solo lanes, we tend to see that around the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, it looks like both of these teams just sussing each other out here in the first game of the best of 5. Nothing really needs to be put on the line here just yet. They're just working out, seeing where they're comfortable, testing the waters, finding potential weaknesses.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we see that Santorin has gone with the W evolve first, so he's got that bonus slow on those Void Spikes. So his gank potential is so much higher right now, and of course Helios picking up that ultimate on Lee Sin. He's going to be able to start getting action going soon as well, so let's look for the junglers to start getting involved.
Yeah, EG putting down a lot of hurt here in the bottom lane as well. Managing to stand behind these creeps so that Death Sentence isn't going to be too much of a problem, but both of these AD carries are on about half health, and Altec quite low on mana.
Yeah, so using those Lucian abilities to spam, push out the wave, looking to get any advantage he can under the turret. Of course, it is a little bit harder on Tristana, who is falling quite low, to CS under the turret with that explosive shot, as we see another light slinger come through.
Yep, Inox has managed to push this one up as well. Miracle isn't going to have too much trouble farming under this wave. Well, it does miss a couple, but not going to be too bad at all.
Okay, so we see that it is around about the 8.5-minute mark. They're moving towards Dragon. They're going to be able to pick up a pink ward for their troubles, looking to get some position on this bottom lane.
He's going to survive another day.
This might be the first gank, although the collapse is coming in from Coast.
Yeah, they do have wards there. They're going to have to get out of this one as soon as possible. Buster shots available and the box.
They've been pincered. This might be dangerous.
Yep, Santorin. Oh, does manage to land the double slow, but a nice charm's going to land onto Ringer. There's Helios coming in. A nice shockwave comes down, but Ringer's still going to die. The leap onto the Dark Passage in order to get him out. Forces a flash at the same time. Sheep gets knocked up. That's the ultimate from Prompt. Crepo's doing a lot of work. Inox has come in from the backline. Miracle is here as well, but immediately exhausted. There's the wild growth onto Pobelter. They want to get some more action. Santorin, one more auto attack from Inox is going to make this one happen. Miracle now solo piercing light. Crepo with the Winter's Bite.
And they're not done yet. Helios has gone over the wall.
Mash, gonna have to walk out of this brush and look at the health bars here. They are in so much trouble under this turret is Team Coast. This could almost be a potential 5 kill.
Wow,
Mash manages to come in and get the kill, but he's gonna die to Inox. Picking up a kill though in this situation is definitely worth it because I didn't think they were going anywhere.
Yeah, and EG has stuck around for a very long time, so they need to send all their members back, which could spell... No? They're not going for Dragon whatsoever. Santorin's too low. He needs to go back. And wow, let's take another look at that. So it looks like they're getting collapsed on right now. However, Pobelter just gets so much damage out. A good shockwave comes through, but the early teleport from Inox really sets the pace for this. He's in there already, doing so much damage. Crapo's ultimate knocks Sheep up, and only now does Miracle decide to join the fight. And unfortunately gets exhausted straight away, can't get any of his damage down. And look at Pobelter's damage this early in the game. His Orbs of Deception have been on point.
I don't think he missed a skill shot in that team fight. That was absolutely incredible. Crapo landing the Winter's Bite to secure that last kill as well. But
and this is where we see Helios try and flank around, and Mash sees that he is caught in a bad position. He's just going for a kill at this point, able to pick up Ultech, but unfortunately he gets killed by Inox, able to pick up a flash. So.
Unfortunately not quite able to make it back over that wall again, which may have saved his life. But that Buster shot, securing the 1-for-1 in a situation that looked incredibly dire. Ooh, the Descent's gonna land onto Helios. Oh, Sheep coming in there as well. There's the shockwave on top of 2 members. EG is still looking okay, but Mash immediately getting kicked back. And Coast had a really nice idea, but not quite the damage to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, but now they're looking to do a Dragon. As we said, there is some trading in the top lane. Inox getting a lot better of the trade there.
Does have a lot more consistent damage. That pick's offering a little bit more on those auto attacks. And tries to outrun the sapling. We'll never know whether it hit.
The reflexes from Helios with that Lee Sin kick were amazing. As soon as Mash jumped in, he was just booted right back out. Didn't want anything to do with that fight after a really nice shockwave coming out of Ringer.
And Pobelter been incredible in this middle lane. Almost has the middle lane turret as well. So that's going to really open the map up for them if he continues to keep pushing this lane in. Of course, Orianna has a lot of the ability to push away with that dissonance as well as that command attack, and has been staying up with that farm at the same time. But 1-0-2 now, in comparison to the 0-1-0, is going to mean that Pobelter's fair way ahead at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and without any hard CC coming from the mid lane or the jungler, he can just dash out of that Orianna ult, so he doesn't feel like he's afraid of ganks whatsoever, and he's just continually pushing this lane, trying to deny CS. Takes a nice turret shot there for his trouble, but that lane hasn't got much left on it.
Yeah, Baltak is going to be able to push this wave up to the turret as well. On half health. Right here, Mash has found his way back in, and that Winter's Bite actually doing a fair bit of damage here.
Yeah, and another turret on very low health on the side of Coast. They might be losing 2 right now, and this is just leading into what we said. If EG to win this game, they need to win the mid game quite hard, and it looks like they are setting up the recipe to do that. Already nearly a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, they definitely have a plan coming into this one. They want to push out the waves. They want to create the map control, and then pressure Coast.
And they are looking for a pick right now. Great command attack to scout that out.
Fantastic.
They will be
everyone's still thinking that EG is going to win this one. 76% to 24%. So Coast, scary lineup. Ooh, Inox actually in a lot of trouble. Will most likely be able to make it back to his turret, but a nice arcane smash. It's him in the backside on his way through. But Miracle asserting his dominance.
Yeah. Saving that ultimate, however, so he wasn't in much danger. Good work from Miracle there to not dive the turret. However, he will get some nice damage down, and both teleports are about to come back off cooldown. Inox's will be a little bit earlier because he was in that fight maybe 20 seconds beforehand. And this could spell the start of a dragon, although...
Ooh, Miracle's actually coming down just to back. Okay, thought he might have been giving Helios a hard time for that blue buff, but not going to be the case. And I think actually Pobelter didn't get that blue. Quite interesting.
We see that Coast is actually set up extremely well for this dragon, dropping 2 pink wards, denying complete vision, although EG know they're around the pit because they have good control of the bottom half of the jungle. However, the actual dragon pit itself is blind, so they can just do this, although Helios now can scout it out.
Yep, Sheep does get caught there by that Sonic Wave. Crepo going to try and finish off this pink ward, but is the steal going to come through? Helios with that Resonating Strike could do it, but they wait that one out. Oh, there's the teleport. It's up way earlier, but there's only hitting one with the Shockwave. Pobelter's got exhausted. We'll see whether he can get the damage down. Sheep now. There's the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike as well. Helios right into the back line. Of course, Pobelter goes down, but he manages to get a lot of work done at the same time. Miracle now. He's going to get sorted out, and EG... what a fight.
Triple kill for Helios there, and this is going to lead to even more pressure around the map. While that was happening, Inox picked up the top turret as well, able to teleport into the fight. Didn't pick up Dragon, but this will mean pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, 7 kills to 2 now, and of course, look at the turret advantage. 3-0. This inner turret's going to go down. It's going to be 4-0, and this is precisely the early game that EG wanted.
And this is a problem with picking a lot of late game scaling champions during these early game fights. You don't necessarily have the power. Lee Sin is just demanding the flow of this game. He's everywhere, it seems, at the moment. The only mistake was not picking up the Dragon, but 3 kills, wow, that certainly makes up for it.
It certainly does, of course.
So we see the replay here. Helios wants to steal this Dragon, tries to get in there, and the teleport comes in from Inox nice and early. The engage from Prepper was great, and as you said, that shockwave only hitting one person. The whole team goes on Pobelter right now, and Helios down the bottom of the map is just able to clean up. Pobelter goes down to Mash. He's out of the fight, but by then it's a 3-for-1 trade, and so much pressure over the map. With the Dragon, it might appear to be equal, but with the way these comps work, funneling gold onto the carries is just meaning that there's so much more potential to pick off individual members of Coast.
Not to mention the fact that EG could then rotate to the mid lane, pick up that inner turret, and they have opened the entire jungle of Coast to EG so that they can put wards in there. You can see already, look at the blue littering the red side jungle there of Team Coast.
Yeah, and you can see from the wards that the next priority target may be this top lane. Try and get that pushed in. They've got so much vision, as we see Alto picking up the red buff for himself.
Yeah, Helios already having one as well, rotating up, picking that one, stealing it away from Team Coast after taking that turret. So EG have the Vice Grips activated.
And wow, Inox quietly composing himself a very nice game. 2-0-4 and a 20 CS lead in that top lane.
Yeah, we saw Miracle actually pressuring him there a little bit, but picking up those early kills has given him a bit of an advantage in this top lane. So whether they can make it through, of course, Coast still have them on a timer. Their team comp is still fantastic if they make it to that late game, but so far with 0 pressure on this map, it's looking pretty difficult for them. They have to put their turtle shell on very, very tightly.
As we can see, they're now pushing into another tier 2 in the top lane. That will be thwarted, but that turret is already below half health. And there's just a split pushing Pobelter in the bottom lane. Who can deal with him at the moment? He's got his DFG.
Yep, no one's going to be able to 1v1 him. He's going to be able to explode anyone on this map. And that's half health in the bottom turret as well. And Mash still in base. He's going to come down, try and clear this one out, but that's almost finished.
But if he gets too close, he's in real danger right here. There's another wave. And wow, this is really bad news for Coast.
It really is. This top wave is going to be able to take that turret. The top wave including the entirety of EG apart from Pobelter. And this bottom inner turret, the last inner turret on the map. It's only 17.5 minutes in this game.
And Pobelter sweeps that brush. He knows that Mash can't see him there. He's backed away just enough. Looking for a pick on the AD carry. He just decides that no, he's going to push the wave back into the turret. Getting nice objective focus here. And alright, the rotation is coming down into the bottom lane. They will be able to pick themselves up another blue buff as well. So complete jungle control.
Yep.
As well as a turret.
I'm not sure Coast has got one of their even small camps in the last few minutes of this game. EG just starving them out here.
They're exactly right, completely starved.
Pobelter trying.
Holtec drags the wolves into Pobelter.
A little bit cute.
Alright.
Infinity Edge has been finished by Mash. It's a little bit of a power spike coming through from Tristana. Has been finished up on the other side here by Altec at the same time.
So the good news for Coast here is that all the outer turrets are down. That's the maximum amount of bleeding that EG can inflict without getting into the base. However, the bad news is now they can start baiting Barons.
Yes.
And with a fed Ahri, with a fed Lulu as well.
Not to mention Lee Sin. Helios is a monster at the moment.
They've just got so much pick potential, and look at how dark that part of the map is on the side of Coast. If they have to blindly face check anything, and not enough magic resistance has come out on any member of Coast to be able to survive a full combo from Inox and Pobelter.
Yeah, if they use their money to only buy magic resist, I think Pobelter would be able to make that up. Has now bought that needlessly large rod as well. He is very, very strong with that DFG. And of course, having multiplicative statistics like, well, abilities like the DFG and the charm, very, very difficult to mitigate a perfect combo here from Ahri, and we've seen Pobelter today. He's on form with those skill shots.
And Inox has picked up a Sheen, so he's going into full split push mode. He doesn't need any more AP. He's just looking to get as much work done in the bottom lane as possible with that teleport. And if he's matched by only Miracle at this point, I think he can quite easily 1v1 him, although he might be caught out here.
He's a little bit potentially sandwiched. Miracle edging his way around here. Doesn't actually discover Inox, but there's Crepo around the side. Nice buster shot from Mash. He's going to get him to safety. But Helios coming through from the backside. But Sheep being caught out. He just dies. Miracle's going to fall down as well. EG finding the picks they need across this map.
And they don't even need a bait Baron to get a pick right there. You saw how quickly Pobelter was able to blow up Sheep. And Miracle, the tankiest member, didn't last long either.
He certainly didn't. That was Pobelter outrunning the Void Spikes as well from Santora. And he saw Sheep and he was dead. And then he said, oh, I'll react with... Oh, okay, he's gone.
As we see that the pushers are continually coming into the base now, they're at half health on the mid turret. They're going to be able to pick up another free dragon. This is going to be about a 10,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. This is a commanding display by Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, and after seeing Coast's team comp and thinking this is looking really, really scary, EG are just putting on a clinic here of how to destroy the early game.
And you can see it's all through vision. They've denied so much vision in the jungle. They've set up their line of wards so they know exactly where the players on Coast are at all points of the time. And as they back, look how many wards they're picking up continually. The pink wards, the green wards, just ensuring that they have control of the whole of the map at the moment.
Yeah, 3 sweepers as well available. Of course, 4 have been picked up by Coast, but they're going to come back through it. It has given Coast now a time to clear out some of these wards. Of course, not as much blue in their jungle as there was before, but you'd imagine that is definitely about to change as they gear up for a potential Baron bait, Baron dance, as we like to say.
They definitely don't even need it at this point. With the teleport still being up on Inox, he can just continue to split push the bottom lane as Coast is trying to set up their own Fnatic-style gank brush at this point, looking to catch potentially Crepo out, although Pobelter's on the other side. I think he could nearly dive in there and pick a kill up for himself.
Yeah, one Orb of Deception might take all of them down to half health. Very, very scary at this stage. Has finished up a Blasting Wand on top of that needlessly large rod. Oh, Winter Spike going to come through from Crepo, just scouting out those brushes. Now going to be able to clear out these wards, and it is just a vision game at this stage. Pobelter waiting in the wings, seeing whether he can get a Spirit Rush over that wall, and I think EG might be able to just go for this Baron.
And all the meanwhile, Inox is just split pushing in this bottom lane. He's on the turret. They have to send someone back to deal with him. He's just clearing out wave after wave, and this is going to mean a free Baron on the side of EG. They've sent 3 people to the mid lane.
Perfect timing here by EG as well. They immediately know that Coast have backed off, and clear call, we're going for Baron, and that's going to go down. Glacial Fissure coming through for funsies, I think.
That was just an intimidating Glacial Fissure.
Yeah, just in case.
But the vision control's so good, they couldn't even see it. So they're not intimidated at all. They don't know that that's on cooldown.
Yeah. Hang on, actually, no. Santorin's level 11. He may have evolved his leap twice. So, no, okay, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, so now it's an 11,000 gold lead on the side of Evil Geniuses. And they've split up and sent Ultek into the top lane. He's got his Infinity Edge and his Static Shiv at the moment. He's going to be crushing structures down like you would not believe. And
not to mention the wave clear as well. These waves just get pushed in immediately by this guy. 12,000 gold lead though. This is so strong coming out from EG, and as long as they can siege out these turrets with the help of this Baron buff, this game I just can't see Coast managing to make it through to the late game that they need. But this is where they need to set up their hold, is at this stage, because if they lose an inhibitor turret, that could almost mean game over.
At this point, I don't see, even if they can stall out for... They'd have to stall out for 20 minutes to win this game. It would have to be an amazing turtle. However, death timers are still relatively short. We're only 23 minutes into the game, but at this point, I think Coast start looking at their next pick ban phase, and EG are obviously wanting to run early game heavy comp. They have a lot of faith in Helios to get their lanes ahead, and they want to crush through the mid and early game. So I don't think you can push a passive as Pobelter.
Oh, that's a death sentence. That's a 2-man shockwave baiting the flash out of Pobelter as well, but Pobelter gets the turret. Oh, that's his whole combo, but he's not going to land the charm. Enough pressure to get Coast away from this inhibitor, and I think that EG might be just far enough ahead because it's a decent effort there by Coast. Oh, the charm's going to land on a Miracle. Has popped that ultimate, but not going to be enough to get him through this one, and it's been EG cracking the turtle shell of Team Coast. Nice clear to lance onto Sheep as well, and a couple of other skill shots to follow up.
And it looks like they're just casting spells at the moment. Sheep does catch up. Wow, a nice Unbreakable from Crepo, keeping that ball in place.
And they're going to wait for the minion wave, and look at how much damage to this turret. The inhibitor's going to go down as well. 2 inhibitors down. Over a 14,000 gold lead at this stage as well. EG in so much control, and Coast, it's only 25 minutes into this game. There's super creeps now. Those things are so strong. They're supposed to be coming out at like 35 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And this is what we were saying pre-game. This does not look like a 7th place North American split team. They are playing so well.
Exactly.
And Coast are a good challenger team. Their bottom lane particularly that we've seen a lot of, Mash and Sheep, are 2 LCS caliber players. They're amazing, but just the coordination and ability to get ahead in the early game has really set up what is a perfect game nearly on the side of Evil Geniuses.
Not to mention the fact that in Super Week, of course, EG managed to go 4-0, and that was against 2 teams that are now going to Worlds. So these guys definitely a fantastic team. But Coast, they were very far ahead of the challenger scene through most of it. Of course, coming through 3rd in the end, but they were fantastic, and maybe Miracle and Ringer just need to have a little bit of a warm-up to get into this one. I'm not going to count them out just yet.
Definitely not. And I would expect for the picks to come through that they would have a more aggressive mid lane. We've seen how well Pobelter can play on an aggressive champion against a passive lane. He just felt like he couldn't be ganked. So they need to get some kill potential mid lane to try and upset his flow into the game. He's played with 3-1 and 5 and Deathcap now and another blasting rod. He could, yeah, he's very, very strong.
Yep, and Crepo employing the CLGU tactics, making sure that they take every single objective possible on this map before they win the game. Oh, Inox unable to get the Lich Bane proc, but of course these turrets are not going to be long for this world with the current abilities of these champions.
And the super minions have started to flood in. You mentioned how strong they are at this point in the game, and the 3rd next inhibitor turret is going down, and they're looking to fight.
Oh,
wow,
Sheep is just dead straight up. There's the Glacial Fissure coming through as well. Miracle now the only one in this fight. Shockwave only hits Crepo, unfortunately. And yeah, Flash is going out across the board. I think the Coast know that this one's over. Definitely keeping their sense of humor, though, in this one. As the Nexus turrets do go down, Ringer gets put through the ringer on that one. And the Nexus gets the focus finally, and EG with a dominating performance in that game.
Wow, what a game coming out of EG. They played that pick comp so well.
Oh, yeah.
And we've seen how ineffectively Ari can be played, and now how effectively she can be played.
Ari's just been getting better and better as things have gone on. She had a pretty woeful day 1, but of course Nick picking her up today, and then Pobelter. I don't even. That first team fight was just fantastic in that bottom lane.
And because of the kill potential, we're talking about mid lane so much, but across the map, they just continued to go even. When they got into the team fighting phases, we saw that first team fight, the teleport in from Inox to get him ahead, what was a reasonably even lane. They just played so coordinated that, yeah, it was an amazing team game to watch.
Exactly, and communication seemed a little bit off. Of course, that first teleport coming in a little bit late there by Miracle, so maybe just getting into it. You know, if they manage to finalize some of that synergy and the communication issues, then they might be able to sort things out. But in Coast's favor, that bottom lane did fantastically early on.
Yeah, their bottom lane looks super solid, and it looks solid all of the challenger split.
Yeah.
They can go toe-to-toe with anyone. As I said, they're both fantastic former LCS players, of course, XDD and Coast respectively. So look for them to once again be very solid, but they need to get Santorin into the solo lanes and stop some of that bleeding.
Yeah, they really do, and I think Helios will not get Lee Sin again. This whole that's what I'm calling, because it was banned out in the last best of 5. Of course, Diamond Proc's a fantastic Lee Sin player, and putting a lot of emphasis on that champion, that was a lot of what got them their early lead.
Yeah, and Lee Sin with Helios, he just, with being able to pick up an early Sightstone in a normal build pass, got them so much of their map control, and then just able to pick up that triple kill, catapult himself ahead, and just use that even further to take complete control of the Santorin's jungle.
Yeah, we'll see where the Coast can turn it around. But for more on EG's decisive win, let's send it over to Dash and Company at the desk.
Thanks, Atlas. I don't think it comes as any surprise. That's kind of what we talked about on the desk. We predicted this EG to come out, show up, and step up and play this type of game today.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the thing I'd like to touch upon this game was the fact that it all came down to that one fight. Really nothing else mattered. Now, in the beginning of the game, I was worried for EG because the game was going very slow. Nobody had made any moves anywhere, and Coast had a very late game scaling composition. Now they go for the 4-man tower dive bottom. It gets spotted. It gets spotted way before it even begins in the banana brush, and nobody reacts to it. Coast makes no move.
Let me actually stop because we'll pull up the replay since you're prefacing it fantastically, but we might as well get the replay up on the screen for everyone at home, and that way I'll let you just carry it through here.
So we saw EG get into this position, walking by the river through a pink ward, and now it's very obvious that Coast wants to do something about this, and they just don't. The bot lane collapses late. They could have made it before EG's bot lane gets there. TP comes in sooner from EG. Now, Maokai can always teleport to the Thresh Lantern. They could have coordinated that. Throw a Thresh Lantern out, have Maokai TP into it, and collapse. The only reason I could see them being a little hesitant, Lee Sin and Ahri are very mobile champions, and going for a TP play on it may be a little bit risky. But at this point, TP down, just take Dragon. There was a lack of communication in there. They needed to know that either you're going for this or you're not, and everybody just leaves and just forget about it. But they didn't. They kind of committed halfway through, and they ended up paying for it because Ori got hit with a charm, and then from then on, that game was just completely snowballed, and it's over.
Now, is this indecision, though? Is this the indecision and the lack of synergy that we're seeing, bringing in the two new players and maybe not coming to as quick of a conclusion as they needed to pick that fight?
Yeah, I think they needed to be the ones that were acting on it. They had an advantage in information going into that situation. Ahri crossed a pink ward, and she didn't see that the pink ward was in there. So if they just were prepared for it, they're all waiting for Powelter and Helios to get in that vulnerable position, and they immediately act on it. They try to Oriole preemptively. They try to TP in first. They can win that fight because it's in their jungle on their terms. If you can't win a fight where people are blindly invading your jungle when you have information that they're coming and they don't, I don't think you can win the series.
All right. Well, we did already mention, though, that pretty much the entire game came down to that fight because it was such a huge swing in both momentum and gold for EG. They pretty systematically closed it out, which was to no surprise. So then the big question is, what is going on in Coast communication for the rest of that game? Because I feel like they have to be aware of the fact that the game is going to be over. Now they're looking forward into the next 2 games.
I think something that Coast can do is actually play towards, if they're not comfortable playing situations that they have to have a lot of teamwork and communication in it, avoid those situations. Like, for instance, if they're not comfortable when EG walks into their jungle as 2 blind, if you don't feel like, you know what, I don't really trust my teammates to do this, call it off. Just be like, okay, ward it and leave. And then you can come back when they leave so you're safe again. Just avoid that kind of situation. And go take something else. Just play an objective game, a trading objective game. They go do that, go take a trade somewhere else. Go push middle, go invade the jungle. Just avoid EG when EG is like grouping up and trying to create something happen. Like the team that EG had has to make something happen early. If you can just dodge that and trade objectives, you're going to get through the early phase. You're going to get to the late game, which is what they wanted to do with that team composition. And then it's a lot much easier to be grouped as 5, and then you know what the decisions are making. In the laning phase, making quick decisions like a TP, are we ganking here? What wards do we need? How are we going to collapse on this situation in the jungle where it's a very tricky place with ramps, with all these brushes? Just avoid that altogether and just stick to making it at a laning phase and then team fight if that's the team comp you're going for. Because we saw what EG wanted to have. They wanted to have more of an early game aggressive. They want to use that communication advantage against Coast. And if Coast can't keep it up, then they're going to get swiped.
We do have to give credit to Coast for their individual play in that early portion of the game. That was 9 minutes into the game. But for those first 9 minutes, all of their solo lanes were holding even. We had Maokai into a Lulu, keeping up in CS. We had the bot lane of Mash and Sheep holding up against Altec and Krepo. That's our featured matchup. And those are, that's considered one of the stronger bot lanes in NA at the time. And so we have to give credit to them individually. Is the solution now, as Crumb's poised to go into Champion Select, say, hey, we're going to choose again, we're going to choose strong laners, maybe late game scalers, and hold off on the team fight as long as possible, and then rely on our individual mechanics to outplay them later in the game?
Yeah, I think if that's your philosophy, then you just don't go for team fight champions. Like, why are you going to pick Orianna there when you can just pick Syndra and have one-shot potential by yourself? Like, Syndra does not need the team to follow up on everything she does. She can sit there, wait for the Ahri to come into the jungle and just one-shot the Ahri. And then the fight's easy. Then everyone will know what to do. It's like, oh, we're just chasing them down, just TP in, use your stuns, like, go hard. That's an easy fight to win. But when you have to coordinate a TP, an Orianna ult, Kha'Zix leaping in. Like it's too much for them right now.
I think we just like Syndra too much.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Syndra's the theme of the day today.
It's called being a jungler, man. When you're a jungler and you gank a Syndra and she already has spells used and she just turns around and one-shots you, that's when you start hating Syndra. That's when you start thinking that Syndra's the best champion in the game.
She might be the answer.
Yeah.
You know, we've posed the question. Let's see if any of the teams follow through on it and prove us to be right there in that remark. We're going into game 2. It was a decisive victory for EG. EG's looking very strong, so we have to give them credit for the fact that they made one very good team play, and then they systematically closed it out. So is that something that they're going to be able to continue to do? Or do we think that there will be an option for Coast to disrupt that, maybe through champions like by taking away Helios's Lee Sin, where he can make decisive engages and plays around the map?
I don't see it happening. I know that in the regular season, when EG gets ahead, they stay ahead. Like, they are very good at the vision control and making sure that you feel that they're in your jungle everywhere. And their vision control when ahead is very strong. Like, it is one of the best. So if Coast gives up an early lead again, I don't see any chance that they're going to be able to break EG open again and try to make a comeback.
Okay. Yeah, things are looking a little grim after that loss there for Coast, but we are going to take a quick break, and then we'll see if Evil Geniuses can keep the momentum going in Game 2 versus Team Coast. Don't touch that mouse. The Spring Promotion Tournament continues after this.
Yeah. Fucking Syndra.
Guys, you know every time Ori has played, they've won?
Really?
Yeah.
So they never lost to Ori?
No team has lost with Ori.
Ori won every single game, so don't let us down, Toto.
But a nice charm's going to land on the Ringer. There's Helios coming in. A nice shockwave comes down, but Ringer's still going to die. Pobelt has got exhausted. We'll see whether he can get the damage down. Sheep now. There's the Sonic Wave resonating strike as well. Helios right into the back line, of course.
Inhibitor turret is going down, and they're looking to fly out.
Sheep is just dead straight up. There's the Glacial Fissure coming through as well. Miracle now the only one in this fight.
me, this opportunity means everything. If we don't make it in here, then this will probably be my last attempt. I've been in the States for a really long time now, since before I was with XTG, the majority of this year, and it's the longest that I've been away from home for a long time, and I just miss my family back in Canada. I've been working at this for a long time, and this will probably be my last attempt.
Welcome back to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. We're heading back into the action with Game 2 between Coast and Evil Geniuses. And Spawn, EG came out in Game 1 like a team possessed to take the lead in the series 1-0.
And it was all led from their jungle, Helios. He had a terrific game, 3-1-7 on his Lee Sin. And teaming up with Pobelter was able to create the early picks he needed. And on the other side of the rift, Santorin was pretty much ineffective on Kazik. It was 0-0-2. However, not able to get into those lanes, provide any of that early game pressure that we're used to seeing, and without hard CC, was just not able to get Pobelter in an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, and it's interesting, on this high priority pick of Kazik's as well, so maybe putting a little bit too much emphasis on that one and not taking away the Lee Sin opportunity from Helios.
I actually agree with Dominate and Crumbs on the desk that it's more the mid lane pick. They need to go something aggressive to match Pobelter in the mid lane and allow Santorin to come in and impact ganks. If they can get a long range stun or some form of hard CC, he would have been able to absolutely tear apart an early game Ahri because she's just not that tanky. However, with the Orianna continually getting pushed in, they had a better 2v2 fight on the side of EG. It was just one-sided from the get-go.
Yeah, and I think they were believing in the power of the Orianna, who has been on a tear just recently, 100% win rate apart from that last game. But we are into Champion Select, and we'll see whether Team Coast change around these bans. Of course, Nidalee being taken off the board, of course, one of Inox's signature champions. Nunu going to be taken off here as well. I don't think we're going to see Nunu. He's so strong in the jungle at the moment.
Yeah, and he can just secure objectives, and he buffs your late game so well. So he lends himself well to early game, fighting over the blue buffs, securing early dragons with that max consume that we've seen become so popular, but also just late game is great utility for the team with the slowdowns as well as the speed up.
Creates that hyper carry instead of a hyper carry. And but Lee Sin ban, there it is, learning.
Will not see Lee Sin for the rest of this series. I'll put my money on it right now.
I already did.
Taken off the board. We see Zillion being banned away as well.
Same bans from Evil Geniuses. They're not phased, I don't think, at this stage.
So look for the Alistair to come through. Next for them, Zillion, just such a versatile pick. He completely ambiguous, buffs lanes with his passive. Alistair actually comes out from Coast, so EG do have to swap up their bans. Let's see what they take off the board. Maybe a Maokai.
Maybe a Maokai, maybe a Zed as well. That one is available, but I think the tree, although in that last game not necessarily as prominent, see what they don't want Coast picking up. Of course, that Lucian will be first pickable, 100% win rate on MASH, well, on Lucian for MASH. So maybe not wanting to see that one. It's going to be Janna.
Okay, so Janna's being taken away. Maybe they know something about Sheep.
Aframu had a fantastic game on Janna.
He definitely did, and Sheep had a very solid game last game on Thresh.
Oh, yeah.
The bottom lane from Coast going through the early game looked completely rock solid in the laning phase. They just got collapsed on it. Unfortunately, a bad team fight came through. So Coast right now do have the opportunity to first pick a Zed, but Pobelter does play, the Fizz in the mid lane, which can deal with it perfectly fine.
Well, Pobelter actually also just plays everything in that mid lane. We saw his Ahri was terrifying. You could imagine that even, whoop, they do go for it.
So they go
we'll
for
see what the answer is.
Zed, so maybe the Fizz will come through here, of course, with that playful trickster, able to dodge the initial part of the ultimate. And Helios, now that Lee Sin is banned, is hovering the Kazakhs. We've seen that this is such a contested pick.
Yeah, and he also manages to take it away from Santorin as well, forcing him onto a different jungler. So we'll see whether he manages to do it. Of course, Elise is going to be his second favorite. We do know that one, of course, from the Challenger Series, so he is going to hover that one. Lucian has gone over to Altec again, though, so putting a lot of priority on this pick, or a lot of priority into taking it away from MASH.
And already a much better early game team comp out of Coast. They've got some CC on Santorin. They've picked up the Lulu, who's a little bit of a lane bully, looking to get a more solid early game to be able to shore up some of the weaknesses we saw.
Yep, Pobelter actually looking at that Syndra. We saw a lot of Syndra hype over at the desk. We'll see whether it does come through. See whether they get exactly what they wanted. Dominating Crumbs. Altec does have the option here of picking up the Rise here for Inox, because that was banned away the last time. See whether that is what they want to go with, but of course into this early game focus comp, that might be dangerous.
Yeah, and they also have the option here for Maokai, who I think just fits their comp so much better with the long range pick that can come out of a Syndra, able to twisted advance on there, lock it down, and just ensure that they're blown up. Add some hard CC to a team that right now is lacking a little bit, so maybe a good pickup. You cannot understate the importance of, if you have a jungler that does not bring hard CC, getting some on your mid laner, because it just makes ganking so much easier, and they've been able to do that. Mash and Sheep have gone to a completely lane bully heavy lane.
Wow, that is an old lane as well.
Locking in the Kate and the, Nami, they're looking to push lanes out very, very early and take objectives. They've got so much wave clear, and we do see that Inox will be picking up Ryze.
And do you think that was in reaction to this Caitlyn pickup, who's very, very strong in the late game, and perhaps Inox just wanting to be able to have something to scale up there as well? Although, very short range on that Ryze. I'm not entirely sure what he decides to do, but he is going to go for it. And against Miracle, we'll see what he can make happen. Of course, Ryze early game hasn't looked that bad here against Lulu in the matchups we've seen previously.
Yeah, can do absolutely fine in the lane. I have a lot of faith in Inox. As we said, he played 14 champions in 28 games. He can play anything in that top lane. The bottom lane will be crucial in this game. Team Coast have gone for an absolute bully lane, and the short range of Lucian will mean that there is a stage of the game where Caitlyn can take complete advantage of it. A lot of the pressure is now on Crapo, who picked up that Braum once again. He had a great first game with some of his engages to block a lot of that damage with his Unbreakable.
Yeah, it's true. They had a fantastic game last game, but we'll see whether this Caitlyn does come through, because of course that Tidecaller's Blessing with such a long range is just so hard to deal with. It's just that those 3 shots will always come off and do so much damage without any rebuttal.
And Braum is known for the pseudo counter to Nami, because of course you can Unbreakable that tidal wave and it just loses effect for the rest of the team. However, during the mid game, it can become a standoff where Nami just refuses to throw the tidal wave, so Braum can't put the shield up to block any of the other abilities. And then as soon as it is down, the tidal wave can come through. It's a great disengage ability as well. You don't necessarily have to use it for the engage. So I think that it's more a skill match than people do give it credit for.
Yeah, we'll see whether it does come through. Of course, we are getting onto the Rift right now. EG versus Coast, and we'll see whether EG can come through with another win, or whether Coast is going to take this one back now that they have a little bit more early game pressure. Of course, now on the blue side is Coast and EG in the red shorts.
Yeah, we saw a lot of funny business at the start of last game. However, we do see
the results though,
fanning out this time, playing much more controlled, looking to just secure the entrances to their jungle, potentially going for some red buff wards to make sure they know exactly where Santorin is on this Elise. Of course, with that Cocoon and her Repel, has a lot more early game presence than what a Kha'Zix can have.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to see Miracle having a bit of a giggle there, just letting us know that that last game didn't phase him. No, still more than happy to chuckle his way up to that top lane. Ringer also more than happy to, so Dark Spear's not even going to find him. He's just going to keep laughing at Pobelt is just, he's really upset about this. He almost wants to go back and say, oh guys, this keeps I don't like it here anymore.
We do see that Sheep and Crapo have ran into each other, so they're able to get some waves down. Advantage Sheep picking up
so
some
much
gold
money
for himself. Early game to Coast.
Yep, really well played. Santorin managing to get a ward right on top of Helios.
Half of his health somehow. Looks like the bottom lanes did bump into each other. Alltech also took some damage, so they're just going to recall.
Yep, apparently bumping into each other. That's about half your health in damage, everyone, just so you know.
And we do see that it will be a red buff start for Helios, so looking to end on the bottom side of the map this time around. And the same will be done for Santorin, of course. He'll be in top side, looking to put some early game pressure on Ryze, because we've seen if Ryze can get unmolested through the early game, he can turn into an absolute beast late game.
That is exactly right. And of course, EG may have thought about a lane swap, but you do not want to put Ryze into this 1v2 situation. So intelligent decision, but they do have to go against the harass potential of Sheep and Mash on these ridiculous champions early on. Oh, Pobelter now landing the Dark Spear. Ringer ain't laughing no more.
But with the Doran shield, he just feels that he has the tankiness needed to push up this lane. A lot more aggressive coming out of the mid laner on the side of Coast. So good to see that he's undeterred by the last game. And it will just be standard lanes. Although, wow, he needs to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage in here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much at this stage.
And with the lane where it is, it didn't get within turret range. Pobelter's going to be level 2 soon, and He can't go anywhere near this creep wave. He's going to be completely zoned.
Very, very scary. Of course, Ringer able to use those shurikens in order to clear out these creeps. But going to miss one. Potentially a second. But Inox in the top lane. Miracle. Look at that glitter lance as well, landing it perfectly. But Inox he will not be able to approach this wave either.
Yeah, so complete swing around from the mid to the top. Miracle on Lulu looking to bully Inox out of lane. However, that will be running into his turret quite soon. But having to use his health potions early in this matchup doesn't bode well for the Rise.
Yeah, Miracle just getting Inox back to doing exactly the same thing.
And on cue, Elise is heading top lane. This could be an easy gank for Santorum and a really good boost on the side of Coast to get some early morale into this game.
And we all know how Elise can really juggle that turret aggro with the repel. See, when this creep wave does hit the turret, oh, he's come in. Inox is in a lot of trouble. This is very, very scary. Misses the cocoon though. Santorum takes a lot of damage, but gives a kill back in return.
Complete disaster on the side of Santorum. You don't want to trade that kill in an early game gank.
Oh, Ringer getting stunned up here in the mid lane as well. Pobelter hanging on to that ignite, doesn't want to use it early, and Ringer is just in so much trouble here.
So nearly the perfect setup in the top lane, getting Elise in there early to, quite frankly, shut down a Rise. He has to blow his teleport. He didn't blow his flash, which was quite level-headed play on the side of Inox. However, trading the kill back just means that he's completely fine in this lane now. Only a 6 CS advantage, so that's not much to write home about.
It certainly isn't, and of course, Miracle would want to be bullying him relatively hard here because he doesn't have quite as much of a scale into this late game as a Rise would. Got there in the end.
However, it does have a lot of utility, and they can buff Mash quite a lot with both the Nami and the Lulu, being able to add some extra damage. And it looks like they will be getting some extra wards out in the bot lane, just making sure they're relatively safe.
But look at this.
It's actually going in Lucian's favor. When we harped on about how good Caitlyn is early game, Santorin's not done with his ganks. He wants more.
Yeah, Pobelter in a bit of trouble. Just going to wander around that cocoon and put the damage back onto Ringer. He's not scared of anything.
Definitely not. And looking to go aggressive as soon as the cocoon misses. And now Helios is coming into the mid lane looking for a gank himself. Ooh, Inox is in trouble.
Yeah, Inox still in a lot of trouble, and you can see we've got the gank coming in from Santorum as well. Oh, the cocoon forces the flash out, but Inox is going to die. Perfect use of the repel. And Ringer is now in a lot of trouble. Oh, Pobelter misses the Scat of the Week combo with that Dark Sphere, unfortunately, but Helios is here, does get the slow, but here are the members from Coast from the top lane, and EG say, no, okay, yep, let's get out of here.
And a much better early game from Santorum. 2 ganks already in the top lane, looking to get Miracle ahead. 1-1-1. This is so much better in the early game. As I said, get him a character with hard CC, allow him to influence these lanes, and get his solos ahead. Look how solid Mash and Sheep are. They're completely unperturbed by what is a very aggressive bottom lane in Crepo and Alltech.
Crepo just trying to get a little bit of CS there with his Winter's Bite. Takes a lot of damage for it, but his AD carry has gone back to base. 500 gold lead now for Team Coast. And that's a lot to do with that jungle and top lane combo.
Yeah, as I said, complete transformation. He looks so much better. And the mid lane...
Helios, though, he hasn't come out of the jungle yet. Do you think that he's hard farming for a particular breakpoint?
He did try and influence the gank, and it just got turned around. Ringer, unfortunately, was able to escape because of the Scatter Weak combo missing. That's the only lane that's completely going in their favor. That's nearly a 20 CS advantage at 6 minutes in the game, so that's quite scary. Helios might be going for his level 6 just to ensure he has some poke in the slow to be able to set Pobelter up even easier for these ganks. However, I think before they got the second gank on the top on Inox, he just felt that his team was going equal, so he didn't necessarily have to force the pace of the game.
And Pobelter and Ringer have both hit that level 6. This is going to be very, very difficult, of course. It's about who uses their ultimate first. Because if Pobelter uses his first, the Deathmark can come through and possibly nullify a lot of that damage. But if he waits until afterwards, there's a potential that Ringer can just put himself straight into Pobelter's face and Pobelter just kills him outright.
And now that Inox's flash is down, they're continuing the camp in the top lane. The wave is perfectly positioned for a freeze, or as Ringer takes a lot of damage, but he can't approach his lane at all. Helios coming up the top to try and give him a helping hand.
Yeah, there's the flash. Inox actually has his ultimate up. Wow, has a lot of extra movement speed, but Helios is here now. See whether he comes through. Nice double W and landing on that one, but there's the wild growth. Helios gets immediately taken out. Had no idea how strong this top lane was from Coast. And And really nice turnaround into turnaround from Team Coast.
And this time it looked like EG had the miscommunication, completely split damage, electing to go onto the jungler, whilst Inox did want to go on to Miracle. And another kill for this Lulu, as well as a CS advantage, 2-0 and 1.
Yeah.
During the mid game, she's going to just impact fights so hard with all of her utility.
Yeah, Lulu getting terrifying. These dragon fights is probably where they're going to be looking to next. Of course, a couple of minutes would be the standard time for them to go to that. Coast have a ward in the pit, but EG currently with a couple more. So ward battle winning for EG as far as the numbers are concerned. Centauran wandering around his enemy jungle, just getting the vision here. And you can see Coast with so much more confidence now, happy to ward really aggressively. Although it's not going to last very long.
Pobelta able to sweep that one out, spotting it from their pink ward that hasn't been seen in that little side brush near the river. So donating the blue buff to Zed in the mid lane, just ensuring that he's always booked well. There's some aggression in the bot lane.
There's a nice stand behind me, but Winter's Bite not quite going to find Mash. Of course, with that extra movement speed from Nami's passive makes him pretty difficult to lock down. Tidecrawler's Blessing allowing him to kite a lot as well, so not too bad. Pobelta going to be grabbing up this blue buff. And pretty comfortable, but Coast now, a bit of a lead here so far. Not quite 1,000 just yet, but, you know, 9 minutes into the game, 1,000's pretty good.
Yeah, looking much more comfortable in this game. The top lane has a massive advantage, however, that's replicated in the mid lane on the side of EG. And otherwise, it's just Santorin's ganks that have been successful. He's been a part of 100% of his team's kills. And
he's transitioning this also into vision. He's picked up that really early sidestone, and I like that. It's at least not necessarily utilized for her ability to carry a team, but more for a utility. And now,
they're in trouble.
Yeah, Crepo's actually catches double CC here. There's the tidal wave as well. Unbreakable was not available. There's the teleport. Last minute ultimate not going to be enough, and the teleport coming in. This is going to mean Coast get a dragon.
Yeah, 4 kills to 1 now and a dragon. The vision control coming out of Coast is just so much better than it was last game. And once again, Santorin setting the pace for his team, able to get in there and impact these ganks. This is going to be quite a good lead at this point of the game. 2,000 gold and looking much better.
They haven't been phased by what was arguably a stomp in the last game. Coast looking fantastic in this one, and Ringer now coming up into the top lane. Inox, be a little bit careful, of course. Zed dangerous now that he's got that Bilgewater Cutlass and that Death Mark available. A little bit of extra burst.
Yeah, so good rotation from Ringer here, actually. He knows that he's struggling within his lane, so he just leaves completely, goes and helps the top turret, picks himself up a full wave of CS, and there's no danger of him getting picked by Pobelta. So better map movements around the whole of the map. All the players look like they're playing so much better. Maybe just some land jitters for game 1, but it looks like we have a serious game on our hands this time around.
We certainly do, of course. This mid lane turret getting pressured. Pobelta, I think his combo not quite going to find Ringer here, and he's going to be able to clear this one up. But again, turret's getting pressured down here by EG, and we'll see whether they can get back hold onto this game. Inox now having a better time, has actually caught up in CS, made up for the fact that teleport was used by Miracle to get towards that dragon, but 2-0 and 2, he's still going to have so much more money, and we can see the Athenes coming down very, very shortly at the same time. And Amtomb, just an extra book there.
And even though he's caught up in CS, he's still down 2 kills, a kill and 2 assists, sorry. And Santorin isn't letting up pressure. He's now on Pobelta as well.
Oh, there's the flash. Death Mark comes through. There's the ult in response. So Ringer's it. He's going to die. Straight up, Pobelta, fantastic. Using that ignite, making sure he gets that damage down. Turns it around 2v1.
Wow, the mechanics coming out of Pobelta there. We've said for years that he's mechanically one of the most solid players in the North American scene, and you could see it right there. Complete mastery of his champion, able to turn around a 2v1 and blow up the Zed in the mid lane.
That was ridiculous. And as we said, whoever waits the longest, and Pobelta waited the longest. Fantastic work. Miracle manages to block that Q from Inox there with a nice little shield, but can't do it twice in a row.
Inox showing off some fancy footwork there, dodging out on the Glitterland.
Gets sandwiched a little bit by that one.
Okay, so now Pobelta is the saving grace on the side of EG. He's the one that's got a 40 CS advantage. He's now picked up a kill. Doesn't even feel like he needs to go for a Zhonya's. He's happy to go with his Chalice build.
Yeah.
Just feels no pressure from this Zed whatsoever in the early game.
Yeah, just wants to have as much mana to play with as possible. We've seen Morellonomicons coming out and different things like this when you are faced with that AD mid lane. Of course, not necessarily needing as much of that magic resist. But with an Elise and a Lulu on the team as well, it's not unhelpful to have that extra MR. So nice work, and Athene's fantastic for that region.
Yeah, and we see that the bottom lane has swung slightly in favor of EG. However, the kill on Caitlyn will, of course, put MASH at a gold advantage, as well as the dragon pickup. However, they're just not pushing the lane you're used to seeing. Caitlyn would push a lane as well. Wow, look at that damage.
Scatter the Weak combo doing so much work. There's the ult coming down again. Is he going to be able to land a ProBelter? The last one, and calculated damage. ProBelter's fantastic on this champion.
And he played it so calm. As soon as he saw that he needed one more, just strolled forward, picked up the last Q, going to be able to pick up a turret, completely equalized gold here. And wow, ProBelter is having a beautiful game.
He really, really is, making use of the fact that you can use those Dark Spheres whilst walking as well. One of Syndra's fantastic boons here in the mid lane, so you don't get people just walking away from you while you're using your spells. So really, really fantastic. And we can see 2-0-0 now, and no assists for those. That was just all ProBelter.
Yeah, being able to get the solo kill, that will feel so good. And it puts him in a situation now where Syndra can solo out anyone on the map nearly, with maybe the exception of Lulu. Miracle having a great game in the top lane. Will be able to wild growth someone, but if he catches someone with a long-range Scatter of the Weak, there's so much follow-up from both Crepo and Helios. Whoa, there's some fight in the bottom lane.
Unbreakable is going to block away that tidal wave. Crepo is, of course, still going to be knocked up from that one. Nothing really going to come from it.
Ward battle there. Unfortunately, Ride's attack animation a little bit too slow to clear that one out.
Not known for his auto attacks, is it?
But now there's another gank.
Yeah, Santorin coming through, really wants to be able to land this Cocoon, staying very, very patient on this one. There it is. Flash going to be blown again. And it's sort of like a standard situation, isn't it?
Yeah, it just looks like every single time Inox's flash is up, however, he has to burn it. So not going to be able to use it aggressively in the next team fight. For this Dragon, both teleports are up. And this is where I feel that Coast need to group up as 5 and force a team fight and make sure that they don't get picked off. If they want to fight this, they need to ensure that they're completely as a unit and not give EG any potential to catch someone out with a Braum or a Syndra and just destroy someone off the map. Otherwise, this game could start getting dangerous. They're stronger as a 5-man unit.
That's very true, and with their most fed member in this isolated top side of the map as well, it makes it very difficult for Miracle to really have an impact and transfer his gold into his team as well. So right now, with ProBelter right in the center here, he's in the thick of things, he can really influence it, and with his lead, we know that he's probably going to as well. But Miracle still shoving this one up. Inox not having the best time here, as he generally does. Cops another Glitter Lance. Pix is just going from every angle at all. Bit of geometry happening in the top lane. Always fun to see.
It looks like Inox just wanted to push the wave out. Doesn't really mind about his health. He needs to shop. However, Coast, the perfect move, looking to push it their advantage in the bottom lane. However, Helios right in the wings, waiting for this to come through.
Yep, no ward there at all. Does have those wings evolved, as we've been seeing, is the popular tactic. But no joy. And of course, the wave clear from Altec on this Lucian has been fantastic. You can see, look at the CS advantage from ProBelter here in the mid lane. Just growing and growing. 161 to 116. About a 50 CS lead at 16 minutes. That is ridiculous. And that's why EG are now further ahead. Because they're down a dragon.
Yeah, and Santorin looking to catch out Helios, although the advantage is now in EG's favor.
Yeah, the Unbreakable is going to be there, caught by the Aqua Prison. Santorin takes so much damage! Altec really making use of his passive on that one. Sheep using that ebb and flow, but was unable to help his jungler on that one. Santorin with this squishy Elise build, unable to take any of that, and that was just incredible damage.
Yeah, and without Miracle there, they just couldn't fight it. Unfortunately, their Fed member is in the top lane. This means Dragon on the side of EG.
EG not getting rattled by this early game disadvantage that they might have got in the top lane.
Yeah, well, they're just confident in their scaling. Of course, ProBelter will be able to delete anyone at any point of the game. Inox is going to scale extremely well. Helios will become more of a damage threat as the game goes on, and they're just continually looking to force picks by getting wards into the enemy jungle now.
Yeah, and with this, the tier and Rod of Ages being completed by about that 16-minute mark, I think was when Inox picked that one up. So pretty decent timing on that one. You'd think if you build a tier first, Rod of Ages timing at about 16 minutes is pretty good. So Inox, despite having a pretty difficult time early on, is still looking pretty
And this is very reminiscent of the last game. 4 members of EG in this bottom lane. Coaster in a lot of trouble.
Oh, there's a stun onto Sheep. There's a flash forward to the Winter's Bite. Mash cops that one. The very end of the Glacial Fissure. The stun with one last auto attack. The flash is there. Helios has got him. Crapo's going to take it though. Bloodthirsty support. Miracle's going to go down. Sheep as well. The teleport was not enough by Team Coast, and this coordinated play from EG, so strong.
And just recognizing the bottom lane is the lane that's still going extremely equal and getting the advantage in EG's favor. 2-1 and 2 now on Crapo. 1-0 and 2. No rotation down from Santorin. Just beautiful map movement from EG with their ward control.
Yep, Santorin trying to make an answer here by taking some creeps in the mid lane, but not quite with enough wave clear to make that work. And Helios has found his way in. So EG with just fantastic cross-map play. 4,000 gold now, the lead at 18 minutes.
And 3-1 and 0 in mid lane. We keep going back there.
Yep.
But he's got 2 completed items against 2 partial items on the side of Ringer, not having a fantastic game on Zed. And then you look at Alltech out of nowhere, picked up his Infinity Edge as we jump into this replay. So look at how dark the jungle is. The Scatter of the Weak comes through, stuns up Sheep, and the teleport actually comes through at the perfect time on the side of Coast. But just too much damage coming out of Helios, able to follow Mash's flash. Prepo picks up that kill, and now it's just a free-for-all under the turret. Unfortunately, nobody able to pick any kills up, balancing that well, but we have a gank in the top lane.
Yeah, straight into a fight in the top lane. Nice bait with the wild growth here coming through from Miracle. He's going to go down 1-for-1, but nicely played by Miracle in order to get that kill because, oh man, Altec was so angry.
And looking for another kill.
Yeah, Deathmark coming in as well. Action all across this map. Crapo, he's going to fall down. Mash picks up that kill. Pobelt are now in a lot of trouble. They want this shutdown. Cocoon lands Santorin, but look at the early Zonya's already being picked up. The shutdown coming through from Ringer. Didn't even expect that item to be here yet.
3-for-1, the exchange coming out of Coast, and great aggressive play once again from Santorin. 6 kills he's been of the 7 for his team. That brings the gold lead back within 3k, a manageable amount, and they're going to be able to transition this into another turret, although looks like EG still want something to do with this fight.
Yeah, Helios coming around the backside, manages to get a W into their face. And, that turret still alive. So Coast giving EG the respect, but Pobelter dying like that, I mean, that's big shutdown, and Coast answering what was a fantastic move in the bottom lane with a fantastic move all over the rest of the map.
Yeah, but EG feeling confident, looking to aggress onto this blue buff after so many ultimates went down. Deathmark isn't back up. They're going to have to give this one up uncontested. The play that impressed me the most was Alltech in the top lane.
Yeah.
Even though he knew he was going to go down, through everything he had at picking up an equalizing kill.
Yeah.
So able to trade back 1-for-1. However, Santorin's flash over the wall just ensured that Pobelter wasn't going to live. And 3-for-1 trade on the side of Coast. When they're about 4,500 gold down at that point, you have to say is a great trade, and getting some gold on Ringer is exactly what they needed.
Yep, Alltech though now does have his 2-item spike with that Static Shiv and the Infinity Edge. Static Shiv still only 600 gold away here for Mash, so if he does decide to go back once he gets that, we'll be able to answer. But in a turret now under a lot of fire, and we've seen so far in this series, EG just always moving towards the turret, always making sure that they have the objectives in mind.
And because of the way the last fight was fought on the side of Coast, their wards are much deeper, so they don't have the immediate wards around the entrances to their jungle, so they're quite blind to these rotations of EG, going to be able to pick up a turret.
That was too easy here for EG. That is the best turret to get in order to get that control. Inox now more than happy to pressure this top wave as well, and as we know, Ryze not great at hitting these turrets, but he's going to do his best, and 4 members actually have been brought out, and that's going to mean in a turret in the bottom lane. The out rotations here from EG are fantastic.
And it's just because without vision, they can't follow a pick comp into the jungle. It would be absolute suicide. Walking into not only I guess Alltech, who's quite fed at this point, but a Kha'Zix, Syndra in the mid lane, they just do so much damage if you are isolated. They're going to pick up another turret for their trouble. That's 2 of 3 outers down now. And out of nowhere, back to 6,000 gold. It was about 45 seconds ago that I said that was only wow as Mash gets a chunk.
Yep, nice little snipe there by Pobelter, but the rest of Coast was around just to take care of Mash and make sure that he didn't lose his head.
A miracle. Still keeping his sense of humor in that top lane.
Certainly is. That is a maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh.
As Inox do see again coming into Inox here.
There's the death mark coming through, forcing the flash immediately. Wild Growth coming through. There's the passive slow. Inox isn't going anywhere here. Ringer answers a kill on the side of Coast. That's even kills now, EG and Coast. But look at EG. They are pressuring everywhere at the same time. Half health now on this inner inhibitor turret.
And they might even get it. It's down very low. Santorin takes a lot of damage. The tidal wave does come through.
Pobelter wandering around everything, but that's not going to be enough. Wasn't even able to use that Zhonya's Hourglass there either. Very, very nice tidal wave in order to secure that kill, and I think they got a little bit too excited about getting that turret.
They definitely got greedy, and this might spell a Baron. They're going for Dragon. However, the percentage damage that comes out of Elise, as well as the Blade of the Ruined King on the Zed, they can do this so fast, and I think they might have just been spotted by the ward, but they need to get over there so quickly. Teleport's coming in.
Yeah, from Inox coming in, seeing whether he can make something happen, but he's all on his own. Aqua Prison comes down. Inox, what were you doing there, buddy? Not quite able to land that one.
And this is a potential turnaround that they might need, although
you got a lot of damage down though. The culling coming through, doing a fair bit of work here. Glacial Fissure coming through as well. Sheep now taking up the Baron. He doesn't have a lot of health. We'll see whether EG can get something done here. Baron down so low. Mash now fails the flash, unfortunately, but Helios isn't in the Baron pit. It's down so low, does get secured by Coast. And EG now getting CC'd to high heaven. Helios forced to get the heck out of here. This might be the issue that EG are going to run into. They can't get around these Barons and teleport in that early.
Yeah, so only getting the Baron back is huge because it's only a 4,000 gold advantage now, and that's what the Baron buff gives you. This is the perfect stall that they needed. The wave clear can come out of Caitlyn, as well as Miracle in the top lane on Lulu. And let's take a look at that again. They go in for the fight, and Helios decides that he can blow up Mash and doesn't need to be there for the smite. What that does is it gives Santorin a completely free smite, and Ringer just gets so much damage down at that point. Takes Ultech away, and because Pobelter's not there, that's all their damage. Helios has no more mana. They can't fight. Yeah, and another 3 kills, and the Baron picked up.
What I found weird was the fact that Helios did kill Mash and then didn't reset in to try and steal the Baron, but we shall see whether that does work out in the future. And Baron buff now onto Team Coast. Still at a deficit. So we'll see whether EG can turtle this one out, wait until those stats have dissipated, and then continue their reign. Because what Coast has is a lot of static gold still left on this map. If they manage to use their Baron buff in order to get these outer turrets, which are difficult to contest, then we could see this game evening up very quickly.
Yeah, there's 5 outer turrets on the map, on the side of Coast, that if we... advantage, I'm sorry. So if they get one team fight with this Baron buff, they might be able to absolutely clean up some of the map and really swing that gold lead back into their favor. However, it does look like, once again, EG just trying to get ward pressure down, make it so they can't walk through their own jungle and just continue this stranglehold, so they're forced to farm waves with their Baron buff.
Oh, Mash, having enough attack speed to clear out a ward is a fantastic feeling. He's going to be able to do that one, and Helios unable to keep vision of that Wraith Brush, but see whether the Coast make a move, because sort of the onus on them at this stage to make a play, and haven't necessarily been doing that. They've been reacting to a lot of what EG have been doing around this map.
Yeah, and once again, EG have just thrown Inox into this bottom lane, trying to split push against the Baron buff. They trust in Pobelter and Helios' wave clear, but this mid lane turret will go down. First one of the game on the side of Coast.
Santorin does get caught up. Nice unbreakable from Crepper, and then the stand behind me to get him to safety. Decent work here. Of course, they have to respect the damage potential of Pobelter.
And a potential flank from Rise is coming through.
Yep, Inox walking towards the members of Team Coast. Not going to be able to make any of this one. Of course, lots of speed available coming out of course, Miracle and Sheep.
And putting the blue buff onto Mash means that he'll be able to tilt over the waves much more frequently, help clear out all of the siege pressure that is coming through continually from EG, even though they're against a Baron buff team. They just feel they still have the advantage, even with the 5,000 gold lead they have, even though the Baron did go across onto Coast.
Yeah, Helios with a very sort of different build than what we've been seeing in a lot of these Kazakhs, is already finishing up that Black Cleaver, and more of Malmortius has been more of the option if you want some of that damage. So I like that one, making sure that Altec can get as much damage off as possible in these fights.
I think that full damage Kha'Zix is actually one of the most effective ways to play him, especially because Santorum funneled a lot of his gold into team tanky items. It means that if any of the picks come through, Helios can add his damage to the isolated targets. So I like the way he's gone with his build. Look for him to pick up a Last Whisper next to really shred through all of that armor that's being brought on the side of Coast, although they haven't picked up anything yet, so he's just going to be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that's probably why, of course, it's flat armor shred on that Black Cleaver. So intelligent move, noticing the fact that his opponent hasn't purchased any armor yet, and building accordingly. Well played. EG now wandering around,
so it looks
consolidating
like they have
vision.
now nearly stalled out this Baron. That will be, it is off now, and they've only picked up 2 turrets for it, so they've been able to get 2 turrets off the map. They still don't have much control left, and you would think that EG giving up a disadvantaged team fight like that will be happy with only giving up 2 outer turrets, 2 first-tier turrets, for that Baron buff that they gave away.
And when that bottom outer turret went down, I mean, it's still a 4,000 gold lead here for EG, so still in the lead. Of course, Bloodthirster now finished onto Altec. He has a lot of damage, and we mentioned the fact that there's no armor, and that's why he hasn't built a Last Whisper. He has a dagger in his back pocket as well, and he might be going for what is possibly a Phantom Dancer, or no, he's just going to finish the boots. I'm just a bit mental. Yep. Zerk Scream's going to be coming through next for Altec.
As Helios gets chunked down to about half health, he's going to be fine with that. Both teleports are up for the top laners. Of course, Miracle was just split pushing in that bottom lane. He is having a great game. 10,000 gold has been eclipsed by MASH in the bottom lane. 11,000, nearly 12,000 on Altec and 11,000 on Pobelter. So you can see exactly where the gold's sitting at the moment.
Yeah.
And because MASH hasn't bought, they will be very confident to pick up this dragon.
Yeah, this will be the next one to pick up. Of course, they did pick up that last one just before the Baron did go down for Coast. So that's 3 or 4 dragons.
And good move here on the side of Coast. They're looking to trade for a top tier turret. So all the first tier turrets finally fall on the side of Coast. However, as the game goes later, Dragon just becomes more and more valuable as opposed to those turrets. And it looks like they want to force down mid lane now. Now that the buff's expired, they think that they can just have another crack at breaking into the base.
So these Peacemakers are coming through. They're doing a lot of damage to these minions. Scrappo tries to take away a bit of that, and look at the wave pool. It's ridiculous.
But one of those fears took MASH to 3/4 health there. If he gets a full combo on, I think that he can honestly be blown up at this point. As we see, Pobelter has picked up that Void Staff now.
Yeah, possibly looking to build that Rabbidan's Death Cap next up on that Syndra, and at that stage, he's just going to have so much damage. And half health still on this inhibitor turret. It does regen its health, so they did manage to get at least a couple of auto attacks off just before. Ooh, stun not going to be able to land, and they only have a very small window to EG to actually start these fights. Ooh, Helios getting caught up there a little bit. Half health now on the Kha'Zix.
Great support coming in from Creppo. They might, because they're having a little bit of trouble sieging right now, they might look in about 10 seconds to go set up around Baron, try and deny as much vision as possible, make Coast face check, and play the comp out that way. At this point, with still a 5,000 gold advantage, Coast would be very hesitant to fight in the open. They are looking for a bad turret dive.
Yep, Helios still waiting there. Does have a pink ward, knows that he's not spotted, and lots of pings from Coast going towards that Baron. They've got vision available around there, but EG now able to demand their own presence.
And it's now being completely swept out, so they are face checking. Sheep going in, missing that bubble, and this is so scary on Coast's side.
Oh, there's a 2-man stun there coming through, and look at all the damage from EG. They got the pick that they need. Helios coming down as well now. Sheep is not locked for this well, but that's a nice exhaust. Acro Prison going to land onto one. That's going to be Inox out of that, and this is exactly what EG needed.
Yeah, denying vision, ensuring they had to face check. They're going to move on to a Baron right now. That will put their advantage out to about 8,000 gold with the Baron buff. They're going to be able to go back and buy, and they've reasserted their dominance on this series.
Yeah, and we'll see whether when EG has the Baron buff, whether it's a different story, because of course we've been seeing them be so aggressive. 6,000 gold, as you mentioned, and Baron definitely going to be going down at this stage. And that combination of ultimates, and Crepo has been so on point on this Braum.
So they deny complete vision, and this is where they have to walk in. They think that Santorin is a good target, however, Pobelta lands a fantastic two-man stun, followed up by his team fantastically, and from here they're just able to clean up, jumping in, taking out Cheap. Helios goes over the wall again, looking for some more members to see if he can slow them. Not the case, able to just turn around, take Baron, and now the target is those 3 remaining turrets around the edge of coast space.
And we'll see whether they can pull the siege off. Those 2 members just died straight away. I didn't even know who it was, because those nameplates were barely even there.
That was
so much burst.
They got caught out there. And in this series, look at the spread of kills across EG. They're just such a well-balanced team. Their bottom lane, we've talked about their early game aggression. Inox got camped so hard at the start of this game by Santorin, who played the early game fantastically, 3, 2, and 5. He's the saving grace on his team at the moment with Miracle. He's come through fine now. He's got 3 core items as well as a Negatron Cloak. He's scaling well. And then Helios and Pobelta, the inseparable duo, they're really carrying their team through just such a well-spread kill across a fantastically balanced team.
And look at Altec's aggressive build there as well. Just noticing the fact that there's no armor apart from that one Warden smell that's on Elise. And he's going to go straight to that Mercurial Scimitar so that Zed cannot assassinate him anymore.
Yeah, and he's starting with the BF sword.
Wow.
Looking to cull people off turrets. He recognizes that he's only going to be able to dash in and get maybe 1 or 2 shots off unless they get a nice stun under the turret. So he's just going for as much AD as possible. And of course, that's just going to make his team fight even scarier.
And of course, armor penetration doesn't work on these turrets as well, and that's exactly what EG are focusing. So not necessarily building that penetration Lucian that we see a lot of with the Ghostblade. Wanting to make sure that he can do as much to these objectives, which has just been really, really great so far.
Yeah, and with that shield, he's going to be able to get off free hits on the turret whenever he wants. Miracle needs to be careful here. He's being collapsed on slightly. And Inox at this point in the game, with Miracle's good early game, oh wow.
Oh, Mash getting caught up by that scat of the week. Oh, Crepo's Unbreakable being fantastic. He's tanking everything. So many stuns. That was brilliant use of that Mikhail's. And Mash again. Oh my goodness, a lot of ultimates used though. No one is going to fall down. Crepo took every ability possible then, I think.
Crepo just tanked a whole team by himself. Used his items on himself. He didn't even have to use his face of the mountain. Got out completely unscathed with the Baron regen. They've now cracked into the base. And another pick ended up.
Takes another stun. Look at him. There's the ultimate from Pobelta. Gets exactly the right amount of spheres off. And just takes out the Lulu, even through the wild growth.
Yeah, and that must be so demoralizing, throwing everything you have at a support player and them getting blown up, and then the most fed member of your team, your top laner, gets soloed out pretty much by one person, just Pobelta playing the game fantastically well. Helios now putting so much pressure in from the side, ensuring these minions get through into the turret. They're going to rotate into the mid lane, and you would think that this turret isn't long for the world.
Yeah, Helios just hanging out in front of 3 members of the enemy team. Pobelta does get caught up by that Aqua Prism. Nice work coming through from Sheep, but this is going to be the second inhibitor of the game, and EG collapsing in now onto Team Coast. Reminiscent of last game, but not quite as much of the stomp that it was the game before.
There's definitely signs of life in Coast there. Early game was much more successful this time around.
Oh yeah.
Getting their top lane rolling. Still some problems in the mid lane. The 100 CS advantage on the side of Pobelta. And the bottom lane is about a 40 CS. Maybe a little bit more, less, maybe 25 because of that, of course, the support item coming through on Braum, the face of the mountain. But top and bottom did well this game. It was just really the mid lane where there was a lot of a CS discrepancy, some bullying going on early. But you have to say that Santorin did a great early job. Just late game, Elise not scaling as well as Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Able to set up people with a cocoon, but just not enough damage from the team to come through.
And you have to say that, I mean, Ringer didn't have a lot of help there in the mid lane either, because a lot of that focus was in the top lane, making sure they keep Inox down. So maybe if Ringer had have had a little bit more help, perhaps, you know, you can't exactly count him out just yet. Did manage to get a couple of decent kills. 3, 2, and 2. Not half bad, but that's CS. Very, very dangerous. Mercurial Scimitar has been finished up here by Altec. Next item potentially going to be that last Whisper. Might cave and build armor penetration eventually.
Yeah, or he might look to pick up the Banshee's Veil and just become an unkillable force. There's still not that much armor. And wow, he has 328 AD, I believe. Hold on 1 second. Let's check that out. 382, in fact. He
That
is
sounds better.
so strong.
Ridiculous.
He's going to crush down structures. And once again, Inox's TP's up, so he's just in the bottom lane. And Zed, at this point of the game, you want to generally split push with your Zed because assassinating people is so hard, particularly with an exhaust on the enemy team. But Inox is...
Oh, wow. Look at his build as well. He's got an Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah, he's just looking to fight at this point, and he's taking no damage whatsoever.
If he runs at people, though, that's extra magic resist shred for Pobelter to eliminate someone at the same time. So I really like the cohesion coming through from EG. I just like that item as well. I think it's cool.
And Mash taking another stun in the head. He's going to be fine. He had his shield stack from that Bloodthirster. However, now the Super Creeps are in the base. They need to send a couple of people to deal with these. And this is just going to mean the third inhibitor will go down so easy for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, you can see as they stream into this base, of course, Mash and Sheep, the only ones now protecting. Mash dodging out of that Scatter the Weak spear combo.
Culling coming through, and that was only... Wow, Sheep's just dead.
Yep, manages to get the Tidal Wave off. Crepo didn't believe that that could possibly happen, so it was a little bit late on the Unbreakable, but no matter there at all. 4v5 now in favor of EG, but it's more like a 4v70 with all of these super creeps coming down on top of Coast. Winter's Bite does land, and the ultimate has been popped from Inox. And look at these turrets, they are melting. This is going to be EG going to 2 games to 0. All of the ultimates coming through. That's Ringer. Not going to be able to answer, and congratulations to EG.
Yeah, better early game coming out of Coast that time. However, EG through the mid game, once again showing how they run these pick comps, coming out on top, and what a great team effort.
It certainly was, but you have to mention that Pobelter, what a beast on both of the assassination champions that he's picked up. So skill shot reliant, and he's been making sure that he gets everything where it counts.
Yeah, and 2 different kinds of champion, of course, able to kite around and dictate the flow with Syndra. He was looking to dive in with Ahri on the first game, so the mindset swap up that does require, but you're exactly right. Dominating the mid game, able to pick up, mid lane, sorry, able to pick up picks in the mid game and set his team up into objectives so well.
Yeah, he really, really did. And Helios looking maybe not as impactful on this Kha'Zix instead of the early game focused Lee Sin. So I like the Lee Sin ban, but as far as the jungle matchup went, Santorin looking a lot better. So that's speaking volumes for Coast. If they can manage to sort out this mid lane issue that they've got, they might be able to come back in the next game. And we know that it can happen because it happened yesterday.
Yeah, it definitely did. So 0-2 down is maybe a dangerous spot for a team to be in. However, Santorin had a great early game.
He really,
I don't think we can speak enough about that. Able to influence the top lane. So he got one of his solo lanes going. He now just needs to impact the second one as well. I think a lot rides on his shoulders. He makes the early game shot calls for his team, of course. And if he can really start influencing the top half of the map, we saw how well Mash and Sheep do in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's true.
Able to pick up a kill. They just go completely even. They're very hard to aggress on. And they just played it beautifully.
They really, really did. But of course, Altec always managing to stay up in that CS. I think he was minute for minute on CS in that game as well. So very, very, very good from the AD carry from EG, despite the fact that they went even. But let's throw it over to the guys at the desk for a closer look at Evil Genius's 2-0 start to the series.
Thank you, Atlas. And another solid win there by EG to bring the series to 2-0. Guys, what are our thoughts on that matchup?
Syndra.
Speaking of Syndra, we have a replay we're going to pull up to show you guys. And really what this replay is going to do is it's going to showcase what we've been trying to point out so far on the desk. Dominate, this is all you.
Yeah, so this is why I hate ganking Syndra. This isn't even Syndra getting a gank. This is you trying to kill Syndra. So if you can roll the clip. So they're battling over a ward. They're trying to set up a kill on Syndra. Syndra realizes that Elise is coming, flashes the cocoon. The Zed comes with him, boom, one shot, you're dead. You're dead. That's you ganking Syndra. So this is why I think this champion is so strong right now. Wins the lane, can 2v1 like that, broken.
And this was the champion that we were suggesting Coast go for in order to, to maybe pull something back into the game, because it is a champion that does not rely on anyone else to make something happen. But EG go ahead and snatch it up for themselves and kind of eliminate that opportunity for Coast right off the bat.
Yeah, we saw Coast just take away the Zed which they banned the first game against EG. So obviously in their book, they think EG has a high priority on Zed, and therefore they would have one as well. So I think I would have liked to see just a bigger, more Syndra from Coast, to be honest. Maybe try to get
Syndra.
more kills from them, really. Like, let's try to see if they can play a lane bully that can turn any gank really easily. I mean, Zed can do that, but it's not as simple.
Okay. Now, in all seriousness, though, we have to say that this game was a lot closer. At least in the beginning, Coast actually going up in a lead. They were 4-1 in kills prior to that gank and had about a 2K gold advantage at about 11 minutes. So that does speak, again, to their individual skill. We then have to analyze what are the aspects that are falling apart. We said their team, their organization, things like that. And I think a replay that kind of showcases that is EG's rotation to get back into it. We're going to pull the next one up 17 minutes into the game. We're going to the bot lane. Crumbs, I'm going to let you take this one away.
So this is right after they pushed in the wave middle, and then they're going down bottom with the jungle and mid lane. So there's almost no vision of this happening. And now we see the engage happening from Crepo with a stun followed up. Right there, he Q flashed on Braum, so it cancels the animation that happens pretty much instantly. Caitlyn gets tagged by it because you can't react to it, gets killed, and then we also have a TP from Inox securing. It's a 5-on-2 tower dive bot lane. There's no coming back from that in terms of the bot lane laning. And you take away one of Caitlyn's strength, which is her early game in laning, just by completely decimating her in the dive. And already you get your Lucian far ahead enough that he can deal with Caitlyn solo. And once that happens, Caitlyn is forced to group. And if Caitlyn's forced to group with a Zed that's really far behind, Zed can't split into anything, and you're not going to get any damage into the turrets versus Syndra because she's got great wave clear. So what happens is that you just start falling behind, and Zed can't make anything happen, and Syndra could probably 2v1 you middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In all honesty, it makes it very tough to diagnose or to, I guess, rather to propose a solution then for Coast, because they did have that early game lead, and yet EG managed, they found a way to use their superior map movements and their vision to get right back into the game. We even actually commented that very early Coast had some aggressive wards in the jungle. All that vision seemed to fall away at some point.
Yeah, I think that it was... the problem that Coast had this game is they didn't take turrets once they got advantages. Elise, Caitlyn, Nami, those are champions that you get to take turrets early. And if you're converting all these kills, but you can't take objectives off it, it's really not worth much. And if you saw that every time EG got an advantage, they took a turret, they took a dragon. That's why they're winning the game by so much, because even when the game's like even in kills, you have EG up 5-6K gold just off dragons, just off towers.
And I will say that Coast actually did make one other pretty fantastic call, which was to go for that Baron. When they had vision of EG moving down to the dragon, they knew it was up. They went and they had a great play there. They actually caught out Inox, who decided to TP in a little early there. But at that point, it was too late in the game. That Baron buff only brought them within 4K gold of EG. So it seems like they need to be making these decisions earlier, maybe taking more risks.
I like what they did in terms of putting focus on top lane with the Lulu getting ahead of Ryze. Ryze will eventually outscale, but you want to have that Lulu to bully Ryze as long as possible. And they did that. They actually ended up turning a gank. They ganked it, and then Helios jumped in his Kha'Zix and ended up getting killed. But I feel like they should have put even more pressure in that lane and make sure that Ryze stays down and that EG is forced to react by just going elsewhere, and then take that first turret out so that you can eventually rotate the Lulu. Lulu's going to be an excellent asset to you in pushing towers. For instance, take the top turret, rotate Lulu down towards the bottom lane. With Nami and Caitlyn, you can easily push down that turret just by sheer force. 3-man that, and just eventually utilize the Nami, Caitlyn, Lulu, like triple range, like kind of roaming pushing squad, and go around the map taking objectives. Instead, we saw an extended laning phase that really resulted in nothing but Syndra getting kills left and right.
Yeah, that definitely could be the answer there. The idea of taking, strong lane bullies, perhaps pulling that Syndra into the mid lane now that they're on red side, and using just pushing power, looking for turret taking ability. That's something that we, a little while back when Caitlyn was more popular, was such a contested pick because you could literally just take a turret without fighting. Disengage, take a turret. Disengage, take a turret. So that might be the solution there for Coast.
Yeah, I can't really imagine a better 4-man sieging comp than Lulu, Nami, Caitlyn, Elise. That's pretty much as best as it gets. It's all range. All of them have ways to disengage. you can just pretty much walk up and get free turret hits, but they didn't use that for an advantage at all this game.
All right. And then, just one final note. Of course, we're at that point in the series. You're down 0-2. You are a challenger team, so you're a little bit more inexperienced when it comes to these best of fives. What is the discussion like at this point? Because you guys have been through them a lot. So where is it? Where are you looking to find that strength, if you will, to say, all right, guys, 3 games in a row?
Well, I don't know them personally as players, but I wouldn't take picks necessarily to be the defining factor in these series that we saw both games. The team comps were pretty different, in my opinion, in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. And I would just say go with comfort picks. Like maybe you're picking something that you're not comfortable with. Like if this is your favorite champion, go ahead and play this. Like make sure that you know how the champion works and how you're supposed to utilize it so that you can have something at the highest level that you can play it at and then take a win. Don't play something that, oh, this champion's really good. Let's make sure we can play this. We have to play it because it's really good. Let's contest this. It's very good. Like the Zed didn't look that comfortable, honestly. Like he did a lot better in the laning phase as Orianna versus Ahri. Take the Orianna matchup again. Like you were more comfortable in that, and Orianna's going to be a better team fighting later, and you can stall out the game if you fall behind. Like on Zed, if you fall behind, like, you're doing nothing.
Yeah, for me, I think H2K said it best when they were down 0-2. This last game, YOLO. You need to YOLO this game because you're not keeping up with them in objectives. So you just have to just do the most stupid aggressive things you can and just try to get ahead. Because if you don't snowball super hard, you're going to lose this game.
And pick Syndra.
Yes,
of course. Well, that's expected. If we haven't hammered that home enough. Well, we've got more league action coming your way. After this quick break, Evil Geniuses and Coast will take to the Rift for Game 3 to see who will be playing in the NALCS Spring Split. Keep it tuned right here.
Freaky.
You're beautiful.
I play so much Mundo.
You're beautiful, it's true.
Get your heads back in the game.
The stun with one last auto attack. The flash is there. Helios got him. Crepo's going to take it though. Bloodthirsty support. Miracle's going to go down. Sheep as well. Baron down so low. Mash now fails the flash unfortunately, but Helios isn't in the Baron pit. It's down so low. Does get secured by Coast. Oh, there's a 2-man stun there coming through, and look at all the damage from EG. They got the pick that they need.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Spring Promotion Tournament and Game 3 between Evil Geniuses and Team Coast. EG are just one smashed Nexus away from returning to the LCS, and in that last match, they showed no signs of slowing down, Spawn.
Yeah, particularly in that mid lane. Pobelter came through with another fantastic game, picking up that Syndra, going 4-2-4, and really was the one lane that catapulted ahead during that mid game. Unfortunately, Ringer finished up with 3-2-2, but that just wasn't indicative of how much he struggled in the early game.
Yeah, he certainly did. Got that gank from Santorin coming in as well, and as we saw over at the analyst desk, that it's just too hard to gank that Syndra, especially in the capable hands of Pobelter.
And with Summoners up, was able to turn it around and just blow them up. So that maybe needed to come before level 6, and that's what we spoke about, impacting the solo lanes before level 6. But in saying that, Santorin got up into that top lane and camped the heck out of Inox and really dictated the flow of the top lane at least.
Yeah, he was certainly powerful up there. Of course, Inox managed to get that kill back earlier on, which may have helped him out there and forced Santorin to come back a second time. But definitely, Miracle was fantastic earlier on in that 2-0-2, I think, at around that 15-minute mark, and was really, really strong. So we'll see whether he can do well within the next game, but it was looking very, very strong from EG. And they just, even though they were behind about, I think it was 4,000 gold at one point in that last game, they just still looked, even when their enemy team had Baron buff, they looked so in control. But we are, of course, into Champion Select. Nunu and Zillion, unsurprisingly, being banned away again from Evil Geniuses, and Zed being taken off the board. Pobelter, they do not want him getting that one. And Syndra being taken off as well. They're just going to try and ban this guy out. And you can see the smirk on his face. He knows that it's just aimed straight at him. He's like, ah, it's fine. I play every single champion in the league.
That's what I was going to say. Unfortunately, he plays everything. So you can't really ban him out. Ari's gone as well. They're forcing him onto his champion. But they don't necessarily.
Yeah, they're forcing him under Ziggs, Orianna. The list goes on. Oh, and they're giving Inox his Nidalee as well. This is his favorite champion. Oh, but it does give Xin Zhao and Poppy over to Coast.
So Inox is a fantastic Nidalee player. This could turn into a split push comp very, very easily. EG, with their coordination, will just run a 4-man squad, and it is the Lee Sin and Lucian being picked up. We did say Mash. He's a fantastic Lucian.
Yeah, this is... if they lose this game, this is his first loss. He's 7 out of 7 on that champion so far. So as far as statistics go, he should just theoretically easily win this game.
And Santorin picking up Lee Sin, we saw how dangerous that can be in the hands of a great jungler. Of course, Helios picking that up first game. And another early game aggressive jungler. I like the pickup. Let's see him once again try and influence these solo lanes and get his team ahead.
So EG already sort of, with that Nidalee pick, going to be a bit of a team comp that's going to be focusing on split push. Pobelter has locked in that Corki early on, and we've been seeing this Corki versus Lucian matchup working out very well for whoever picks up the Corki.
Yeah, Corki, as soon as he gets that Triforce, has so much burst damage. We also see Helios defaulting back to that Kha'Zix pickup. Of course, just an all-round great pickup. And they are currently hovering the Yasuo. Of course, with Lee Sin, that kick just sets it up straight away. You don't even have to let it travel, but they are going to lock in Thresh for Sheep and Ziggs in the mid lane. This is the stall potential that they could potentially need. We've seen them fall behind in the mid game, so why not pick up a champion that can stall extremely well?
And then that's also theoretically taking another pick away from Pobelter by picking up his Ziggs. We've seen him play that one a lot throughout the split, but we've seen him play everything a lot because Pobelter's just pretty well versed player. Oh my goodness. No thinking required. Crepo locking in that Nami. Fantastic support. And the Talon. Is it going to be Pawn again? Over from Korea. We saw that one up against FLICKR, and that was ridiculous to watch. Also coming through today. Not as much effect, but definitely showed some... I'm speechless. I just sort of really want that Riven to happen. I don't want to talk just in case it doesn't.
So there's a lot of pick potential once again on the side of EG. There's a lot of burst damage. And they have locked in a Riven.
That's Miracle, actually, up against Inox's Nidalee as well. This top lane matchup could be terrifying. We know that Nidalee has that ability to kite around with that range, but Riven can close distance really strongly.
Yeah, and once again, burst that comes out of her at level 6 is fantastic. Can match the split push. both teams relatively squishy actually going into this game. Thresh and Lee Sin are the only two characters that really build tanky whatsoever. Of course, Nami preferring to sit back and be the utility support for her team. That just means that the Mega Inferno bomb, as well as Pobelter, could blow up absolutely anyone at any point in this game.
And volatile is exactly how you'd explain both of these teams. So much early damage all over everyone. It's ridiculous. We'll see who manages to get ahead in the early game. But as Game 3 gets underway, head over to Twitter and share your prediction for who you think will come out on top. Tweet hashtag EGWin or CSTWin to @LOL Esports. Tally your votes and we'll see who everyone thinks will win. And I have a feeling it might be in favor of EG. They've looked so strong.
Yeah, and whilst we saw a good early game come out of Coast, it's just the mid game and the pressure through wards that they put out. They completely put a stranglehold on the jungle on the side of Coast. And once they get a lead, they're just so unrelenting in their play. They pick up objective after objective, look so controlled. And when a team does that to you and you don't pick up objectives in return, it just becomes demoralizing and you fall slowly further and further behind until you're in a hole that you just can't dig yourself out of.
That's very, very true. But got to get onto the rift. One thing I find very interesting is the fact that EG coming over from, of course, CLGU originally sort of as members switching around. And now they've got this really aggressive focus when it used to be a lot of stall tactics.
Yeah, of course, Crepo, the only member of that lineup.
But, you know, Snoopy and Yellow Pete only just left. So still keeping the old guard there. But, of course, we are onto the rift. EG now back on the blue side. Coast picking up the red, and they're fanning out very effectively. Almost like the flying V coming in from Coast, channeling a bit of Mighty Ducks, going for the comeback.
So it looks like they are just setting up standard once again. 1v1 lanes.
Yep, Ringer throwing some...
Shape looking for a pick, actually.
Oh, Altec already onto half health as well. Mash forcing out the early Valkyrie as well. So Altec not going to have nearly as much presence in this lane. And look at Inox already putting the pressure on. And this is so dangerous. Inox basically only played Nidalee a lot of his career. He's just so strong in this champion. Even when he built her AP as well in the top lane when she was considered to be more of a bruiser a long time ago.
And taking that Valkyrie is so good for Coast in that bottom lane. It means that they can go aggressive level 1, although they have swapped it around. So obviously Miracle got that first peak of Inox's Nidalee and went, get in another lane.
No, not dealing with that. Sorry.
So it looks like they will set up for the double jungle. Ooh, maybe some cheese coming in, actually. That has been spotted out by Inox. He's going to be able to run away.
Yep, does have his passive and can just scoot through those brushes relatively quickly.
And heading down for a blue buff steal, so it looks like it has been scouted because as we say that, Crepo does walk into the blue buff on the other side of the map. He's going to be able to ward that, so maybe just buff trades at this point of the game. But Coast definitely trying something new at the start.
Yeah, a bit of vertical jungling to come through, I think, at this stage. As we can see, Helios without a leash, going to be on his red buff. And I'm not sure whether this is the best move by Coast to do the lane swap for their bottom lane, because that bottom lane would have been so much better in a 2v2 situation now that Valkyrie was forced as the first skill.
Yeah, it would have meant some level 1 aggression, definitely. However, we have seen it's been evenly matched. Both junglers will get a 2v2 start, and I think what this allows on the side...
Pobelter is in a lot of trouble here, already at half health anyway, but there are 3 members. Nice dodge of the Sonic Wave. The Rake going to be coming through as an answer, and Coast, this is the right idea. Shutting down Pobelter seems to be exactly what they want to do, and what they couldn't do the last couple of games.
Yeah, and early game aggression is very important at this point of the game to get themselves in front, and wow, Pobelter taking even more damage.
Nice
he
dodge.
does have that blast, so he's going to be able to sustain through eventually. However, he's in critical zone. Ringer doesn't have flash. He has that heal, of course, so not much kill potential under the turret unless he lands a very good combo.
Yeah, can, of course, land the bouncing bomb and put the Hextech minefield underneath. But maybe not quite enough damage here. That early game.
But playing a lane bully, he looks much more comfortable on this Ziggs, pushing up the wave.
Ooh, Could this be a potential gank coming through here? 4-man in the top lane. Coast coming, wasting no time at all. Miracle getting the hunted passive, but Crepo getting taken down solo. The really squishy. Oh, but that's going to be the answering kill. Sheep going down as well. Inox is Nidalee with the double kill. This is no other one. Santorin's now tanking up, and he can't manage to land a Sonic Wave between the creeps. That was disastrous for Coast after what looked like going to be an easy support kill.
And they're going in on Inox now. He might actually secure another kill for himself.
Nice flash, and just breaks the tether of the turret, but Helios is here now, does have that W, doesn't care, and there's the Q, but nice E away from that one from Miracle. Helios now in a lot of trouble. Santorin so low, the last caster creep, the red buff, is it going to be up? No! Miracle, Helios, who's going to do it? Does get the stun, but the Q goes off. Santorin over the edge with that safeguard. Very, very hard, and that dive just not working out for Coast, although they did get a couple of kills.
Yeah, overall 3 for 2, so not complete disaster, but it went pretty badly. Pretty badly. And it looks like they will just go back to what looks more like standard lanes. Corki and Lucian are in the bottom lane. It looks like Miracle will be teleporting top also. So back to standard lanes. Big wave there for Miracle to pick up, and he's still going aggressive. Sheep's there.
Yeah, Sheepsy does have that land available as well. Inox was locked down for so long. Does have that heal with the Primal Surge, and he's going aggressive here as well. Look at the creeps doing so much damage. He's trying to kite around, trying to get the creep damage there. He's hunted. Oh my goodness, so close from Inox, wanting the 1v2. Miracle coming out on top of that one. I think he may have bit off a little bit more than he could chew.
Yeah, but he had nowhere to go. As soon as he left that creep wave, he was open to a death sentence. So looking to make the most of the situation. A good answering kill on the side of Coast. Now 2 kills onto their Riven, matching that Nidalee. So he'll be fine in lane now.
Yep, definitely. Already has the soldier build with his sword and shield ready to go into battle. As you can see, that was enough to secure him that kill. And now shoving up this wave. Crepo is going to be here as it crashes into the turret, so not going to lose out on too much global experience, theoretically.
And Nidalee is already back up in this lane, although in the bottom lane we have another gank coming through. Santorin on Lee Sin is waiting in this brush, and there is a ward behind Ultek.
Yeah, Ultek pushing up very far, trying to be aggressive, but we know that there's a Lee Sin hit. There's the safeguard, but creeps enough to deter this, and I feel like if he had gone for the Sonic Wave first, there was no vision in that brush.
Yeah, Ultek had no idea he was there, although the creep wave was very big, and this early in the game, those caster minions do so much damage if you don't have the armor.
So Ultek still playing aggressively, now has a level advantage and a CS advantage. We've been seeing him farming so well throughout the day. And there are a lot of longswords being built by EG.
There are just swords everywhere.
So many swords. Everyone wants to fight each other.
And we do see that the game, for the first time, has finally calmed down.
Yep, finally. But, you know, we know that it's only a matter of time.
Dragon coming up on the side of Coast. Looks like it's completely unaware on the side of EG, so they'll pick that one up for free. Crepo still was in that top lane.
And Miracle's been all over this map so far. Following Santorin around, then hanging out in that top lane, and then back down here for the Dragon. So really making sure he has his map movements down. And Riven could potentially get going. 2-1-0. Not with quite as much CS, but he doesn't want to be in a lane with Nidalee.
Yeah, just recognizing that Nidalee had that lane frozen, so going elsewhere to make himself useful. That does put them in about 1,000 gold in the lead. However, they EG did see the Dragon go down, so they will have the timer. Wow, also getting chunked out.
Yeah, actually happy to face tank that damage and just get a Phosphorus bomb down.
Well, with the sustain from Crepo coming in there on Nami, happy to trade damage because unfortunately on the side of Coast, they don't have any sustain in their bottom lane.
Exactly right.
And Warren looking for another gank.
Yeah, hanging around here as well. Steals enough experience to get to level 5 at the same time. Always handy for that one to happen. Sheep. Oh, there's a death sentence onto Crepo as well. Does get the flay back. There's a brilliant. Oh, Dark Passage, but a nice bubble. Not going to be enough. Crepo's going to go down. Decent attempt though. Nice bubble. But Santorin getting the kill and Sheep landing everything he needs to.
Well executed gank there from Coast. Their jungler, Santorin, once again 2-0-1, so great start to this game.
Yeah.
It looks like top lane is going in favor of EG at this point, but Nidalee's just that bully. She gets ahead of most champions at this point in the game, so it is important that they are starting to pick on the bottom lane. And they've picked up the first dragon, so the signs do look like they're in for a little bit of a better game this time around.
That's exactly right. And you have to attribute a lot of this CS advantage for Nidalee to the fact that Miracle sacrificed a fair bit in order to pick up that dragon for his team as well. And he got a lot of global gold from that one. So Pobelter now still in this mid lane with that blue buff stacking up. And he probably wants to be pushing out this wave, wouldn't he? So that he can't just sit amongst it and get harassed out.
Yeah, so he's looking to push out at this point and start roaming. He's got his level 6. The ultimate is available as well as blue buff. Look for him to pick up some boots too, potentially Moby boots as soon as that Brutalizer comes through.
Yep.
And start looking to get his other lanes ahead and pick up some kills for himself.
Exactly right. And now look at this with the 2-0 advantage here in this best of 5. Evil Geniuses with a 92% vote for the win. 8% still holding out for that underdog victory for Team Coast. And I just want more League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm happy if this definitely goes to another game after this. I think the Coast has put themselves in a position to be successful. We do have both junglers in this top lane now. They're going aggressive.
Yeah, the 2v2 matchup. Helios is here as well, but he's the squishy Kha'Zix. Look at so much damage.
Wow.
Kicked in the head as well. Inox now here by himself, and Miracle now with... He manages to get it, but Miracle with a double kill. Inox answering one, but oh my goodness, this Riven.
So 1 kill apiece on the side of Coast. Of course, Inox able to pick it up for himself, but the red buff went to Miracle. That just means that it's going to be so much easier to catch this Nidalee with all the gap closers that come out. And once again, Helios in a 2v2 gets the gank turnaround on him just by the amount of burst that can come out of Santorin.
That's exactly right. That Wind Slash did so much damage. And then Miracle, even when he was back and having another giggle. So as we were talking about before, hasn't lost his sense of humor. Brilliant work, and Coast now with an advantage here in this bottom lane. We've been talking about it before. Mash and Sheep have been fantastic. Regardless of what EG do around this map, Mash and Sheep always strong.
And they're looking to push in on this lane,
Nice
maybe
bubble.
pick up some objectives, however. Yeah, great bubble coming out, and the wave clear from Corki. He's now picked up that Shane, so his burst potential is high, but wow, we've seen exactly what Lucian can do. He's got that BF sword picked up as well, so he's sitting quite nicely.
She's piercing light, yeah, landing over a lot of the creeps and Altec as well. He's forced his play a little bit back, but this wave is potentially almost entirely hit that turret.
And Santorin not done with this top lane, looking for another gank in on Inox.
They are really trying to keep him down now. 3-3 with a gigantic CS advantage. Almost 27 at this stage. Does have a lot of those traps around to try and scout out, but Santorin being very patient here. Helios finds a pink ward. Going to be able to get rid of a lot of that vision. Coast now with almost a 1.5 thousand gold lead.
So they're actually pinging out Santorin. They think he is in the top lane. The wave is pushing in Miracle's favor, so that will be quite close to his turret. Inox is going to check. Oh, nice trap, although I think he was out of... He's gone.
Yep, he's gone.
He just
needed to
walked
dodge
out.
the spear. And didn't want to just take the chance that he was spotted there. Ooh, nice cutthroat into Rake, onto Ringer there by Pobelter. Dodges away from the bouncing bomb as well, but these creeps, he's very scared of them. Got to get the heck out of the way. And what do you think that Pobelter's build's going to be? Because that pickaxe could be going for sort of the standard of what Talons used to do, which is Brutalizer into Last Whisper, or that could be going into the Tiamat and the Hydra for a lot of extra sort of wave clear and burst.
I like the burst potential of the Last Whisper. It suits the way that Pobelter likes to pick people off. As we see the sweeper just missing that ward, so they're backing off, although the hook's coming through.
Ooh,
just missing.
Nice dodge. I'm not even sure whether Sheep was in range then, but they dodged it pretty nicely. Oh, Sonic Wave is going to find Pobelter.
That was nearly a mirror image of game one. The 4-man gank coming down.
Yeah.
Teleport's available. They don't go for it this time around, and the collapse was much better on the side of Coast.
Yep,
so looking like
better.
they've learned from their mistakes. Miracle trying to go aggressive, but this Nidalee is just so annoying in lane.
And look at how comfortable Inox is as well. He knows exactly his limits. Happy to try and go for the fights regardless of what could happen because he knows he can't escape. Just really, really seasoned Nidalee player. Does have that phage built up, so going for that Trinity Force first. And then you could imagine that he'll either go for the Blade of the Ruined King, maybe the Bloodthirst that a lot of people have been building, or potentially tanky as well. Spirit Visage has been another one. Oh, Cutthroat coming in around. There's all of the burst potential. The flash coming down as well. He thinks that the Noxian Diplomacy is going to finish it off, and it does take it with that Ignite. But Coast trying to answer to this one. Pobelter has made it back to his turret, has to dodge the death sentence. Well predicted by Sheep, and Santorin gets the Q. Nice teleport coming in from Inox, but straight into the boot of Santorin. He says, nope, kitty, stay back. But EG, now with control of this mid lane, might be able to answer.
Yeah, but however, Miracle still in that top lane, has his teleport available. He's going to be able to shove another turret into that. So potentially able to trade objectives. This middle lane is going down though.
Yeah, getting taken down very, very low. That one's going to fall. So that's mid lane out of turret. First turret of the game for EG. Miracle trying to answer here in the top lane. Of course, teleport was just used by Inox, so he's not going to be able to get up there. Time culling going to be coming out from Mash. Look at Altec just melting to that one.
Yeah, using the culling to ensure that they have dragon pressure right now. Chunking him to half health. Helios is caught in the dragon pit. He's going to have to jump out. And now with teleport advantage on Miracle, it means at any time they want, with Altec on half health, going to be able to bring him in for what should be a free dragon.
Yeah, of course, with Inox with no way of getting Miracle out of that teleport at the same time as well, so... Oh, Death Sentence lands onto Helios. There's the teleport started by Miracle. Helios manages to get out with the leap, but that's going to put the jungler on such low health, and this dragon immediately started up. They have the vision, has been swept, and they're going to back off. They are respecting this so much. In a turret now being pressured here by Pobelter. They do go back onto the dragon, so that one's going to be finished. Mobility boots completed for Pobelter, so he doesn't want to get flanked like that again. Wants to have the speed in order to get out of that one.
And it looks like once again objectives will be traded. EG able to pick up a top lane turret.
Yep.
So not the worst trade, especially when you got chunked out like that. You did have the summoner spell disadvantage. And wow, Mash getting a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That burst potential coming out of Corki with that Sheen is just so high in the mid game.
Yeah, we've seen this happen time and time again. Doesn't even have Phage or the Zeal components of his Trinity Force. Just that Sheen. It's enough to convince Mash that he can't do as much burst as him. So nicely played. Nicely played. Pobelter now going to be picking up this blue buff. Of course, Talon very mana hungry. Gets mana gated quite effectively.
And cooldown dependent as well.
Yes.
You want to be able to jump in, get a combo off, pop your ultimate, kind of run around, use your stealth for as long as possible, and then go into another combo afterwards. So getting max CDR is so important, and it's just the easiest way to get it in your build.
Exactly right. Is going to be taking down the rates as well, keeping that farm going. 124 to 118 as Talon versus Ziggs. That's ridiculous. Ziggs, such a lane bully, able to utilize his range, but Pobelter managing to stay up there. Now can use that rake to instantly clear the caster minions.
Yeah,
So
we
a
did
lot
see
easier now.
we saw the wave turn around as soon as Pobelter had kill potential.
Yep.
As soon as he has kill potential, he doesn't even have to prioritize farm. He can just float in range of his combo, and at that point, Ziggs has to farm from a distance. And that's why he's not getting denied CS anymore. In fact, he has the CS advantage just because of how the lane went. We have seen that in the top lane, Miracle's gone for a very aggressive build, picking up that Tiamat, not electing for a Bloodthirster, which does give you a shield, and in a 1v1 could be more beneficial. Looking for the attack animation cancellation that is so useful on a Riven.
That is very, very true. And it also gives a lot more wave clear as well. Meaning that you can just split push all day and always get to a turret in time. Altec hanging around in this top lane. Has to be a bit careful, of course. Doesn't have a turret to fall back to. It's very close. Helios now forced to leap out of the way of Santorin.
Yeah, trying to solo clear wards around Baron, which can be at times dangerous. However, does get himself out of there. And now Santorin doing the exact same thing. Although, wow, he's 4-1 and 2. Helios needs to be careful.
Yeah, we do have the Resonating Strike coming through. There's the kick into another Resonating Strike. Santorin immediately flashes back out of the tidal wave. He's not going to get locked up, and that's the 1v1 on Helios. Santorin played that utterly perfect.
Yeah, just not respecting the damage that can come out of Lee Sin. He's 5-1 and 2 at this point.
Yeah.
And they look for the collapse with Corki as Inox picks up another turret. However, just able to burst him down so quickly, land all of his skill shots, and you're not going to catch it.
You're not going to catch that. Does, of course, have the Trinity Force finished up with the Phage passive and, of course, the extra % movement speed. That Nidalee can get away from anything. And now, finally, things calming down just a little bit, but as we can see, only a 400 gold deficit for Evil Geniuses. They have clawed that one back through with so many turrets. Inox now respecting this pickup.
Wow.
Oh, the pounce right in as well. Miracle trying to turn that around. Wind Slash coming through for no damage as the Primal Surge coming through at the same time. does heal him back up.
And the collapse is coming through. Talon might have the flank here.
Yeah, because that inner turret's down. Miracle has to go so far, but this is Riven. Of course, there's the Cutthroat immediately taken down. Rake wasn't even necessary. Shadow Assault does a lot of damage at that stage. Now level 12.
However, while this is all going on, Alltech, Santorin looking for the insect. However, able to Valkyrie out of that. Now the pressure in the bottom lane, this needs to be responded to. This will be a turret.
They're going to be able to get an inhibitor turret from this. Oh, nice Mega Inferno Bomb is going to clear out that wave. Bringer being able to get that one through. We, of course, all know how incredibly good Ziggs is at clearing out these waves.
So having to burn the ultimate, that just means that their scene for the next 90 seconds will be more potent, although it looks like it has calmed down, and it will be up for the dragon fight. So great work there from Ringer. It's just Talon and Nidalee take neutral structures as well as, quite frankly, creeps incredibly quickly. With the amount of pure AD you build on Talon, because you don't need to prioritize attack speed whatsoever, he just absolutely destroys them. And it looks like we have a two-man sneak Baron going on here from Coast.
Very sneaky work. Santorin not that tanky at this stage, only has a chain vest in order to get that health up, but now that Miracle's here, they've got a lot of extra damage.
Crepo's going towards it, they've been spotted out.
Well, haven't been spotted out just yet. If he tries to kill that pink ward, oh my goodness, down to a quarter health. And Coast with the sneakiest play ever. Sheep's here as well, that's 4 members. Coast managed to sneak the Baron. This could get them straight back into this. Now, of course, 700 gold up. Nicely played. They just knew that they had the vision.
Beautiful play because they were all off the map. Crepo was scared of sweeping that ward, so he completely backed off. And just no one from his team came to give him a hand. That's a Baron at 20 minutes into the game. That's completely turned the game on their head. Maybe now they can rally, get some team fights, and start trying to push some of their own objectives.
That's exactly right, of course. Coast going to go back to buy now that they've got that extra gold in their back pockets. But EG playing a very different game. They've played different strategies every time they played. Now very split push focused, trying to get picks as they manage to get around as these creeps manage to hit the towers. But now they're going to see the fact that there's a Baron on the enemy team, and it's going to be more difficult for Inox because I think that Miracle could probably solo him out.
Yeah, potentially. As we see Santorin nearly getting caught. EG looking, wow, he's gone in.
There's the tidal wave. Sheep's the focus. He's going to fall down instantly. Pobelter knowing exactly what to do, but slowed down so much by the box, he's going to die. Does get the exhaust out, but not in time. Trading 1 for 1, but that is support for mid laner.
And on the backside of the fight, we see that Inox has been chased away, so this will be a dragon in favor of Coast. Good initial start to the fight, but expending so much, and Miracle able to come in and clean up. There is so much damage on this Riven, and Talon's a very squishy champion, just getting absolutely blown up.
He took an entire culling as well, just because the box slows you down so much. It's very easy for Mash just to smash him with that one.
And we look at Coast trying to now siege this mid turret. Of course, Ziggs, great at counter siege, but with that short fuse passive, also great at sieging. Wow, and the kick.
Yep, Crepo getting Insect back into Mash. Nice delivery system. Ringer going to be able to pick up that kill. And Altec now trying to sort of answer for it, but 1v4, buddy. Really going to have too much of a hope.
But once
Helios jumping in, they think that because Ringer's on low health, they can do something here, but so much disengage from Coast.
Yeah, but they only picked up a kill. They weren't able to get the objective. So if they're not able to use this Baron to grab objectives and get a substantial lead, they still might be prey to that late game slump that we've been seeing come out of Coast for this whole series. So they really need to try and turn this Baron into some turret objectives specifically.
Yep, and they now do have the 1-3-1 split push situation going on. Of course, EG not wanting to fight this one straight up with the Baron buff on the opponent. More than happy just to clear out these waves over and over again. You can see Pobelter just, that rake does so much work in that department.
Yeah, and they're two completely different kinds of split pushes. Inox in the top lane can just escape from anyone, can fight, although he's gone a little bit tanky. Pobelter, on the other hand, if someone comes in his lane, he's just looking to blow them up completely.
Yeah. He'll just kill him. Of course, now that he has that Ghost Blade and the Last Whisper completed, there is so much armor penetration. It's just ridiculous. And of course, now that he has the active on the Ghost Blade as well, very, very scary. They do manage to take the turret. Nice insect play again from Santorin. Going to be able to kick Crepo in, but it's not going to be enough. He can't secure the kill. Inox almost goes down, and with the fadeaway spear, Sheep falls down. Mash now trying to get the answer onto Helios. The safeguard back out of that one by Santorin. And Pobelt is here now as well. Immediately forces the fight. Fast. Ring is dead. Does use the Shadow Assault on that one. May not have necessarily needed it, but EG turned that fight on its head. I have no idea how Crepo survived that.
Yeah, a great bubble from Crepo at his feet to make sure that he caught Santorin as he came in. He did get Insect into the team, but able to survive, and the fight turned completely around. Miracle's being caught.
Right on the edge of the Aqua Prison. Miracle's going to go down instantly. And they can just follow up these picks so quickly as they're getting through here. This might be an inhibitor turret. Altec gets caught up. That's the AD carry. That may not be what they want. Valkyrie's going to get used, but ooh, Sonic Wave going to come down. Yeah. Then Torin not going to put on the Insect show again.
Play just missing, and Baron buff is now expired, and the gold lead is back in favor of the Evil Geniuses. Granted, only 500 gold, but to lose a gold advantage whilst you have Baron, the game is just being dictated pace-wise by EG.
And it has been this entire series as well. Coast sort of need to start making these plays around the map, and I guess they did try and make that one happen, like getting Crepo out of it, but it just didn't work. EG sort of saw what was going on.
Yeah, as we see the replay, we see the Santorin goes for it. Oh, it was a tidal wave, sorry, it wasn't a bubble. And he gets kicked back into the team, but they don't really want to prioritize his target. Able to flash out, and then from there, Inox is just in amongst it. He hits a great spear here as a fadeaway to pick up Sheep as the first kill.
Yep.
And then from there, look at how quickly Pobelter is running into the team. The continual slows coming out of Helios, just making sure they can't run away. He looks to go for Mash, and then just recognizes that Ringer is completely split off.
Yep, and that was so quick as well.
Style points on the ultimate, runs away invisible.
Yep, no worries.
4-2 and 1 now on the mid laner. Santorin's shining star once again for his team. 5-1 and 3 on Lee Sin. This guy's played a great series in a losing team.
He certainly has. And playing from behind is something that's a lot more difficult as well in a lot of these cases, just because you have to try and keep your morale up, and it can often affect your play. But Santorin standing solid throughout it. Does have the Randuin, so going for the tanky Lee Sin. What we've normally been seeing. Miracle now trying to split push this bottom wave. They've caught up a little bit, 400 gold now.
And they will be able to pick up a turret, so they will take the lead. However, EG, look at the Baron area. They have complete control with only 50 seconds till this objective. Sheep needs to get in there, start clearing out some wards and get some of his own. However, his team's just not with him. This is so scary because with a Talon, although he's gone back bottom lane to split push, he wants nothing to do with the team.
You can imagine that as soon as Pobelter shows in the bottom lane, though, it's going to mean that Coast are going to move as 5 towards this Baron. It's only 30 seconds.
But Pobelter runs so quick. We saw him cover the map last time round, and he is starting to come up right now. So EG just looking to clear out wards. 2 really nice wards, scouting out the red buff. They'll be able to pick that up as well. And Miracle's in the bottom lane, so now it looks like they can just turn onto Baron straight away, and they do so much damage.
Very true. 10 seconds now to go. Spear going to come through from Minox just to scout out that Wraith brush. And Coast, they just feel like they're behind when this game is so even at the moment. It just looks like Coast feel the pressure from EG despite there being no real deficit.
And it's because where the gold sits. As I said, so much of the gold on the side of Coast sits on their jungler. He's about 8,500 gold right now. And he's gone 5-1 and 3. However, the gold is on Altec. He's got only a 300 gold lead, actually. Actually, it's relatively even across the whole board. Only Inox really has a gold lead over the lane. So, yeah, it's completely even. They're just playing a little bit more
scared.
However, nice decisive move towards Baron, looking to pick that up whilst EG is taking Dragon.
Yep, they do manage to pick that one up, but Coast, again, not making the decisive move to start the Baron as the trade, and Inox has found his way over here as well. Manages to get trapped down as well.
Scrying Ord came through as well as some wards, so now there's a 5-man of EG, and Coast might be out of position here.
EG trying to make the play, and they've decided to go straight up the mid. Miracle is there. Helios trying to stop the backs at the same time.
He can just dive in here. Even if he dies, they will get a free inhibitor for this for sure.
They're going to take it anyway. The inhibitor's going to go down after this. EG with just an incredible out-rotation, and Helios just making sure that Coast could not back off that one.
And the collapse
still has time. Wow! Pobelter from the backside. Mash is going to go down. Pobelter flashes out of the way. Sheep uncharacteristically missing that death sentence. Inox now going to flash. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Only lands on Inox. Miracle now gets exhausted. He could go down as well. This is a whitewash for EG. Exactly the turnaround they wanted.
Yeah, 2 for 1. Helios coming up massive, but Pobelter diving into 2 people, able to pick up a kill, and only in the end got picked up by Santorin. So 6-1 and 3 now in the jungle of the coast, but this could mean a Baron.
And I say turnaround because they turned around from killing their enemy inhibitor. So not necessarily a turnaround because of... Yep. Santorin now may have been caught out, but going to safeguard away to a ward as Helios leaps on top of him. And actually, Coast, they definitely fear the Ziggs.
Yeah, respecting the damage that can come out of Ziggs around that Baron pit, of course. Nearly a perfect circle for all of that damage to be thrown into as we jump into the replay. So Pobelter goes absolutely man mode here. Hadn't seen Sheep, I don't think so. Maybe dove in not expecting it. Flashes out. However, Santorin able to pick up a perfect kill on him. This is where we see that Inox goes a little bit deep. Miracle gets exhausted, unfortunately, as Riven. They just cut so much of your damage away. Able to be picked up by Helios, who once again is running a very damage-heavy build, although has gone into a Chain Vest now, so maybe looking for that Randuin's.
See if he manages to pick that one up. Hasn't decided to finish off the Black Cleaver or anything like that this game, but doesn't have as much money to throw around either. Just completed it. Wow, that's embarrassing. BF Sword now being picked up by Inox, though. He's going to be going for that Bloodthirster potentially, so they can have that shield in the lane. This infinite sustain as well, and you'll never be able to move this Riven out of their Pobelter now. Sort of looking for Miracle. Probably doesn't want to face check him, though. He's going to wander up the river as well. Oh, my goodness.
And that will be a very close 1v1, I think, at this point of the game. If Pobelter gets his silence off as well as his ultimate, could quite possibly come out on top.
Oh, my goodness. He's going Infinity Edge after his first 2 items.
Hopefully it's Infinity Edge into Sword of Divine, looking for the really explosive build.
Yep.
And we see
just finished it.
Bloodthirster will be coming out also on the side of Inox, so they've got 2 very potent split pushes.
They certainly do, and I would not want to come up against Pobelter ever. With that Ghost Blade giving you crit as well, and that scaling so well. Oh, there's the pounce coming in onto Mash. Forced to use that flash and the Relentless Pursuit. Inox wanting to tank the culling instead of let it hit his minions.
Yeah, just so they can secure another objective. This could be a push even possibly onto the top lane, although Ziggs, once again, that frustrating, stalling character, throwing all the mines into that lane, will be able to clear it out, but they're looking for another pick around Baron because of vision denial.
Oh, Sheep turning around at exactly the right time. This is EG making sure that they don't go into the siege situation against this Ziggs. As you mentioned, easily able to clear out all of these waves, but EG have made their way into the base. They've taken out that first inhibitor.
Yeah, but only 1 inhibitor isn't enough. In response, Coast just pick it up and push down the wave. And the beautiful thing about Ziggs is not only is he great at protecting the wave that he's in, with his ultimate, he can also do it. They're about to face check what could be a full EG team.
Yeah, everything coming out. Miracle used to be there. Nice 4-man Mega Inferno Bomb. Inox getting caught up. That Mikhail's Crucible fantastically timed. And ooh, look at the Satchel Charge. Helios might be in a little bit of trouble here, but of course EG know that they have the man advantage now. Sheep getting taken down so low. EG also very low, and look at how many wards they have. They're just going to force their way up the mid lane. The pings are coming out. A little bit indecisive. We'll see what they decide to do with this one, because everyone in very awkward positions. The next pick comes through. Mash gets caught out. Amazing bubble, but Pobelter was already there. Mash wasn't going anywhere. Now Helios coming right through, gets kicked away, and then asked to come back in at the same time. Santorin now caught up by Altec. Double kill for Altec now.
And this could be the ace. Ringer.
Yep.
I think they know you're there, buddy.
Crepo does fall down. I think got killed by Baron. Unfortunately, nice teleport going to come in from Miracle, who's managed to find his way back into this game. Oh, there's the Hunted. Not going to be there. And there's the Wind Slash actually coming through. Pobelter's come around as well. He was stealthed up. EG playing that out so beautifully. That's the ace. That's going to mean another inhibitor, surely.
Just waiting for their cooldowns to come off. That will be the inhibitor, although they are low in health. And the bottom lane on the side of Coast is back alive, so maybe needing to recall after this.
Yep, now with the first real lead of this game, though. 7,500 gold. EG looking in control once again, and that was such a level-headed fight as well. They sort of took stock of the situation and then found the next pick onto Mash.
Just knowing that Coast were on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah.
Able to get around flank it was so key to that, and understanding that their team comp is just around cooldown.
Oh no! We didn't need to show that, guys. Just Crepo taking a 1v1 with Baron and falling down.
As we see, the teleport did come in, so when we see this, perfectly waiting for Pobelter to come in, not going too aggressive, burning some of the important cooldowns out of Miracle as well, and that ultimate just does so much damage.
That was a perfect 1-2 punch from Pobelter as well. He does most of the damage on a Miracle and then just the pounce in for the finish off, and he can focus his damage elsewhere. It was just really beautifully played.
And now you got to think Crepo and his team will be looking for revenge on that Baron Nashor. Not very nice to take someone out of a fight, though. Sheep's been caught.
He's been caught up. That was a nice Aqua Prison if Sheep had have tried to run. He has managed to cage the Kazakhs, but he can leap out of that one. And a little bit unfortunate, of course. So hard to get the wards down once you're this compressed into your base. And the Baron going to easily go toward... Ooh, Mega Inferno Bomb. Just going to be waited out. Of course, EG going to just tank that one up together. Santorin, not quite here in time. Helios now hitting level 16. Now has the triple evolves coming through, both U, W, and E.
And it's good to see on the players' camp, Santorin still talking to his team, trying to get them involved. He's still smiling.
Grinning, yeah.
Yeah, so having a good time playing in this, and quite frankly, he's played amazingly across this series.
Brilliant.
Very, very well. 5-0 and 6 on the side of Alltech. Himself and Crepo really carries the games for his team. Got it.
Lots of damage from those bomb shots. The rockets coming through from Alltech. Nice Sonic Wave going to land on Crepo. Actually, Santorin's going to go in. He really wants the insect play, but he's going to fall down for this one. Oh my goodness, the Dark Passage. Fantastically done. Sheep is actually going to respect the Noxian Diplomacy and actually add that face of the Mountain Shield, but in the meantime, EG just take an inhibitor in the bottom lane. The split push is definitely on for these guys. Bloodthirster finished off for Inox alongside that Frozen Heart.
And that's 2 inhibitors. EG now looking to close out that game. The silence that came out of Talon then actually stopped the insect play. That's what made it not be able to come off. So they'll pick up the 3rd inhibitor turret, look to go all 3 inhibitors. They're playing this one very textbook, respecting the team on the side of Coast. Super minions, however, have started to flood into this base. This could be the 3-0.
Yep, 11,000 gold, now the lead. These Nexus turrets under fire. EG looking to go the 3-0. Pobelter doesn't want to, though. He's going to kill match instantly. Alltech now dominating as well, taking down the mid laner. That's a lot of the damage finished off. Both of the Nexus turrets falling down. EG with such a commanding victory as Sheep and Miracle just want to exit this base.
They're looking to make a break for it. However, too little too late. The Nexus explodes. GG to EG. 3-0.
EG. Brilliant.
Back in the LCS.
Of course, congratulations to these guys. Santorin's still grinning. Still grinning. He played fantastically this series. And Coast looking to try again next.
Yeah, EG just so commanding in their 3 victories. Controlled across the whole map, you have to say. Inox getting a lot of pressure on himself.
Oh, yeah.
As you hear the crowd paying their respect to the LCS lineup.
It's really, really controlled victory from EG, and Inox on that Nidalee. That was such a pleasure to watch. I'm so glad that they came through towards the end of this series because...
But what a fun game 3.
Exactly.
Action-packed, lots of kills.
Infinity and Talon. Oh, that's the best. Did he get his Sword of the Divine by the end? No, he didn't. Just had another BF sword, unfortunately. But look at him grinning. Oh, fantastically well played by EG and a well-deserved rebirth into the LCS.
Yeah, and these guys, you got to say, they do not look like a 7th place team coming into this. They look fantastic across the whole map. Their bottom lane is so solid. Crepo and Alltech. Mid lane was dominating. Helios in the jungle, and of course, Inox in that top lane. They all played brilliantly.
Yeah, and it seems to me like EG have just come together for this, and it's just beautiful, beautiful to watch.
It certainly was. And as we said, big props to the Coast lineup. They have another chance, don't forget, going into that expansion tournament that will be hosted. They'll have a strong showing. They've been strong all season long in the Challenger Series. Ringer and Miracle.
Yeah, they were impressive, and they got better and better as the series went on. So you could imagine if that is to continue over the weeks, then they could be incredible in like a week's time.
Yeah, exactly right. They look like they do have some communication and synergy issues, particularly in Game 1. But as you said, they got better as the games went on. As Santorin started focusing the top side of the map, really got them going. And you would have to say that maybe you could pick up there. They look like very solid laners at least.
Yeah, and so as soon as they managed to get this team play coming in, of course, Miracle with a few late teleports, that sort of thing. And you can imagine once they do get that synergy, of course, the mid lane and jungle synergy is another thing that they've got to potentially work on. And once that happens, things are going to be looking good for Coast.
Yeah, definitely are. And of the series, Pobelter was really the standout play. You have to say that all 3 games, playing kind of pick comps in the last game, going a little bit more split push heavy, but he just looked like he was the person that had the kill threat the whole time.
No matter which champion he was playing as well, Ahri, Syndra, and Talon, every single game, he got to about that mid-game point and he could kill someone.
Yeah.
If he found
3
someone, he would
bans
kill.
thrown at him in the last game, still able to bring through another pick, that AD mid laner.
Yep. And picking up the Infinity Edge as well. That was just... I wanted the Sword of the Divine, I really did. Unfortunately, just got the BF Sword instead, so... Not quite. Not quite the triple crit threat.
Yeah, so Pobelter really stood up. You could see the experience of Helios coming through with the map control, and that was the most impressive thing. As I said, across the map they played well, but they played as a team. They really set up deep wards, and they played their game every single time. They didn't let early game pressure rattle them. They definitely stuck to what their game plan was and just executed it flawlessly in all 3 maps.
And they also took us through 3 different ways to win a game as well. The first game, getting all of those picks, and then second game, playing the map really, really well. And then the third, oh, well, actually, it was the first game playing the map really well. And then the third game, they split pushed their way to victory, each time showing us a different way. So brilliant, brilliant lessons here from EG, and it's great to see them back in the LCS. But let's send it over to Dash, who is with 2 members of the victorious Evil Geniuses.
Thanks, Atlas. I'm joined by Crepo and Pobelter after a clean 3-0 sweep there.
Clean.
3-0, right? Pobelter, it's got to feel good to have re-secured that spot in the LCS.
It does feel really good, actually.
Crepo, do you feel like this series in particular adequately represented EG's power or ability to play the game, as by the end of the split, you guys had really turned things around. You were performing well. Who knows, if there were a couple more weeks added on to the end of the split, you might have even made it to the playoffs. So do you feel like the performance that EG put up in this series represents your guys' ability to play the game?
It's really weird because we lost every scrim leading into playoffs, into the last week of Super Week, and then suddenly we performed 4-0, so that was a bit of a shift. Now we only had like 1 week practice right now because of visa issues, and I think we played relatively well, but it was sloppy, especially Game 2. We had such a big lead that it almost became like solo QS, like you ran out of towers to push, so you want your deep vision so desperately. So I faced it like twice. People were dying randomly all over the map, but at least we keep getting towers every time somebody died. And I like that we're doing that. We're playing objective-based, and yeah, and Pope carried his game. Like every time he just had like this mad lead in mid lane, and even if side lanes were struggling or counter ganks happened, doesn't matter. Whatever like his lead, we would transition into bot lane, top lane, jungle, and that wins us every game.
It was something that we were talking about a lot on the analyst desk during the games, was the fact that actually in the first game, you guys didn't give up a single turret. So you had cleared 11 turrets to their 0.
Yeah.
Second game, you did give up a few because you had fallen behind a little bit early. But even with that early gold deficit, the roams bottom, as you said, really snowballed into the late game. So my question to you is, do you feel like it kind of devolved into that solo queue-esque kind of style because of the team that you were up against, given the fact that they brought in 2 new people and didn't maybe have the time to synergize and actually, face up against you as a full squad?
I wouldn't really say it's because of that, I think we just made some mistakes, like we regressed a little since the Super Week because we hadn't been practicing throughout that entire time.
And then in the final game, of course, I have to ask, anytime someone kind of throws a slightly out there pick out, when the Riven came through in the end, how does that change your playstyle? Does that throw you off kilter at all, or you just say, you know what, it's a thing, it's on the field, let's just play as if it's, it's any other champion?
I mean, we're so confident in Tyson's ability to play in Italy, even if he falls behind early. I think we got a little too greedy and ended up giving the Riven too many kills. But, I mean, when it comes down to fights, we still have exhaust. We knew how to play our fights. We basically said in advance, let them come to us, but tidal wave will counter. Pole Vaulter will just go in, kill one of them immediately as Talon, and then we try and kite them out, and that's what happened in a lot of fights. I'm really happy we didn't ever end up chasing into the Ziggs. We always knew when we had to stop chasing and turn for a tower or an objective. It just took a little longer than we would have liked. That's why we weren't all celebrating really hard because it's like, yeah, we got our jobs in the LCS, but we would have rather played playoffs than relegations. But we're actually really happy that we 3-0 this series.
Understood. Since we are on the topic of this most recent game, Kruppa, we actually have a replay that we'd like to pull up for you. If you don't mind, we're gonna pull it up in a second now. Just go ahead and walk us through it.
Oh. I see, like, I don't actually know. I wanted to watch this replay. I want to know what aggro's Baron. Do I aggro Baron?
I think it's an Italy Spear.
No, it's me. I was on auto walk on auto attack, and I was like, damn, is this Baron attacking? Yeah, it is. So okay, I got heal, and then, nope.
Well played.
See, this is why you can't be happy with a victory if you do stuff like this. So kids, turn off auto attack toggle when you're walking into the Baron pit, or you end up like me on this replay.
That's actually funny, though. Oh, of course. We do our best to build you guys up and then bring you back down.
Exactly.
Of course. Pobelter, I want to take a look at your champion picks because in the final game there, Coast decided to ban out 3 mid laners. But across all 3 games, you played 3 different champions. You played Ahri, Syndra, and Talon. I know you also have Yasuo in your pool, Syndra in your, Zed in your pool, things like that. So do you feel like you're at the point in your career where you're confident on enough champions that it's going to render any team pretty much ineffective in terms of banning against you?
Yeah, I wasn't really phased by the triple mid ban last game because I still had like 3 or 4 champions that I'm still really comfortable on and could play at a high level.
And so, Kruppa, what does that do for a team? I mean, you kind of already talked about how his play in the mid lane was helpful, but even when you just look at champion select, when members of your team have that capability.
If you have a couple combos that you want to run and they basically annihilate some key figures in every combo, that's a lot harder to deal with in the pick and ban process than actually just banning out one person. Because at an LCS level, most people, barring maybe junglers because that meta is like so tiny, there's maybe only 3 or 4 picks available, target bans at one player is really, really rough. However, if you have like different strategies that you like to run and they just take like one key piece out of it, say they take a Zillion out for your one comp, your Zed for the other one, then you might struggle. But we knew Pobelter had a lot of champions, and worst case, we just put him on a wave clear mid, and then we take
Ziggs.
open the Ziggs exactly.
Yeah.
Orianna. There's still plenty to come, so we were unfazed by it.
All right, and then of course I have to ask, looking forward, to 2015, things like that. What's up for this EG squad?
I have no clue. I don't think we've planned it out that far yet. I think we're gonna, just take a break, enjoy the off season while we watch Worlds, and then figure out what to do from there.
Okay. One final note, Krupp. I'm going to give you the opportunity to say whatever you need to your fans, the viewers at home.
I don't always die to Baron like that. Please trust me. But thank you.
I was going to say, do you want to say something a little bit more eloquent than that?
Thank you for all the fans that watched the stream and came out to the LCS studio to support us. It means a lot. Even though we placed 7th in the split, it's really nice to have that sort of support, so thank you.
Well, it was really a fantastic series and showing by you guys, so I have to congratulate you once again on the 3-0 victory and re-qualifying. And we're going to throw it right back to Atlas and Spawn.
Thanks, Dash. We now have our 7th team for the upcoming North American LCS split. Evil Geniuses are heading back to the LCS after their 3-0 win over Team Coast. They'll join Counterlogic Gaming, who fought their way through a 5-game series against Curse Academy to reclaim their spot. And making up the rest of the league are Dignitas Curse, LMQ, Cloud9, and Team Solo Mid. But there are still spots in both the European and North American LCS up for grabs. Tomorrow we'll see Millennium take on the Unicorns of Love in a best-of-5 to see who will round out the European LCS. When Complexity will square off against Team 8 for the final NA LCS berth. All that gets underway Thursday from 10 AM Pacific, 7 PM Central European Summertime. And that's going to do it for us. We'd like to extend a special thanks to our guests Crumbs and I Will Dominate for sharing their insight today. Now on behalf of myself, Spawn, Dash, Freak, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast team, thanks for watching and good night.
No
course, we're going to set up for our first showdown of the day, Gambit Gaming versus SK Gaming Prime. Can they win the fight anyway? Edward will go down. 1-for-1 so far. Nick on the retreat. Watch the Fox pops. Zonas to stay alive. And this is Z's just killing everybody. Game 1's going to go to SK Prime. Z's will fall, and they're going to get What the Fuck as well. Kickoff does not get anything done. 3-for-0 in this battle. Nick stays alive. 4 kills picked up. Zayton holds the front line for as long as he can, but Speedy J is about to fall. What the Fuck also getting chased down. So much damage comes out from Kuban. Gambit now 1 game away from rejoining the LCS.
No, we can fight, we can fight, we can fight this.
Coming. Right?
Lucha. Nice. Good job.
Half-minute mark. And the flash.
Oh, Edward proves he can that life, people. Gambit paved their way back in to the European LCS.
And let us get down to business with our second best of 5 series, Evil Geniuses versus Team Coast.
Pobelt has got exhausted. We'll see whether he can get the damage down. Sheep now. There's the Sonic Wave resonating strike as well. Helios right into the back line. Of course, the stun with one last auto attack. The flash is there. Helios got him. Crapo's going to take it though. Bloodthirsty support. Miracle's going to go down. Sheep as well.
This is going to be EG going to 2 games to 0.
The next pick comes through. Mash gets caught out. Amazing bubble, but Pobelt was already there. Mash wasn't going anywhere. Now Helios coming right through, gets kicked away and then asked to come back in at the same time. Zentora now caught up by Altec. Double kill for Altec now.
GG to EG, 3-0, back in the LCS.